Chapter 1 The Seventh God's Lair. Excerpted from the 19th century Italian magician, Albert Regano's book The Devil. For those who have accomplished such awe-inspiring feats, I hope to be able to describe them with the title Campione God's Lair. Some of the wise readers may think that my use of this title is too exaggerated and frown, or some may think that my record is too much of a fuss. However, I still want to stress again. The Campione, the God's Lair, is the overlord. Because it killed the gods in the sky and seized the supreme divine power held by the gods. The Campione, the God's Lair, is the king. Because of the power that was usurped by killing gods, it dominated the mortals on earth. The Campione, the God's Lair, is the demon lord. For this reason, no mortal living in the world can have the power to compete with it. Excerpted from a letter to the Pope by Cardinal Antonio Tebes at the beginning of the 20th century. Among the magisters who go against the will of God and play with the knowledge of demons, there is the king whom they admire. You may have heard more or less about its name. Campione, God's Lair, the illegitimate son of Epimetheus. Demon King. Regrettably, we mortals have nothing against it. The only people who can compete with them are God's lairs with equal strength, angels who serve our Heavenly Father, and pagan gods who are regarded as taboo. It hurts, and the whole body is tortured by unbearable pain. Is it painful? But you have to hold it back, because this pain is the price that will lead you to the highest peak. Just accept it obediently. In the dim consciousness, a sweet and loving voice rang in Luo Zhen's ear. Luo Zhen felt a hand gently caressing his head, as if trying to soothe his pain in this way. It's you, Pandora, the woman who gave them everything. You have manifested yourself. Another voice sounded, but this time it was a rough male voice. Oh, Lord God, long time no see. Because as long as it is where God and people are, I will show up. After all, I am a witch who bestows all disasters and a glimmer of hope, so it's not surprising, right? With a smile, he said in a voice as sweet as a wind chime. Since you appear, that means something. That's right. My new baby is born. I really didn't expect the old man to be knocked down by humans one day. The Lord God said so, and it is enough to prove that this child is excellent. Then it's time to get down to business. Lord God, bestow blessings and hatred on this child. The seventh man's god-killer has the destiny of the youngest demon king. Please speak with the divine dedicated to this child. Shut up, you don't need to say I will. Since I defeated the old man, then these are what he deserves. Be proud of the warrior who defeated the king of the gods, but one day, the old man will come again and bury you in the underworld. This sentence was said to Luo Zhen. Along with this sentence, Luo Zhen felt that something flowed into his body, and more severe pain followed. The whole body seems to be in the magma, and it is about to be completely melted. Then, he completely lost consciousness. Luo Zhen is a traveler. On a certain day, I traveled to the world of God-Killer, and the person was at the beginning of the plot, on the island of Sardinia in the Mediterranean Sea, Italy. And the time happened to be the battle between war god Veleslana and god King Mirka. After both were injured, they recovered from their injuries. The original protagonist Goto Kusanagi came to Sardinia to return the Prometheus cheats before the gods. To ask him why he knew, because he accidentally saw one of the scattered avatars of the war god Veleslana who was raging on the island. Although it was not long before the war god Veleslana was taken back, I went, but Luo Zhen also confirmed the time. In ancient times, elves born of nature wandered in this world. People were afraid of the power of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, disease and death. Therefore, after seeing their posture, they offered their faith and gave them names. Make up myths for them. The elves entered the myths compiled by humans and became gods. These can be said to be rituals produced by humble humans to prevent the divine might from becoming too powerful. And God, who has a name and a myth, will not do anything beyond those two things. When giving favors to human beings and receiving rewards, they will act according to their responsibilities. Therefore, one can prepare for God's threats or blessings. However, if there is a God who does something beyond the meaning of the names and myths that he has received, if any gods returned to primitive times with less mythological constraints, they descended and wandered in this world. Such gods are called gods of disobedience. The gods of disobedience will bring disaster, and they will have an indelible impact just by appearing in this world. If the sun god comes, the whole world will become extremely hot. If the god of the sea came, the whole world would be swallowed up by the waves and sank to the bottom of the sea. If the god of the underworld comes, the epidemic will spread to every corner of the world, turning the world into a city of death. If the god of judgment descends, those who live here will be punished in various ways. As long as it exceeds a little, it will have such an influence on the world, and the god of disaster who creates his own appearance according to his own preferences is the god of disobedience. Before the plot of the God's Lair began, there were two gods of disobedience who came to the world to fight. In the end, both were injured. They went to Sardinia to recuperate and prepare to fight after they were wounded. And Luogen, after confirming the time, resolutely ran to the ruins where the god King Mercator was hiding, and finally killed him. Then, he became a God's Lair. Chapter 2 Awakening and Power. Consciousness awakened from the darkness, Luogen opened his eyes and saw the sun hanging in the sky, which seemed to be the sun that had just risen. And he was lying on the ground at the moment. Looks like I've succeeded. Luogen showed a relaxed smile. Under those circumstances, he is still alive, which proves that he has succeeded. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for him to survive under that kind of injury. On the third day after crossing, he took his life as a bet, killed the god King Mercator and became a god killer. With his hands on the ground, Luogen planned to get up from the ground, but there was no way, the ground was too overwhelming. And as soon as he moved, Luogen felt the difference in his body now. The body is filled with far more power than before, and the bones have become harder than any metal on earth. This is the best proof that he became a God's Lair. At the same time, his skin has also become extremely tough, and ordinary weapons may not be able to break through his epidermal defense now. And to say one thing, that is, from now on, ordinary magic will have no effect on him, only a very small number of great magic can be effective, but the effect will be weakened terribly. Humans are incapable of fighting against a god of disobedience. Even a powerful magician has no power to backhand in front of the god of disobedience. The most important point is that the god of disobedience is basically immune to human magic. In game terms, the god of disobedience is full magic resist. Only a few great magics work. In this case, the magician can only beat the god of disobedience. And as beings who killed gods, God's Lairs also inherited this. And this physical change is only the most inconspicuous. Luogen could feel that there was a vast sea-like power in his body. As long as his mind moved, this power would burst out. Magicians in the West call this power magic power, while martial artists in the East call this power true qi. But whether it is magic, infuriating, or spiritual or magic, the names are different, but they are essentially the same thing, a type of energy. And Luogen's magic power is now beyond the imagination of magicians. If the amount of magic power in a first-class magician is 10, then the amount of magic power in Luogen's body is now 5,000, or even more. Compared to the magic power of dragon veins, this is the second change of becoming a God's Lair. But the next thing is the most important. I don't know what power I got. Luogen was looking forward to it. Whether it's the body or the magic power, it's just the foundation of the foundation that every God's Lair possesses. The real power of God's Lairs is the power they usurp from the gods. The powers of each God's Lair are different. Even if they kill the same god of disobedience, the powers obtained by different God's Lairs will also be different, but in any case, the powers they obtain are absolutely the same as the powers they kill. The gods are related. There will be no chance of killing the god of water but gaining powers related to fire, unless the god killed has attributes related to fire. The god King Mercator killed by Luo Zhen was a god with multiple attributes. He is the god of storms, the god of the sea, the god of the sun, the god of life in charge of harvest and waste, and the god of the underworld. So Luo Zhen's power is probably one of them. As for gaining full power, that's probably thinking of shit. Like Kyuzaka Godu, one power is equivalent to 10 powers, which is due to the particularity of the military god. After all, it is rare for gods to have incarnations. Among the existing god slayers who have the power of incarnation, they are the god slayers of the United States. Anne Charlton, the king of the underworld, once defeated a man named Tezcatlipoca in Aztec mythology. The power obtained after the god's super transformation. The power of this type of incarnation is strong, but it has corresponding restrictions. Anyway, Luo Zhen just hopes that his first power is a combat power. If it is an auxiliary class power, then it will be a bit uncomfortable later. Closing his eyes with anticipation, Luo Zhen sensed his own power and learned about its function and usage. It turned out to be this. Luo Zhen opened his eyes and thought for a moment. Boom! In an instant, the whole world changed color. Above Luo Zhen, the originally clear sky was covered by dark clouds, and the entire Sardinia was instantly shrouded in darkness. The wind was howling, and it looked like the sky was about to fall. Not to mention how many people on Sardinia were panicked by this sudden change at this time. Somewhere on the island, a teenager in a grey-brown robe also stopped because of this sudden astronomical change. He looked up at the sky. It seems that something very interesting has happened. Unfortunately, I'm not complete yet. Having said that, the god of disobedience with the appearance of a young man showed a regretful expression. He was the war god Veleslana, who was scattered and lost his memory, and was looking for his avatar everywhere on the island. It's a troublesome thing to have no memory of the past. But soon, when I find those guys who run around, I will be able to recover. Whispering, the young military god turned his attention to the direction in which he was heading. He could feel that a part of him was there. In the dark clouds, dense lightning bolts interlaced, but Rorschach knew that as long as he wanted, these lightning bolts could pour down in an instant, turning everything into ashes. Dominate the sky, this is my power. Luo Zhen knew what his power was. The power he has acquired is the aspect of the god King Mercator concerning the god of the sky. Using this power, he can control the sky at will, control thunder, whip up strong winds, and rain torrential rain. As long as it is related to the concept of sky, Luo Zhen can control it. It is a very versatile power. I have to say that Luo Zhen was quite satisfied with this power, at least it wasn't some useless power. If the first power is like the King of Swords return to the ancient world, return to medieval style, it will be really uncomfortable, and the next battle will be a lot of trouble. If that's the case, then this power is called the ruler of the sky. Luo Zhen chose a good name for his first power. Taking back control of the power, the dark clouds receded, and the sky returned to the clear sky in a short period of time. The sun released its own light and heat as always, as if the dark clouds had never appeared before. This is power, changing the world at every turn. The power that makes all magicians fear. Immediately afterwards, Luo Zhen half squinted his eyes and spoke suddenly. Open the system panel. Asterisk. Chapter 3 World, here I come. Open the system panel. Yes, the system. As a traveler, it is not normal to have gold finger, laughs. Otherwise, how do you think Luo Zhen crossed over and killed the god King Mercator? By love? Obviously this is not possible. After all, the god King Mercator and the war god Veleslana are both defeated, but they are definitely not something that ordinary people can defeat. The person who is called is here, and in front of the god King Mercator, he is just like an ant. Not to mention Luo Zhen, who is just an ordinary person. A screen that only Luo Zhen could see appeared in front of him. Name, Luo Zhen. Race, human, God Slayer. S*X, male. Physical strength, 392, 10, neural reflexes, 411, 10, mental power, 679, 10, vitality, 522, 10. Ability, power, ruler of the sky. The above is all the current information about Luo Zhen. The average value of various values for ordinary people is 10. Luo Zhen's previous values are not mentioned, but after being reincarnated as a god slayer, the rate of increase is simply terrifying. All abilities are dozens of times more than that of ordinary people. Looking at his current panel, Luo Zhen felt satisfied for a while. Taking risks to kill a god is a gamble, but the outcome of the gamble is also very gratifying. Needless to say, physical strength and nerve emission, if he wants to fight the god of disobedience, how can he do without a strong body? He can feel the powerful power contained in this body today. Among them, the spiritual power has the highest increase, which should be the reason for the bottomless magic power. As for this vitality, every god killer can be regarded as an immortal little power, no matter how serious the injury is, as long as he does not die, he can quickly recover. If nothing else, just this vitality, Luo Zhen's lifespan is not known how long. For example, among the extant god slayers, the oldest god slayer, the Marquis of Vauban in Eastern Europe, and the martial arts king in the East, all succeeded in killing gods 2 centuries ago and have survived to this day. God killers are only those who die in battle, not those who die of old age. Pulling the panel down, Luo Zhen glanced at it and touched his chin, a little surprised. Can I go back to the real world? Now it seems to be the 3rd day of my crossing, which means that the cooling time of crossing is 2 days. 48 hours. However, the function of traversing to other worlds still cannot be used. Is there any condition that is not met? Luo Zhen frowned. His system suddenly appeared on him one day. Unlike many omnipotent systems in novels, Luo Zhen's system is a bit low. Because it is broken. Without intelligence, even many functions are missing, only the system space that can store items and the 2 functions of crossing the world are left, but there is no intelligence, and even the use method has to be explored by himself. I don't know what happened to make the system on him become like this. And to his surprise, there was actually something in the system space. It is precisely because of the things in the system space that Luo Zhen dared to make a plan to kill the gods and take a gamble after randomly crossing into the world of god slayers. From the things in the system space, it can be concluded that there are other hosts in this system before him, and I don't know what happened, so the system is organized like this. Luo Zhen was once very curious. Could it be that the previous host and the system had a fight, and they both ended up dead? Luo Zhen made a malicious guess. But lack of information, in the end how the truth is not known. As the heir, Luo Zhen could only accept the inheritance with tears. Besides, now this system with only a little function left is the most in line with his ideas. After a period of time, Luo Zhen, who finally couldn't hold back, took the initiative to cross. Then it was discovered that this was the world of the god slayer, and then, relying on the things in the system space, he killed the god king Mercator. If you can't pass through temporarily, you can't pass through. Anyway, there are still many things to do in this world. Luo Zhen scratched his hair. It's a pity that Luo Zhen can't use this ability temporarily, but he doesn't care too much. He has a lot of time, and one day he will figure out the time travel mechanism. Besides, even if he could cross and leave now, he would not leave. After all, he still has a lot of things to do in this world. Not to mention anything else, there is still a god of disobedience waiting for him on this island, the war god Veleslana. He really wants the power of the other party. 1 power is equivalent to 10 powers. Although there are limitations, its power is undeniable, especially that golden sword, which is a big killer in this mythical world. Although he has become a god killer, there are not too many god killers for such things as power. Because after becoming a god slayer, in order to become stronger, there is only one way left to kill the gods who cannot obey and gain more power. This is also the fastest way. In the case of being able to travel through the world, it is impossible for Luo Zhen to stay in a world all the time, but even if Luo Zhen wants to leave, he must gain enough power before leaving. After all, who knows if it will cross into a dangerous world, so it is necessary to make yourself stronger. Not to mention returning to the original world, Luo Zhen has no nostalgia for the original world. Go back? Isn't the two-dimensional world fragrant? Or are the girls in the two-dimensional world not beautiful enough? Besides, he is now a god's lair. Then get out of here first. Luo Zhen looked around. His current location is still in the ancient ruins where the god King Mercator hid, but at this time the ruins have been completely destroyed. Completely turned into ruins. That being said, Luo Zhen felt like he had forgotten something. But after looking down, he knew what he had forgotten. I visited and felt the changes after becoming a god's lair, but I didn't notice that the clothes I was wearing had become tattered, and it looked like I was in trouble, very embarrassed. So Luo Zhen tore off the torn clothes from his body. Hey, 8-pack! Back off! Looking at the clear curve of his abdomen, Luo Zhen grinned. He used to be back to the basics with ABS. Lost. With such a sigh, Luo Zhen used the power to summon the surrounding water essence to form clear water and simply rinsed his body. Then take out a set of clean clothes from the system space and put them on. Before crossing, he made a lot of preparations, and put a lot of materials in the system space. The location of this ruin is very remote. In the deep mountains, there are basically no people coming, otherwise it will be seen by everyone. Not long after, a young man with black hair and handsome eyes appeared on the spot. Looking at the mirror formed of water in front of him, Luo Zhen nodded with satisfaction. Very good, handsome again. Slightly narcissistic. Finally, Luo Zhen took a last look at this place, the place where he had killed God, and walked away without hesitation. Only a ruin is left to witness what happened in this land. After Luo Zhen left, a magician who finally got the news came to this place. But they only saw a piece of ruins and the breath of the god of disobedience remaining on this land. They looked at each other and didn't know what happened here. But this has nothing to do with Luo Zhen. World, here I come. Asterisk. Chapter 4 Encounter. Sardinia is the second largest island in Italy after Sicily. It and the surrounding islands make up the autonomous state of Sardinia. The capital, Cagliari, is a port city in the south of the island. The city was originally built by the Phoenicians in the 8th century BC, and it is still full of quaint atmosphere today. Luo Zhen came here. The ruler of the sky. This power not only allows Luo Zhen to freely manipulate the concept of sky, but even allows him to become a part of it. Move in this way. So after spending a little time, Luo Zhen successfully crossed half of the island by moving in the form of lightning and came to Cagliari, the capital of the southern part of Sardinia. Sardinia is a holiday island. The area of the island is similar to that of Nihon Shikoku. The population is about 15 million, and most of them are located in the capital Cagliari. The largest industry on the island is tourism. When summer comes, many tourists will come to Europe for vacation purposes, especially in the northeast, where the beautiful coast like emeralds is reserved for the upper-class aristocrats. Famous resort. The time is now in April. Although it is not the time when the flow of people is the largest, there are still people who come to travel from all over the world. In addition, the only airport on the island is near the capital Cagliari, so on the road you can see many people with big bags and small bags on their backs. These are tourists. Luo Zhen, dressed in casual clothes, was walking on the quaint streets on the road, holding a local snack in his hand, with a look of great interest, occasionally stopping to watch, looking like someone who came to travel. Of course, because of their appearance and temperament, they are watched from time to time, and occasionally people will come up to ask for their contact information. It can only be said that foreign women are more open. And it is worth mentioning that women in this world generally seem to have high appearance. Should it be said that it is a two-dimensional world? In this regard, Luo Zhen can only sigh that being handsome is trouble. But Luo Zhen didn't forget his purpose. He didn't really come here to travel. He came for the island's other god of disobedience, Velaslana. If memory serves me correctly, one of Velaslana's scattered clones wild boar will appear here. And Velaslana, who was chasing after his avatar, would also appear in the city. Of course, this is only part of it. Luo Zhen also wants to get the divine tool Prometheus' secret book in Godang's hands. This divine tool that can steal the power of the gods will become his best weapon against the war gods. So he is bound to get this divine tool. No matter how you look at it, the golden sword is indeed a bit of a rogue. Luo Zhen couldn't help sighing. Should it be said that it is a plug-in for the protagonist? According to the level of knowledge of the gods, a weapon capable of severing the deity of the gods is formed. If the existence of God is used as an enemy, the golden sword is undoubtedly the strongest weapon and the strongest shield, even together with the god's lair. Powers can seal if they know the source. That's why Luo Zhen was so obsessed with this power that he planned to cut off Hu. After all, if he can get the power of the golden sword, what he wants to do in this world will be much easier. Even if there are restrictions, it cannot deny the power of this power. And even if you don't care about the golden sword, can you miss the chance to get 10 powers in one go? Just like that, Luo Zhen just wandered around in this ancient city, waiting for the wild boar to appear. It doesn't matter if it doesn't appear today, anyway, that's what he said, he has more time now. Eat, drink, and have fun, as if he really came to travel. You might ask Luo Zhen where the money came from, but he actually exchanged it for gold. It's time to travel, money is naturally something to be prepared for. Just considering the possibility of other world. Therefore, it is replaced by gold and stored in the system space. Anyway, things like gold are common in many worlds. Then you can exchange it for cash at the gold shop. The time slowly came to the afternoon. At a certain moment, in a remote place, Luo Zhen was stopped by someone. That is a beautiful girl. According to European standards, her height is not high, just over 160 centimeters, but how can I describe this sense of majesty? She is as proud as a queen, standing there dignifiedly. Her long blonde hair fluttered in the wind. She was dressed in red, and the red feeling was even more prominent against the background of the orange sunlight and her long blonde hair. The red and gold hair that burns like fire, like a warrior wearing a crown, adorn her head gorgeously. The beauty created by the slenderness is more upright than any doll, more energetic than any model or actor, full of dignity and confidence, and it is a face that will never be forgotten after seeing it once. To sum up, it is a rare beauty girl. At least the most beautiful girl Luo Zhen has ever seen. The blonde girl looked a little annoyed, and said something to Luo Zhen. The voice was nice, but he couldn't understand it. Because the other party speaks Italian, and Luo Zhen is good at English in addition to Huxia, at least he can communicate with people. There is also Japanese because I often watch anime, I can barely understand some, but Italian is obviously not good. However, the issue of language is not a big deal, because the God's Lair also has an ability called Language of 1,000, which enables the God's Lair to learn any language in a short period of time. But now, Luo Zhen obviously couldn't understand. "What are you talking about?" he said, frowning, in Huxia. In fact, Luo Zhen has already recognized the identity of this beautiful girl in front of her. One of the heroines of the original book, Erica Browntree, was born in the Italian Magic Association Bronze Black Cross. Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Erica was stunned, and then spoke again, but this time the language has been changed to fluent Huxia. For someone from a prestigious family like her, mastering multiple languages is just a very basic thing. "Unknown magician, I am Erica Browntree, the great knight who belongs to the Magic Association Bronze Black Cross. Please tell me everything you know about the god who appeared on this island." The blonde girl raised her head and said in a proud tone. "Although it is a request, it is thought to be an order. And she does have a proud capital, not only from the famous magician Brauntree, but also became a great knight at this age. You must know that the Grand Knight is a rank second only to the Holy Knight. And the Holy Knight is currently the strongest human beings apart from the God's Lair and the God of Disobedience. The Holy Knight has been able to barely resist the power of the divine beasts that the gods use. Even in the world, there are not many people who have reached the rank of Holy Knight, and they are basically the commanders of large magic associations. Some of the smaller magic associations, the strongest is only the Great Knight. And Erica can become a Great Knight at the age of 16, which is enough to prove her talent. She is also a well-known child prodigy throughout the Italian magic world. I'm not some unknown magician, but I have my own name, Luo Zhen." Luo Zhen smiled slightly and looked at the beautiful girl in front of her with admiring eyes. In terms of appearance, Erica is the most beautiful he has ever seen, even among the many two-dimensional beauties. And beautiful girls are always pleasing to the eye. But Luo Zhen is also a little strange. How could Erica find him? Soon, Luo Zhen found the reason. Probably because he made no secret of the fluctuations of the mantra power on his body, he was sensed by her. "I know something, but..." Looking at the girl standing in front of him, Luo Zhen said lightly. "Why should I tell you?" Chapter 5 Wild Boar appears. In that case, do you really know the news about the god of disobedience that descended on this island? Erica was keenly aware of Luo Zhen's overtones. Taking over the mission from her uncle who is the commander of the association, Erica came to Sardinia with confidence, to investigate the reason for the frequent occurrence of mythical beasts all over the island in recent days. Unexpectedly, when I first came to the island, when I went out to find the trace of the god of disobedience, I saw Luo Zhen who was wandering around and exuding the aura of magic power. Erica, who concluded that Luo Zhen was a magician, was holding him to inquire. The thought of the news stopped him, and he actually got the news related to God. The man in front of him definitely knew the news of the god of disobedience. Erica's intuition told her so. "It seems that I didn't find the wrong person. You know the news of the gods on this island, and as expected, even the heavens are looking after me, Erica Brauntree." The girl showed an elegant smile. But this smile was by no means a delicate flower-like smile. On the contrary, it is like the smile of a female leopard, or a lioness. A proud and powerful queen of beasts, only in this way can she describe her arrogant appearance. And Luo Zhen is the one who was targeted by the lion. "It's really great, tell me what you know, otherwise I'll have to use force to get information," Erica said confidently. Get the information of the god from the magician in front of him, find the god of disobedience wandering on the island, and seal it. Erica has already made plans for the next step. "Even if I tell you what to do, is it possible that you plan to seal the god, or defeat the god?" Luo Zhen asked with great interest. "Of course, this is the purpose of my arrival." As always, confident tone. It looked like a majestic lion. "Anyway, tell me what you know, and I'll take care of the rest." "Haha." Luo Zhen smiled and shook his head. Should Erica be confident or arrogant? It can only be said that the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Luo Zhen knew that Erica in front of her had never really met the god of disobedience, so she could say such big words. Actually want to seal the god of disobedience? Just because she is a mere big knight? It's also normal. This is because she has never seen a god before, and she has never felt the horror of a god of disobedience before she can say such things. After she really sees a god of disobedience, she will not say such big words. Even if she reached the rank of great knight at a young age, she is a child prodigy famous in the Italian magic circle, but so what? After really meeting the god of disobedience, the great knight is not much stronger than ordinary people. "Are you looking down on me?" Look down on me, Erica Brown Tree. Erica frowned, and when she heard Luo Zhen's laughter, she felt that she was being underestimated. Come on, Lion of Steel. The one who houses the soul of the lion, the steel that houses the essence of struggle. Respond to my hand and voice. Your name is Lionheart. You are the hero who inherits the name of the Lionheart. In response to the girl's spell, a long sword appeared in her hand. This is her beloved sword, called Reinhardt, Coeur de Lion, CDL, a very famous magic sword. She got it from Saint Raphael, who was regarded as the strongest swordsman in Europe a few years ago. And it is one of the two swords of the lion and the craftsman. Knight Erica Brauntree hereby swears that I will repay your loyalty with my valor and chivalry. Since you don't want to cooperate, don't blame me for being rough. Besides, I now think that the god of disobedience on the island has something to do with you. Erica raised the magic sword Reinhardt to Luo Zhen. The performance of the man in front of him was really suspicious. You can eat rice indiscriminately, but you can't talk nonsense. To be honest, I'm also looking for him. Shrugging his shoulders, he didn't care about the sword facing him. Luo Zhen couldn't help but paused when he said this, as if feeling something, he suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. Then he showed a playful expression. But it's no longer needed, because he's already here. What do you mean by that? When Erica was about to ask questions, she saw Luo Zhen making a silent movement. Listen. As if to confirm Luo Zhen's words, the next moment, a mutation happened. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, followed by a series of explosions. Boom 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 boom. And what caused all this was a wild boar, if there really was a wild boar in this world that could grow so big. Dark hair, sharp fangs, the length of the body is more than 50 meters, and even the height is more than 30 meters. The surrounding buildings are not even as high as its feet. The wild boar bathed in the sacred breath has descended on the city. Middle. Roar. The wild boar roared, and the loud sound resounded throughout the city, as if announcing his arrival to everyone. The roar turned into a sound wave, forming a terrifying sound wave, rippling the void and causing ripples, shaking the surrounding buildings far away, and the glass on the buildings where the sound wave passed was even more shattered. Immediately afterwards, the wild boar moved. I saw its huge head hanging down, its strong forelimbs pounding heavily on the ground, and the ground suddenly shook violently, like an earthquake, and it rushed forward. And as it dashed forward, the building in front of it was easily smashed into pieces. The human building, in front of it, is like the building blocks piled up by children with toys, and it is outrageously fragile. With just one dash, more than half of a street was destroyed, and buildings fell one after another. If it goes on like this, it will not take much time to destroy a city. At this moment, disaster befalls this ancient city. Like a mythical scene, it appeared in this era. At this moment, the streets ravaged by the wild boars fell into chaos, and the people of the city also fell into various postures because of this sudden change. Some were frightened and stayed in place, and some ignorant people knelt down and prayed to the gods, but more of them fled in a panic, trying to stay away from the god of destruction that came suddenly. God. Divine beast. Looking at the wild boar that was destroying in the distance, Erica's delicate and pretty face showed a look of astonishment. How could the beast appear here? Then she heard a man's voice in her ear. Nyo, the god you were looking for has appeared. Luo Zhen stepped forward and looked sideways at the blonde girl. Sarah, what are you going to do next? Ask for some free flowers, recommended tickets *. Chapter 6 Meeting. Like the reproduction of a myth, a huge wild boar appeared in this world. Although she was briefly ecstatic because of the sudden appearance of the divine beast, the girl quickly recovered. How to do it, needless to say. Of course it is to stop it. Erica's face showed a dignified color. As a knight, I can't just let the other party do such wanton destruction and let the beasts rage, which will damage my reputation as Erica Browntree. Moreover, her original purpose was to investigate the gods that might be infested on the island, and now that the other party appeared in front of her eyes, it was naturally impossible for Erica to retreat like this. Even Luo Zhen has to admit that the girl at the moment is indeed very beautiful and heartwarming. Miss Erica. Suddenly, a harsh rubbing sound sounded, and a car stopped beside the two of them. It was Erica's maid who drove over. Just in time, Ariana, take me there. Saying so, Erica jumped directly onto the roof of the car, and then she turned to look at Luo Zhen who was standing there. Also, please wait here for me. When I control the divine beast and come to you, I still have questions to ask you. Don't think about running away. This man seems to be able to predict the appearance of divine beasts in advance, which is very suspicious no matter what, but now she has to stop the destruction of wild boars, and Erica can only threaten with words. But before the words were finished, the man rushed out with the car, leaving only the lingering sound. It really is. Luo Zhen shrugged helplessly, not knowing what to say. The figure easily jumped to the roof of the building next to him, and looked at the wild boar that was destroying it from a distance. Divine beasts are beasts that are enslaved by gods. Divine beasts are strong and weak, and powerful divine beasts can even fight against real gods, but weak divine beasts are by no means able to be defeated by human beings. The wild boar is different from ordinary mythical beasts, because it is generally a clone of the war god Velaslana, a part of this disobedient god, and is much stronger than ordinary mythical beasts. Therefore Luo Zhen is not optimistic about Erica. The wild boar is definitely not something that only the great knight Erica can defeat, even if she has mastered the word spirit of Golgotha that can harm the god. But it's finally here. Luo Zhen smiled. But for Luo Zhen, the appearance of the wild boar also represents one thing. That is, the god of war is about to appear. He was considering whether to use his power to eliminate the wild boar, and he didn't know if he could gain power by killing the wild boar. Suddenly, the body tensed up at this moment, and the blood was boiling, like a drug addict who had just finished taking drugs. His whole body was in the five senses of pleasure and limit. Simply put, his body is excited. This is. And there is only one reason for this change in the body of the god's lair. Luo Zhen turned around slowly. Behind him, someone appeared out of nowhere. It was a juvenile. All who see him will think so. He looks about 14 or 15 years old on the outside, his skin is a pale ivory color, and his delicate and upright facial features give people a feeling of neutral beauty. A head of jet black hair fell to his shoulders. He was wearing a white robe that was different from modern times. But he was wearing a dark brown cloak outside, which looked a bit tattered. God of War, Wellslainer. Luo Zhen said the other party's name. Oh, you seem to know me. Wellslainer, is that my name? The deity who looked like a teenager was a little surprised. Obviously, he who did not take back his entire body did not fully recover his memory, at least in terms of his own identity. The undefeated military god. After all, I'm here for you. To be precise, I want to kill you. Luo Zhen said bluntly. The power of the war god, he must have that golden sword. Did he set his sights on my power? As expected of our enemy, the Demon King God's lair. A rather bold declaration. Wellslainer also recognized Luo Zhen's identity, who was the mortal enemy of the gods who dared to hunt down the gods. Just as gods' lairs can recognize gods of disobedience can also sense the identity of gods' lairs. Hearing that Luo Zhen wanted to kill him, the war god actually laughed. I didn't expect to find my lost part here and meet our mortal enemy, the god killer. But I am the victor. Victory is always in my hands, that's my essence. No matter what kind of battle or any enemy I encounter, my victory will not change or be shaken. Having said that, the young god stared at Luo Zhen, with a strong fighting intent in his eyes, and the aura on his body gradually rose. Powerful Campione fills the nearby space. Under this powerful divine power, ordinary magicians may not be able to stand up and lose their desire to shoot. Immediately afterwards, a regretful expression appeared on his face. It's a pity that I'm not complete yet. There are still several avatars of him who have not recovered, and now the divine power is not complete. It would definitely be disadvantageous to fight the god's lair like this, but he was an undefeated war god, so why would he be afraid of a battle invitation from the mortal enemy god's lair for this reason? Even if it is incomplete, he will not be afraid of fighting, but it is inevitable that there will be regrets. When dealing with a strong enemy, it is only meaningful to go all out. It's okay, I don't plan to fight you now anyway, Luo Zhen said casually. His words surprised Wellslaner, obviously not expecting Luo Zhen to say such a thing. You don't want to gain my power? The young warrior god was a little puzzled. Now that I haven't recovered, it's not your best chance. But wouldn't that be too boring? Rorschach smiled. Ha ha ha, it's good, funny, it's so funny. With that said, a gust of wind swept through, and the figure of Wellslaner disappeared directly in place. God's lair, when I find all the clones, I will come to you, wait for my arrival. It's a pity, Luo Zhen muttered as he watched Wellslaner leave. In fact, he was filling a cup just now. In fact, when he saw Wellslaner appear in front of him, he wanted to do it. Because the current Wellslaner is in a weak state. But after taking into account the killing of the incomplete Wellslaner, I don't know if I can get power or complete power. In case, if the powers that I have finally acquired are lacking, there is no place to cry. He doesn't care about other incarnations, but he must ensure that he can get the ability of the Golden Sword. Second, he is not sure. What seems to be left over from the previous host in the system space has already been used when he killed the God King Mercator. And now he can only rely on himself. Although Wellslaner has not recovered his full stance, he has just become a god killer, and he has no real experience of fighting against a god of disobedience. Dealing with the God King Mercator doesn't count, because Luo Zhen's way of dealing with the God King is to launch a suicide attack. In general, the two of them are actually in a state of half a catty. In addition, he currently has only one power. If he is blocked by the military god with the golden sword, he will have no means of fighting the enemy at all, and he can only wait to die at that time. So we must find a way to deal with the golden sword. In this way, Prometheus cheats, he must get it quickly. Shaking hands, Luo Zhen laughed, feeling the powerful power flowing in his body. I finally had the opportunity to travel to the two-dimensional world and be able to master the power that used to exist only in fantasy. If you don't have a look at the highest point, then I'm too sorry for this gift. So, let the gods of this world be the pedals for you to step on to the highest place. Hey, the data is a bit bleak. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Erica. She went up, Erica hit a miss. How come there are still beasts here? On the complicated but not very wide city road, a red car was galloping at a speed of more than 150 yards. Erica, who was lying on the roof of the car, looked at the wild boar that was destroying everywhere in the distance. Her pretty face was full of puzzlement. According to the information of the Red Copper Black Cross, in the past 3 days, there have been many mythical beasts all over Sardinia, and the form of the beasts is different each time. There are camels, cows, and sheep, and this time it is directly a wild boar. What happened on Sardinia? So many mythical beasts appeared at the same time. It's not that there have been no divine beasts appearing in the past, but they haven't appeared as often as they did on Sardinia. And that man? The image of Luo Zhen appeared in Erica's mind. The other parties seemed to be able to predict the appearance of the divine beast. Erica would not believe it if he said that he had nothing to do with the appearance of the divine beast. Maybe the appearance of so many mythical beasts is the opponent's handwriting. After all, the world is so big, and there are always some magicians who are looking for power, eyeing the power of the god of disobedience, trying to summon the god of disobedience. Of course, this kind of person is a tragedy from beginning to end. Swish. Erica, who was thinking, noticed the change from above, and looked up subconsciously, only to find that a huge building wreck fell from the sky and smashed directly at the position where she and the car were. In this case, the car swerved in the other direction. Boom! A loud noise came, and the wreckage of the building fell directly to the ground, causing the ground to slam for a while. And Erica took this opportunity to jump up. Fly soar, boots of Hermes. A red magic circle spread out under her feet. This is the magic of jumping, which enables her to have jumping power and sensitivity beyond ordinary people. And with this magic, she began to jump flexibly on the building, jumping from one building to another, and approaching the location of the wild boar rapidly. It happened that Erica was not far from the wild boar now, and soon came to the huge wild boar, facing it head-on. The brilliance flashed, and the red dress on her body instantly turned into a magic dress for combat, and the magic sword Reinhardt was also held in her hand. "Excuse me, stop here for me." Then Erica attacked the boar. Erica stepped up, and Erica played GG. Well, GG still doesn't have anything, after all, she is a heroine anyway, and it is impossible to get a lunch so easily. In fact, the boar didn't respond to Erica's presence. Just as people don't pay attention to ants on the roadside when they walk, the same is true for wild boars who are now in a state of excitement. However, although Erica's attack hit, not to mention the damage, the wild boar didn't even lose a hair. How can it be? This result made Erica unacceptable. Although this is not her strongest attack, she has exhausted all her strength, but it is of no use at all, not even attracting the attention of the wild boar. Is this the beast? Looking at the behemoth, Erica felt a sense of powerlessness for the first time in her heart. It's a feeling I haven't had in the past 16 years. With just one attack, she clearly noticed the gap between the two. This is still a mythical beast, just an existence enslaved by God, not a real god of disobedience. The rhetoric he said before seemed like a joke. No, you can't just give up. Erica gritted her teeth. If the wild boars were allowed to destroy like this, the city would soon be reduced to ruins, and she didn't know how many people would suffer. In fact, the actions of the wild boars have already caused many casualties. I don't know how many people were trampled to death by the wild boar that suddenly appeared, or crushed to death by the buildings that he destroyed. The existence of divine beasts is fine in the wilderness, but once it appears in a human city, it will undoubtedly be a disaster. But as a knight, she couldn't just sit idly by. I can only use that one. Erica gritted her teeth, she still had a whole card. Eli, Eli, lema sabachthani. Lord, why have you forsaken me? Erica chanted aloud. As she chanted, an unusually large and ominous incantation began to gather around her. This is the word spirit of Golgotha, the word spirit that symbolizes hatred and despair. It is the strongest magic Erica currently masters, and it is the highest level battle magic that can damage even gods in terms of level. And this is also the reason why Erica was able to reach the rank of Grand Knight at a young age. However, the next moment, a chill appeared in her heart. Erica looked up and saw that the huge wild boar had stopped, and her scarlet eyes were staring at her. Erica, who used the word spirit of Golgotha, finally succeeded in attracting the attention of the wild boar, causing it to stop the destruction. Although this result was not what Erica wanted. Forward. There was undisguised tyranny in the scarlet eyes, and the malice from the upper life body gave her goosebumps all over her body, which made her swallow her saliva uncontrollably. Roar! The wild boar roared at Erica, and the sound turned into a shock wave, mixed with a powerful force, instantly shattering the protective magic that came with the magic dress on her body, and knocked her out directly. The girl's body drew a curve in the air, and if nothing else, she would have hit the ground like that. The waiting shock did not come, and Erica opened her eyes, and when she opened, she saw a face smiling at her. Yo, we meet again, Miss Erica. Why are you here? Shouldn't I be here, Miss Erica? didn't you tell me not to run around? Luo Zhen looked suspicious. Erica was lost in thought, as if that's right. And if it wasn't for me, you probably wouldn't end well now. With that said, Luo Zhen shook his hands. Not to mention, it's pretty light. At this time, Erica realized that she was actually being held in her arms. And still a man. It's really shameful to be seen in such a disrespectful state. He quickly got off Luo Zhen's hand. Luo Zhen smiled and looked at the wild boar. Only at such a close distance can one feel how huge the wild boar is. It's such a big pig. How long can it eat if it's killed? Luo Zhen touched his chin with a curious expression on his face. Hearing Luo Zhen's words beside her, Erica looked at him speechlessly. Is this the time to think about this? You must know that it is not an ordinary pig, but a real beast. No, Erica came back to her senses, her face changed, and she hurriedly turned her head to look at the wild boar. Now is not the time to say this. I was almost led astray by Luo Zhen. Next to them was a very dangerous divine beast. However, this is... Erica opened her mouth slightly. It's okay not to look at it, but when Erica is seen, she is in a state of confusion and confusion. There will be something in the next few days, it may not be updated, asterisk. Chapter 8 Looking for Someone. Wild boar is quiet. The huge body stood in place, no longer as manic and tyrannical as before, and the big scarlet eyes stared at Erica's position. It might sound a little ridiculous, but Erica felt a deep sense of unease from those big eyes. Yes, disturbed. It felt as if I saw something dangerous. Why feel uneasy? Is there anything in this world that can make the existence of divine beasts feel dangerous? Erica followed the gaze of the wild boar and looked around. The man she thought was suspicious was looking at the behemoth with a calm expression. Suddenly, a bold idea appeared in the girl's heart, which made her mouth dry. There is no doubt that the wild boar recognized Luo Zhen's identity. Although it is only the incarnation of God, he can feel that Luo Zhen is his old enemy, the king of the earth who killed the gods in the sky. That's why he was so calm and didn't dare to act rashly. But this is only temporary. As a representative of the concept of destroy, even a god-slayer could not hold him for long. As time passed, the unease of the wild boar gradually receded, and the tyrannical instinct revived. Roar! Finally, the wild boar couldn't hold back any longer, let out a roar that shook the air, and was about to attack Luo Zhen, the god-killer. He was going to use the pair of big fangs on his body to kill the god-slayer who made him uneasy. However, this idea may never be realized. Because the wind is blowing under the body of the wild boar. It was a cool breeze at first, but the wind increased violently at a super-fast speed, turning into a gust of wind, and then it turned into a huge tornado, trapping the huge body of the wild boar inside. Hoo-hoo! Suffering a sudden attack, the wild boar let out an angry roar, bursting with divine power, trying to rush out of the tornado's range. But it didn't work. No matter how powerful he exploded, he couldn't get rid of the tornado's shackles. A golden flash suddenly appeared around it, and the sharp and rapid golden arc cut the body of the wild boar open. Ho ho ho! The voice of the wild boar also changed from being full of anger at the beginning to a howling like a dying one. Then the body of the wild boar slowly collapsed into sand. It was the murderer who rolled up the sand, the tornado. The tornado gradually stopped, turned into a strong wind, and flew away with the sand that the wild boar turned into. Erica stared at this scene dumbfounded, completely unaware of what happened. What the hell is going on? Erica murmured. The rapid changes in this matter made her a little overwhelmed. Whether it was the appearance of the divine beast or the sudden appearance of a tornado that knocked down the divine beast, it was beyond Erica's comprehension. It's just that some god is taking back his avatar. Luo Zhen said casually. The excitement from his body was slowly calming down, letting him know that the god of war was no longer in this place. In less than half a minute, the war god took back his wild boar incarnation,
leaving only the severely damaged streets, the fires that were still imposing, and the chaotic people. "Who are you?" Luo Zhen turned her head and saw Erica looking at him in awe. There is no denying that Erica Browntree is an extremely intelligent girl. Luo Zhen knew that through the performance of the wild boar just now, she had vaguely guessed her identity. But she couldn't believe it. Because Luo Zhen doesn't fit Erica's image of any god's lair in the world today. In other words, if Luo Zhen is really a god's lair, it means that there is another demon king who reigns over the world in this world. This is news enough to shock the whole world. Didn't you already guess? Luo Zhen smiled and looked at Erica, confirming her guess. He never tried to hide his identity as a god's lair. You really are? Erica's heart was shocked when she received Rorschach's answer. Without too much nonsense, Luo Zhen let go of his spell for the first time. Suddenly, an indescribable terrifying power descended. Erica's pretty face turned pale, her forehead began to sweat involuntarily, her breathing became rapid, and her delicate body began to tremble. He didn't use his power, but it was this huge magic power that could almost be described as heterogeneous, which caused Erica to tremble. Even in the face of the wild boar, she had the courage to swing her sword, but Erica didn't even dare to mention her thoughts of resistance at this moment. There is no need to doubt, because this magic power is definitely not something that a mere magician knight can possess. Nothing is more convincing than this. There is no doubt that the man in front of him is the most terrifying creature in the world. Those who dare to kill the gods in the sky and usurp the power of the gods. God's lair. King. Taking a deep breath, Erica suppressed the turbulence in her heart, knelt down on one knee, and performed a standard knightly salute. The bronze black cross belongs, and the great knight Erica Browntree sees the king. After confirming Luo Zhen's identity, Erica did not dare to be rude. Because in front of him is a man who is regarded as a king by all magicians. No matter how proud Erica was, she couldn't be proud in the presence of a god's lair. No matter how arrogant a lion is, after meeting someone stronger than her, it will bow its arrogant head. I didn't know the identity of the king before, so I am offended. Please forgive the king. Thinking of her previous offense to Luo Zhen, Erica was full of panic. What has she done? Not only threatening a god killer, but also wielding swords against each other. This is a serious sin that cannot be overemphasized. It's all trivial things, I'm not that stingy yet. Looking at the girl who was still scared, Luo Zhen waved his hand, and when he said this, he paused. But it just so happens that I have something for you to do. If I do it well, I will not pursue your previous offense. Hearing this, Erica's eyes lit up. This is a good opportunity to make atonement for one's sins, and it is also a good opportunity to perform in front of the king. Also ask the king to order. Unleash all the power of your bronze black cross and help me find someone who should be on this island now. If nothing else happens, there is a man called Hayes Godu in this city. Japanese. Find his whereabouts and tell me. Luo Zhen looked at Erica and said solemnly. All have made an appointment with the war god, then the matter of Prometheus cheats can't be delayed. Be sure to get the Prometheus cheats before the war god finds all his clones. But it's not easy to find a person in the vast crowd of a big city, even if he is a god's lair now. Of course, it would be foolish to go looking for that alone. But since Erica has sent us here, he doesn't mind taking advantage of it, and directly uses his privilege as a god's lair. As a local snake in Italy, the bronze black cross has a lot of energy in this country, and there is no problem in finding someone. This is what he had planned for a long time. And then added another sentence at the end. Dash with the fastest speed. It seems that she could hear the seriousness in Luo Zhen's words, and Erica bowed her head again. Yes, your order will be fulfilled. Asterisk. Chapter 9 The last piece of the puzzle. The time is more than 5 p.m. Luo Zhen walks on an exotic-style street, which is quite far from the port where the wild boar appeared.
It is precisely because of this that the place has not been devastated by the wild boar and can remain as it is. However, because of the appearance of wild boars, there are not many pedestrians on the road now, which seems a bit deserted. King, you said before that the divine beast was a clone of a certain god. It was Erica who spoke out. She followed Luo Zhen, and at this moment she couldn't help but ask. Yes, it's not just the wild boar, the beasts that have recently appeared on this island are all his clones. Because this god fought with another god, both lost, and the body was scattered, so the clone will appearing all over the island. Luo Zhen glanced at Erica. I have to say that as the first heroine of the original work, she is in good shape. She is only 16 years old, but her development is better than many adults. Europeans have an advantage in this regard? No, it can't be said that, after all, Erica's childhood sweetheart, Liliana Chronicle of Bronze Black Cross is quite unremarkable. So it still depends on talent. Some things are innate, and you can't envy them. It's like his handsomeness. Some incongruous thoughts flashed through his mind. Luo Zhen continued. Well, Slainer, that's his name. Velslana, is the ancient Persian war god. Is it actually him who appeared on the island? Erica exclaimed. Velaslana, the god of victory, god of war in ancient Persian mythology, is quite a well-known god in this world, and is naturally no stranger to Erica, who is proficient in the mythology of various countries. At the same time, she also suddenly realized that if it was this god, it would make sense for the sheep, camels, cows, wild boars, and other gods and beasts that appeared one after another in various places on Sardinia. Because Velaslana has another identity, that is, a god of Zoroastrianism, the god of war Barim, not only a symbol of kingship and heroes, but also the savior of mankind. According to rumors, he once defeated and bound the three-headed dragon Dahaka, who endangered the world. He was a powerful god sacrificed by the Aryans during the Zoroaster period, and was known for his unpredictable appearance. In the 14th chapter of Asht, the third volume of Asvita, Bahram Asht describes the appearance of the 10 incarnations of Bahram, and the method of singing and sacrificing him. The description of the 10 incarnations is as follows. 1. A gust of force, a strong wind. 2. A bull with strong golden horns. 3. A white horse with golden ears and golden bridles. 4. A fierce male camel that bears hardships and stands hard work, runs fast, and shows joy. 5. A fierce and aggressive male wild boar with sharp teeth and sharp teeth. 6. A handsome 15-year-old boy with radiant face, bright eyes, and stubby legs. 7. A vigorous phoenix whose flying speed surpasses that of white birds. 8. A plump ram with curved horns. 9. A male antelope with sharp horns. 10. A handsome, mighty warrior wearing a short sword inlaid with gold and jade. This is also the origin of the power of Kusanagi Godu in the original work, the war god of the East. The mythical beasts that have appeared on Sardinia so far, as well as the tornado that defeated the wild boar before, can all find their corresponding images in the 10 incarnations. There are also reasons why those divine beasts that appeared did not appear for too long and disappeared, and the reason why no trace could not be found can also be explained. It turned out that they were all taken back by the war god. However, Erica soon discovered another problem, and her expression gradually became solemn. You said that the ancient Persian military god fought with another god, and both lost, which is why the body was split. Could it be that the god of disobedience is also on the island? Well, Slana is already the top god, and being able to beat him like this shows that the opponent is definitely not inferior to this god of victory, a powerful god, and what Luo Zhen said is both losers, it means that this god still exists. So since the god of war appeared on Sardinia, doesn't it mean that another god of disobedience is also on Sardinia? In the face of the girl's searching eyes, Luo Zhen didn't sell anything. Well, you should also know that another god of disobedience, he is the ancient Canaanite god king dragon slayer Mercator. He did come to this island. Hearing this, Erica took a breath. The god king of the ancient Canaanites, Dragon Slayer Mercator. No one who can become a mythical king of God is weak, and there is no doubt that the other party is also the top existence among the gods. This is simply not bad news. If these two powerful gods of disobedience fight again on this island after recovery, if one is not careful, this island will become history. Seeing the destructive power of divine beasts, Erica does not doubt that the god of disobedience has the ability to sink this island to the bottom of the sea. Thinking of this, Erica's mood became heavier. Then she heard Luo Zhen say in a flat tone, "Of course, now you don't have to worry about Mercator. Because he was sent back to myth by my own hands not long ago, the next one is the god of victory." There is no doubt that this is quite shocking news. Before Erica had time to digest the news, Luo Zhen stopped. "Is it here?" In front of him is a small hotel with 3 floors and a very ordinary appearance. Erica looked up and glanced at the hotel's sign. Said with certainty, "Yes, King. According to the information, the Japanese man you're looking for is called Kushi Godu, who lives in this hotel." In the face of Luo Zhen, the god killer's order, in order to be able to perform in front of him, the red copper black cross burst out with amazing energy and efficiency, and it didn't take long to find the location of Godu. When I get the Prometheus secret book in Godu's hands, the last piece of the puzzle will be formed to defeat the war god. Thinking of this, Luo Zhen walked towards the hotel door. Asterisk. Chapter 10 Prometheus cheats. Get it. Sardinia Airport. Pheasant Godu was carrying a backpack, just got off the plane, and once again set foot on a foreign land. Before coming to Sardinia, he had already collected information on the island, and knew that Sardinia was a holiday island with beautiful scenery. If possible, Godu would like to have a good time on this island. But this time was different from before. He went to Italy without telling his sister, not for tourism, but to return the things that his grandfather had friends with. He came to this island in the Mediterranean Sea. So there is really not much time to go sightseeing. In fact, he has no such plans. Because the language barrier is a hassle. Kusanagi Godu can only speak a few common Italian words, and this is still cramming to school with the travel brochures distributed on the plane. As for English, although it is better than Italian, it is not enough to communicate with people proficiently. At most it is more than a few words. And now the time. The pheasant Godu looked up and found that the sun had already fallen towards the west. This could not help but dispel the idea of going around the town. In fact, he should have arrived in Sardinia before noon, but because of the abnormal weather over Sardinia in the morning, the flight he took was delayed for several hours. Then stay at the hotel for one night, and take the train to Miss Luculazia's place tomorrow. With that in mind, Kusanagi Godu stepped forward and walked towards the hotel his grandfather had reserved in advance. On the way to the hotel, he had to spend a little more time detoring because the road ahead was closed. Grandfather's hotel is a small hotel with only the 3rd floor, but it has all the facilities. Although it is not gorgeous, it is very clean. Godu sat on the bed, browsed Sardinia's map and guidebook on the web, and made plans for the future. The town where my grandfather's friend lives is located in the center of the island. It's a rather remote place. Today, I'll take a rest here and let my body recover from the jet lag and the flight. Having decided in this way, Godu Kusanagi lay down on the bed. After about half an hour, the knocking sound of dong-dong from the wooden door of the hotel awakened Kusanagi Godu. Then he heard a male voice. Young, gentle, magnetic. Hello, is Mr. Kusanagi Godu there? Is it the staff of the hotel? With this doubt in mind, Kusanagi Godu opened the door. But what surprised him was that standing outside the door was not a hotel staff, but a teenager who looked about the same age as him. Black hair and black eyes, a typical Oriental face, but with a good appearance and figure, he couldn't help but feel a little jealous even as a man. He is a pretty good boy. Kusanagi Godu felt that if the other party was in his school, he would be very popular with girls, and he was the kind of person who would receive a lot of love letters every day. While Godo was observing Luo Zhen was also observing the protagonist of the original book, which was one of the reasons why he came in person. The second is to avoid some unnecessary accidents. After all, Prometheus cheats is too important to him. From the outside, there is nothing outstanding about Kusanagi Godo. If I have to say it, he is a little handsome, the kind of ordinary Japanese high school student that can be seen everywhere. Of course. The fact that being a Japanese high school student is not ordinary in itself. After all, the Japanese high school student is one of the three most powerful arms that can be called together with the Celestial Traveler and the American Tramp. You are putting away the little jealousy in his heart, Kusanagi Godo asked. Because he doesn't know each other. Hello Mr. Grass Pheasant, my name is Luo Zhen. Using fluent Japanese that surprised him a little, Luo Zhen smiled and stretched out his hand. It seems that it is because the passive language of 1,000 that comes with the God's layer has taken effect. For the God's layer, it takes only a few days to learn a completely unfamiliar language, and he is not unfamiliar with Japanese, so it is not surprising that he has the current level. It's a bit unscientific, but it's magical. Oh. After shaking hands stupidly, Godo Kusanagi was embarrassed to find that he was actually blocking people outside the door, which was really rude. He moved away immediately. If you don't mind, please come in and talk. Okay, that bothers me. Luo Zhen nodded and walked into Godo's room naturally. The room is not very big, but Luo Zhen didn't care at all, because as soon as he entered the room, his eyes were attracted by a slate placed on the wooden table. A dark, unnamed stone material with a very childish painting of a man with his hands and feet locked in chains. Around the edges of the painting there are images of birds with wings, sun, moon, and stars, and Luo Zhen could feel the unusually deep magic power fluctuations from above. Without a doubt, this is Luo Zhen's goal. Cheats of Prometheus. Luo Zhen sang, please take it slow. At this time, Kusanagi Godo brought a glass of water over. Thank you. Luo Zhen took over with a smile. By the way, I forgot to ask, how could Luo Zhen sang know my name? At this time, Kusanagi Godo finally reacted and asked suspiciously. From the very beginning, this beautiful young man who suddenly appeared has been calling him by his real name, but he dared to swear that he had never seen each other in his previous life. Actually, I'm a friend of Miss Luculazia. Luo Zhen said without blinking. She said that a friend's grandson will come to visit recently, and she herself is a little inconvenient now, so I came to see you on her behalf. If I remember correctly, the witch from Sardinia should have been seriously injured by spying on the two gods who did not obey, and she should be lying dead at home. It won't jump out to refute him. Of course, even if the witch appeared, Luo Zhen felt that she didn't have the guts to say anything. Ahaha, is that so? Has Grandpa informed Miss Luculazia? What Luo Zhen said is so reasonable, plus Luo Zhen's appearance and temperament are obviously not ordinary people, so the grass pheasant Godang doesn't think Luo Zhen will come to deceive him specially. He walked to the table, picked up the Prometheus cheats, and said to Luo Zhen. Grandpa's purpose for letting me come here is actually to return one thing, It's this slate. Saying that, Kusanagi Godo handed over the slate. Oh, that's right. Luo Zhen calmly took the slate and smiled. There is no white horse in it. Luo Zhen made such a judgment. Has the pheasant Godo never met the god of war? Such a small thing can be sent by express, why do you need to deliver it to your door in person? Who said it wasn't? Having said that, Kusakago Godo sighed. Sometimes he really doesn't understand what his grandfather's brain circuit is thinking. It's just that my grandfather insisted that I bring it over in person, but now it's a holiday, and it can be regarded as a trip abroad, so he agreed. I originally planned to go shopping in the town, but I didn't expect that the airport said that there was abnormal weather on Sardinia, and the plane was delayed for several hours because of this. Although we just met, Godo felt that Luo Zhen and Luo Zhen could get along very well, like a good friend who had been with him for many years, so he couldn't help complaining to him. Luo Zhen is a quiet listener. But when he heard Kyuzaka Gagado say that the plane was delayed, there was a strange look on his face. If I'm not mistaken, the culprit behind Godo's flight delay was him. He was experimenting with his own powers at the time. Is it because of him that the god of war did not meet Godo, so he stole the white horse? It really is a drink and a peck, there are laws. Looks like you're working hard too. Pheasant sang. Luo Zhen smiled. If that's the case, then I'll help you bring this thing back to Miss Luculasia. It just so happens that you don't have to make a special trip to the Pheasant San, and you can take advantage of this time to have a good time on the island. It's not for nothing. The scenery of Sardinia is still very beautiful. Hearing this, Kusanagi Goto couldn't help but scratch his face in embarrassment. Will this be too much trouble? Luo Zhen sang, who came all the way to see me and asked you to help me deliver something. It's okay, it's just a small matter. Having said that, Luo Zhen glanced out the window. The sun has almost completely set. It's not too early. Then I won't disturb your rest. Standing up, holding the Prometheus cheats in his hand, Luo Zhen said goodbye to Godo and left. Seeing Luo Zhen's figure disappearing into the corridor, Kusanagi Goto closed the door and lay back on the bed, staring blankly at the brown ceiling. I always feel like I've lost something important. Chapter 11 I promised. The process of getting Prometheus cheats was smoother than Luo Zhen imagined. In this way, the war god will appear after collecting the avatars. With this artifact possessing the power of the famous god of stealing, Luo Zhen has the confidence to deal with the incarnation of Velaslana's warrior. In fact, as long as Luo Zhen has one more power, he won't be so afraid of Velaslana. After all, there are limits to how strong the golden sword is. Only one power can be sealed at a time, which is a means of winning. But for Luo Zhen, who has only one power, that is a deadly method. If the ruler of the sky is sealed, it means that Luo Zhen has no means to fight the enemy, and really can only drink hatred under the sword of the war god. At that time he is giving away. Moreover, he didn't take the Prometheus cheats just to deal with Velaslana. In fact, there was a trace of coveting for the fire thief and god of wisdom. The god of disobedience can not only appear by himself, but can also be summoned artificially. As long as you have the corresponding items, you can hold a ceremony to pull the god from the myth to the world. Velaslana used the origin of Sardinia and the god King Merkel to pull him out of mythology. Not to mention that his younger brothers, god of foolishness, Epimetheus and god of witches, Pandora, are the creators of the God's Lair ritual. Just looking at the Prometheus secret book that contains part of his divine power is so powerful. If you can steal the power of the gods, you will know how strong his deity should be. If he could be summoned from the myth and killed, how powerful would the power be? Walking down the stairs, I saw Erica waiting in the hall, as gorgeous as a rose. King. Seeing Luo Zhen appear, the beautiful girl with blonde hair greeted him. Is your business done? Well, it's done, I've got what I want. Luo Zhen raised the slate in his hand. Erica's eyes narrowed, and she felt the fluctuation of divine power from the slate in Luo Zhen's hand. Is this a divine tool? Erica spoke in surprise. Is the original purpose of King for this divine tool? Now she understood why Luo Zhen asked her to use the power of the bronze black cross to find an ordinary person. Erica had read the profile of Kusakago Goto, and knew that the other party was just an ordinary Japanese high school student, but why did he have such a precious thing as a divine tool? You must know that even in the red copper black cross, there are not many divine tools. Well, Prometheus cheats. Prometheus, is it actually a divine tool related to the foresight and god of wisdom? Erica's eyes suddenly changed. Even if you don't understand Greek mythology, more or less, people will hear this name, let alone understand it. Not only created human beings, brought fire to human beings, but also taught human beings a lot of knowledge and skills. Therefore, in the eyes of Europeans, except for Catholics, Prometheus's status is almost the same as that of the goddess Nuwa in the Celestial Dynasty, symbolizing the origin of human civilization. This is an important weapon I use to deal with the Persian military god. With a simple sentence, the slate in Luo Zhen's hand suddenly disappeared. He put the Prometheus cheats into the system space. Without his permission, things placed in the system space would not be able to be taken out, let alone lost. So, even if it is broken, the system is really a good thing for home travel and travel. Wang, do you have any other arrangements before the arrival of the war god? A girl's sweet voice came from her ear. Well? Suddenly asked by Erica, Luo Zhen thought for a while. The Prometheus cheats is in hand, and now it seems that there is really nothing to do other than waiting for the war god to come to the door. Seeing Luo Zhen's reaction, Erica showed an elegant smile and said, "In that case, Wang, why don't you take a rest first? After all, you are going to face the god of victory next. It is necessary to recharge your batteries. I have prepared a place for you to rest. Do you want to go?" Having said that, Erica's heart was not as calm as she appeared on the surface. The young man in front of him is a god slayer, a demon king, and the most terrifying creature in this world. Whether they intentionally or not, the birth of every god slayer will affect the situation of the entire world. For magicians, god slayers are beings that make them both hate and love. On the one hand, they are afraid of the god slayer's powerful strength and moody personality, but those natural disasters that appear in the world, the gods of disobedience, can only be dealt with by god slayers. On the other hand, everyone knew that no one would dare to provoke even a small magic club if they could hug the god slayer's thigh. Taking this soaring into the sky, it can be compared with the large-scale magic association, or even surpassed. There are god slayers and there are no god slayers. These are two completely different concepts. This is not empty talk. Even if the god slayer himself does not do anything, their existence is a deterrent, so I don't know how many magic associations want to join the god slayer's command. And now there is such an opportunity in front of Erica. A newly born god slayer. What does that mean? This means that there are no other forces under the new king, and now that she knows the identity of the king, if she can't grasp this excellent opportunity, she will look down on herself. Although the process of meeting the king is somewhat unsatisfactory, if you can take this opportunity to please the king and let her red copper black cross join the new king's command, then the red copper black cross will can take the opportunity to get the opportunity to grow again. With such feats, even if she inherits the title of Crimson Devil from her uncle, no one in the association will say anything more. But, are you trying to please me? Let the bronze black cross join me? Luo Zhen looked at Erica with a half-smile, and the girl's heart tightened with what she said. How could Erica's careful thinking be able to hide from him? Luo Zhen is not the kind of person who doesn't know anything about Godu. He has long been mentally prepared for what will happen to his identity as a god slayer. King. Erica wanted to say something, but heard Luo Zhen say lightly. If that's the case, I promise. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Not Losing. Night fell, darkness swallowed the sky, and the stars dotted the night sky, emitting a faint light. Until now, Erica was still in a dream. Because just now, the newly born seventh god slayer expressed his willingness to accept the allegiance of the bronze black cross, and also conferred her as an exclusive knight. How to say this feeling is like buying a lottery ticket with the idea of trying, and it really won the jackpot. This kind of pie from the sky is still a good thing of gold, and even Erica was a little dizzy when she was smashed. What, don't you want to be my knight, Erica? Luo Zhen put down the cutlery in his hand and looked at Erica, who was more and more dazzling in the light with interest, but was obviously absent-minded. They are currently in one of the best hotels in the capital colliery. Of course, they have been booked in advance by Erica, and other idlers have also been driven out to entertain Luo Zhen. As a matter of fact, as a god slayer, it is actually normal to be loyal to one's own forces. The god killer is a king. Since he is a king, it is impossible to do everything by himself, and to do every little thing in person, that would be a loss of points and a waste of time. So almost every god slayer will have some forces to serve them. The god slayers provide shelter for those forces, and they serve the god slayers, which is a very fair deal. Luo Zhen is naturally the same. His goal is to kill the gods who cannot obey as much as possible, to seize their power and make himself stronger. In this case, he didn't want to waste his time on trivial matters, so it was necessary to accept the allegiance of a force, serve him, and take care of his daily life. There is no special reason for choosing red copper black cross, but compared to those magic associations that he doesn't understand, the red copper black cross that knows the bottom line is undoubtedly a good choice. And canonized Erika as his exclusive knight. Although many people don't like girls who are portrayed as female cousins in the anime, Luo Zhen, who has read the original novel, knows that Erika is not that kind of person. And there's no denying that Erika Browntree is quite a shrewd person. This is exactly what Luo Zhen needs. What he wants is someone who can help him deal with things, not someone who is stupid and sweet. Taking a 10,000 steps back, Luo Zhen is not the kind of person who is at the mercy of Godu. If he wants to control him, he will let those people know why the god slayer is called the devil. Well, to be honest, in fact, Luo Zhen has a crush on others, and he is greedy for their bodies. However, if he didn't respond to a charming girl, then he probably wasn't a normal man anymore. Luo Zhen felt that he was still a normal man. No, Erika is very honored to be your knight. Erika came back to her senses and said quickly. Not willing, how is it possible? Being able to receive an invitation from the king and become a knight of the king is something that many people dream of. It is rude to say that as long as the god slayer releases the wind, the candidates can be queued from one side of Sardinia to the other. Even the pinnacle of humanity, the paladin, would not refuse such an opportunity. Besides, this is the best proof of her Erika Brontree's strength. How could she not be willing? But from just now, you seem to be absent-minded. Actually, if you don't want to, then I can take it back. I don't like to force others. Well, maybe I can ask Liliana Kranizar of the Bronze Black Cross, she also seems to be a good candidate. Luo Zhen looked kind and understanding. Hearing this, Erika's eyes widened, her expression a little wonderful. Liliana Kranizar, a great knight belonging to the Bronze Black Cross of the Magic Guild, is a prodigy who is as famous in Italy as Erika, and has talents that are not inferior to her. The two are also childhood friends. But it is worth mentioning that although the two of them are friends in private, the two belong to the Magic Association Red Copper Black Cross and Bronze Black Cross, but they are in an antagonistic relationship. If Wang really chooses the Bronze Black Cross instead, then she is really guilty. Because when the time comes, you will know how the Bronze Black Cross that hugs the thigh of the god slayer will suppress the Bronze Black Cross. At that time, let alone inheriting the title of her uncle's Crimson Demon, I'm afraid she won't have the face to stay in the Bronze Black Cross herself. Ha ha ha. Seeing Erika's expression, Luo Zhen couldn't help laughing. Go to Erika. Okay, that's it for the joke. Then I'll ask again. Luo Zhen looked at the girl's flowery face and put away her smile. Erika Browntree, would you like to be my knight? Extremely honored. Erika immediately knelt down on one knee and looked solemn as if she was a knight. Luo Zhen lowered his head and thought for a while, then laughed dumbly. Forget it, I don't know anything about being sealed, but this kind of thing is meant to be pretentious, and that's all it takes. Then from now on, Erika Browntree, you'll be my knight. You do things for me, and accordingly, I will give you everything you want. Hope you don't let me down. Yes, Erika Browntree, I will live up to your expectations, King. Taking a deep breath, Erika said solemnly. Then get up. Having said that, Luo Zhen returned to the chair, looked at the sumptuous food on the table, and issued an invitation. Want to have dinner together? Erica. Thank you very much for your invitation, but as your knight, you shouldn't eat at the same table as your master. Erica maintained her elegant appearance, and a confident smile appeared on her face again. Completely entered the state of a knight. Seeing this, Luo Zhen didn't say anything more. By the way, have you found any trace of the war god on the island? According to the news, not long ago, a mythical beast appeared in the north of the island, but it disappeared not long ago. It seems that it has been taken back by the war god. Erica replied. Ever since she learned that the beasts on the island are all incarnations of a god of disobedience, she has been paying attention to whether there are any beasts on Sardinia. Besides, the king she was loyal to was about to fight the god of disobedience, so she couldn't help but care. The index finger tapped the table. Luo Zhen thought deeply. So, that military god is one step closer to recovery. If nothing else, by tomorrow at the latest, Wellslaner will find all of his incarnations about this time in the original books. King, do you have the confidence to defeat that war god? The girl said worriedly. It's not that Erica has no confidence in Luo Zhen. In fact, the name of Wellslana's god of victory is too loud. He is a god who has never been defeated in mythology. Even if Luo Zhen is a god slayer, but he has just become a god slayer, and he has to deal with gods of this level as soon as he comes up. The risk is simply too great. Now as Luo Zhen's knight, Erica naturally has to think about her lord. Of course, who do you think I am? It was Luo Zhen's confident voice who answered her. No matter who it is, I will not lose. Even if it is the god of victory. Chapter 13 The battle begins. The ancient ruins and the beautiful sea are both known as important tourist resources on Sardinia. There are more than 7,000 stone villages, nuraghi found all over the island. The civilization that built this probably dates back to around the 15th century BC. At that time, the people of Sardinia gathered around Nurag to build up settlements and live there. Then after the prehistoric period, the Phoenicians came here. The navigators and traders came into contact with the island, and finally in 509 BC, the Phoenician city of Tyros dominated the entire Sardinia. Then came the Romans. The Republic, but also the monarchy, Rome began a new domination, and the Romans converted the streets built by the Phoenicians and finally became their own settlements. So there are Phoenician and Roman remains on Sardinia. This is the western part of the island of Relicteto, Oristano County. In order to enable the Phoenicians to reach the coast of the western coast, they built cities with Antaz and Talos as strongholds. Especially Talos. The ruins, located on a protruding headland on the peninsula, have been preserved to this day, although half of them are submerged in the sea. It was the Phoenicians of Terence, a city built by a nation whose patron saint was Mercator. The god you killed, Mercator, and his body, Baal, are gods closely related to the culture and customs of the Phoenicians. King, do you know Hannibal? If you're talking about the one in the movie, then I still know a little. That's not what I said. Taking his knight G, Luo Zhen bypassed the boulder and headed towards the desolate forest and ruins ahead. The two chatted while walking. The lush tree canopy blocks all the light. It is obviously daytime, but there is no light in the forest. It is completely shrouded in darkness. Ordinary people may not be able to see the way when they come here. But fortunately, neither of them are ordinary people. One is the only 7 god slayers in this world, and the other is also a great knight. This level of obstruction can't stop them. After advancing like this for a while, there was finally a light ahead. Arrive. And what appeared in front of the two of them was the ruins that had become ruins. This is where the king killed Mercator. Erica said curiously behind Luo Zhen. Even after a few days, the land still has the aura of divine power. That's right. Luo Zhen was also somewhat emotional. This is where you get your first strength. Originally, I thought I would never come here again, but I didn't expect to come back after just a day. It's really unpredictable. Seeing this place, Luo Zhen couldn't help thinking of what happened before, and couldn't help but feel a little sigh. But this time I came back to this place, not to cherish the past. It's right here for me in the Velaslana battlefield. Looking around, Luo Zhen said slowly. There is no other place on the island that would be a more suitable battleground for the two. But before I invite the other party, Erica, are you really not going to leave here? Luo Zhen looked at Erica. This place is about to become a battlefield between me and the war god. You who have fought against the wild boar should know the power of the god of disobedience by now. Once I fight with the opponent, there is no way to take care of you. It is rude to say that once involved in the battle between the god's lair and the disobedient god, even if it is only the aftermath, it is not something that a great knight like Erica can bear. To this end, he advised Erica. Hearing Luo Zhen's question, Erica shook her head and said without hesitation. Wang, you don't need to say any more, I will never leave. After seeing the power of the wild boar, Erica already knew that the god of disobedience is not something that human beings can contend against, and she no longer thinks that she can deal with the god of disobedience. But that's not the reason she asked to stay. The girl looked at Luo Zhen with burning eyes. I know that you are thinking of my safety, but the meaning of a knight is to be the sword of the master. Although I know that I cannot help you in your battle with the gods. But even so, I cannot leave you alone. Otherwise, I have no qualifications to be your knight. Just go, and my blade will cry. Even though she knew she was useless in the battle between Luo Zhen and Velaslana, her pride and sense of responsibility kept her from leaving. Erica's tone was firm, like a dormant lioness. Although beautiful, the girl named Erica Browntree is far from just a beautiful vase. Luo Zhen confirmed this. Looks like that's all it takes. Luo Zhen was silent for a moment, then let out a breath. If you say that, Wang, you agree with me to stay. Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Erica's face lit up with joy. Erica, you said so, wouldn't it make me seem a little inhumane if I refused? If you want to stay, just stay. Luo Zhen smiled. But I have to say one last word. Take care of yourself, I don't want my knight to die, and I won't be happy even if I win in the end. Luo Zhen said seriously. Yes. Erica smiled confidently. Luo Zhen shook his head, and without further ado, took a step forward. At the same time, the huge magical power of God-killing broke out, and the monstrous aura rose into the sky, unscrupulously showing his existence to the entire island. In an instant, countless birds and beasts living nearby were alarmed and quickly fled the place. At the same time, all those in Sardinia who could feel this breath looked in this direction in shock. They were magicians on this island. The eruption lasted only 10 seconds before Luo Zhen stopped it, but this was originally the gauntlet that Luo Zhen sent to Velaslana, and 10 seconds was enough for him to determine the location. Knowing Luo Zhen's location, the god of victory would naturally come. Just wait. Having said that, Luo Zhen found a clean stone and sat down with a relaxed expression on his face. On the contrary, Erica had a solemn expression on her face at this time. She even summoned her own magic sword Reinhardt. Although she knew that it was useless in the face of the god of disobedience, it would make her add to her strength. A little sense of security. Sit down, the god of war shouldn't be here right away. Seeing Erica's performance, Luo Zhen couldn't help laughing. Excuse me. Realizing her problem, Erica blushed and sat down beside Luo Zhen. In this way, almost 2 hours passed, and the time came to evening, and the dim orange sunlight fell on the earth. Until a certain moment, Luo Zhen raised his head and looked at the distant sky. Coming. Tisk. Chapter 12 went in inexplicably. I don't understand asterisk. Chapter 14 War Revelation. Is Velaslana here? King. Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Erica's face changed. She stood up from the stone,
her body tense subconsciously, and she clenched the love sword in her hand. "That's right," Luo Zhen said lightly. After moving his slightly sore body, Luo Zhen jumped off the stone. Welleslainer's efficiency is really slow enough to make him wait. He looked up to the northeast, while Erica followed Luo Zhen's line of sight. Then, she saw that golden thunders were emerging from the northeast, and they were rapidly spreading in this direction. If you looked closely, those golden thunders were in the shape of a goat. It chases the sky, trying to bring the sky into its dominion. One of the 10 incarnations of Welleslainer, the beast of thunder goat. Then, when they were about to reach the sky above Luo Zhen and Erica, the golden beast disappeared, and a beautiful black-haired boy appeared in front of them. God of Victory Welleslainer. Although the appearance does not seem to have changed, Luo Zhen clearly felt the difference between him and before. Greater than ever, stronger than ever, holier than ever, Welleslainer, who had taken back his full incarnation, was a completely different person than before. He stood there like the center of the world. In response, at the moment of seeing Welleslainer appear, Luo Zhen's body as a god slayer started to get excited instinctively, and it was even stronger than before. The heart beat even more intensely, transporting blood to all parts of the body, bringing the body's function to its peak. All in all, Luo Zhen feels great now. But compared to the girl behind him, Erica didn't feel very good. This is the god of victory Welleslainer, the true god of disobedience. With the attitude of a young god reflected in her eyes, Erica murmured with trembling lips. This is the first time she has seen the complete god of disobedience. It is different from the wild boar, one of the 10 avatars of Welleslainer that I have seen before. Before actually seeing the complete disobedient god, meet Welleslainer. Feeling the sense of sanctity displayed by the other party, Erica's body as a mortal trembled, and she just wanted to kneel and bow her head. In this case, let alone swing the sword like a wild boar, even the sword in his hand can't be gripped tightly. One of the 10 incarnations of Welleslainer, youth. Although Welleslainer has 10 incarnations of power, the current posture is the most normal. Not only a human being, but also the attitude of a 15-year-old boy. In order to correct the order of this chaotic world, he likes to use the appearance of a young man when he is ordered by the Lord to fight against the disobedient enemy god. A brilliant 15-year-old boy. In the teachings he guards, this represents the symbol of the hero. At the same time, in this posture, he can use the words of protection and control to make humans obey, which is why Erica can't raise the heart of resistance. At this time, with the attitude of a young man, Welleslainer, who was riding the wind, fell from the sky, and he looked at the 2 people present with a smile. To be precise, it was Luo Zhen. Obviously, even if it is a witch, Erica, who is a mortal, can't attract the attention of Welleslainer at all. But it was also because Luo Zhen attracted all the attention of Welleslainer, which made the girl heave a sigh of relief. No way. The oppression of the other party was too strong for Erica. I wasted a little time because of a troublesome child who was disobedient and kept you waiting, Godslayer. It doesn't matter, I still have this tolerance for those who are about to be killed by me. Luo Zhen looked at the young god and smiled as well. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was a confrontation. Anyway, between Luo Zhen and Welleslainer, one was a Godslayer, and the other was a god of disobedience. There was no room for relaxation between the 2 sides. Oh, how dare you say that? Have you put yourself in the position of the winner? Godslayer. Welleslainer raised his brows, showing a little dissatisfaction on his face. The atmosphere between the 2 was constantly rising. Taking advantage of this gap, Luo Zhen gave Erica a wink. The latter had an instinct in his heart, and immediately understood. He ran towards the jungle behind him, hiding his figure. And for the departure of the night girl, Welleslainer did not react at all. Still that sentence, a human being, there is no threat to him at all. For Welleslainer, who has the ability to control the human voice,
he doesn't even need to move his hand, just one sentence can make humans commit suicide in front of him. Then Wellslaner looked around and seemed to feel something. Speaking of which, it seems that you can feel the remaining divine power of the God King here. You are here to send the God King back to the myth. Indeed, there is no place more suitable as a battlefield than here. Wellslaner fought with God King Mikkel, and naturally he could feel the divine aura of God King Mikkel that was left here. It's just that I didn't expect that the king and I had not yet decided the winner. In the end, the king was actually killed by humans. Wellslaner said with a sigh, and then looked at Luo Zhen eagerly. But that's fine, since you killed the God King, you will replace the God King in the unfinished battle with me. Then I will defeat you and win the final victory in this battle, proving that I am the one who is destined to win. People! Stop talking nonsense, Wellslaner! Luo Zhen interrupted Wellslaner impatiently. Perceiving Erica's breath away from here, he is no longer interested in playing nonsense with Wellslaner. Luo Zhen showed a slightly grim smile. Victory is not something that can be said. Here today, we will definitely fall one. At that time, whoever lives will be the final winner. That's what I said. Being ridiculed by the enemy, Wellslaner is not annoyed, actions are always more persuasive than words. Then let's begin, the battle between us. The two looked at each other, and Wellslaner took the lead. Behind him appeared a brown, dreamlike brown halo, with 10 different patterns engraved on it, which were the 10 incarnations that symbolized the essence of Wellslaner. The roulette wheel was spinning rapidly, and finally the pointer stayed on the goat shape. Boom! A golden thunderbolt enough to penetrate the ground fell from the sky and went straight to Luo Zhen. At this moment, the battle between the God of Disobedience and the God Killer begins. Asterisk. Chapter 15 Fight, Storm, and Strong Wind. Wellslaner's shot is a thunderclap. A golden thunder made by Goat, one of the 10 incarnations, crashed down from the sky. There is a terrifying power in the thunder that is not rough. In this world, except for the God's lair and the God of Disobedience, anyone who is hit will only be turned to ashes. Even the God's lair and the God of Disobedience will definitely not feel good if they are hit head-on by this thunder. But to attack me with thunder? Luo Zhen frowned. Facing the golden thunder that came straight towards him, Luo Zhen didn't even bother to hide. He stretched out his hand directly and directly caught thunder with his hand. God of War, this kind of temptation is unnecessary. Bathed in lightning, Luo Zhen was unmoved and looked at Wellslaner coldly. The originally violent thunderbolt now became more docile than sheep in Luo Zhen's hands, and wrapped around him gently. There is a limit to arrogance to attack me with this kind of thing. There are also strengths and weaknesses between powers. This is more vividly reflected in the same type of power. In the same type of power competition, the stronger party can even cover the weaker party and take away its control. Merkel is king. The King of Kings, the King of Gods, governs the existence of heaven. There is no doubt that even among the sky gods, God King Mikkel is of the highest rank, and there is no god in this world that is more powerful than him in the concept of sky. The power that Luo Zhen usurped from the God King Mikkel, the ruler of the sky, also inherited the absoluteness of the God King over the sky and is the master of the sky. Dominator means absolute control. Luo Zhen didn't pick the name of power randomly. As the most intuitive embodiment of the concept of sky, thunder is the weapon of the god of the sky and the servant. Obviously, Wellslaner's goat incarnation has less control over the sky than God King Mikkel. Therefore, how could the thunder and lightning created by him hurt Luo Zhen, who has absolute control over the sky? Ha ha ha, you can't say that. There is a saying in the East called know yourself and your enemy, and you can win 100 battles. Wellslaner didn't care. Originally it was just a guess, but now I can be sure that you have acquired the ability of the God King regarding the sky. Stop talking nonsense. Luo Zhen crushed the lightning that was draped around him and stepped out. I am the ruler of the sky, thunder, storm, you are all things in the sky, listen to my call and come. For the first time since gaining power, Luo Zhen sang the spirit of words. This is a speech and a declaration. Different from the previous experimental use of powers, Luo Zhen activated his powers without any reservations in the face of a powerful enemy like Wells Lana. He forcibly dominated the surrounding sky. Without warning, the originally bright sky suddenly dimmed and was completely covered by dark clouds. The densely packed razors shuttled in and out of the clouds. At the same time, an indigo-colored storm rose behind Luo Zhen. Very good. Very good. That's right. Seeing this scene, Wells Lana laughed. But God's lair, I still have to win this battle. Stop talking big, how many times do you want me to say it? Victory is not something that is said by mouth. Luo Zhen snorted. Thunder, turn into the spear of the wrath of the sky. And turn all the enemies that stand in front of the sky into ashes. Boom. This is a roar that belongs to heaven, a roar that belongs to heaven. At this moment, Lei Ting, who was intertwined in the clouds, obeyed the order from the Lord of the Sky, and turned into a torrent of thunder rushing down, cutting through the space and drowning the young god. Good come. I am the strongest, the one who holds all the victories in my hand. Regardless of all the enemies of human beings and demons, I defeat all those who are hostile. Therefore, I will break down all the enemies that block the front. In this case, shouting the holy word belonging to the god of the undefeated army, before the thunder came, Wells Lana's figure turned into a gust of wind and disappeared in place. One of the 10 avatars, Strong Wind. Using this avatar, Wells Lana is able to cause powerful tornadoes. In the city before, it was the tornado caused by this avatar that trapped the wild boar, and Wells Lana was also able to move by transforming into the elusive wind. With 10 incarnations, he can flexibly change his posture on the battlefield to gain an advantage in battle. This is the undefeated war god, Wells Lana. Thunder's attack failed to hit Wells Lana and landed directly on the ground. Under the thunder made by the power, the earth was as fragile as paper, and it was easily pierced, causing the earth to shake for a while. At this time, the strong wind that Wells Lana turned into rushed towards Luo Zhen. The God Slayer's sharp reflexes sensed Wells Lana's actions. As if instinctively, Luo Zhen recited the words of his own power again between the lights and flints. O storm, the police should come quickly in response to the call of the Cloud Rider. His power is more than just being able to control thunder. Like thunder, wind is also one of the extended concepts of sky. God King Mikul is also the god of storms, who can set off a storm that can easily blow away a city. Under the influence of power, Luo Zhen's body also turned into the posture of a storm, blowing towards Wells Lana, who was incarnated as strong wind. 2 strong winds that could blow away a city just collided. Then, an unprecedented roar resounded through the sky. The storm incarnated by Luo Zhen and the strong wind incarnated by Wells Lana stalemate in the air. The strong wind that collided and spread out swept everything around, blowing everything away. Whether it was the forest, the boulders, or even the ground were blown away and shattered. There was nothing to stop it, and the strong wind even made the sea in the distance undulate, setting off huge waves. Until a certain moment, 2 gusts of wind broke out at the same time. Luo Zhen and Wells Lana condensed their figures from the wind at the same time, and they both stood above the sky and looked at each other from a distance. Do so many people hate Erica? In fact, she is not that bad, she is completely smeared by anime, she is not like that in the original book. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Injury for Injury. Is this the power of God's layers and gods of disobedience? At a distance from Luo Zhen and the Wells Lana battlefield, Erica moved a huge rock over her head and sat panting on the open space. The dress she was wearing had turned into a red and black battle suit, and the magic sword Reinhardt had also turned into a silver-white steel lion lying on the ground beside her. This magic sword resisted for her most of the aftermath damage. Although Erica had already obeyed Luo Zhen's words and tried to run as far away as possible, she did not expect to be affected. She looked around and saw broken trees and boulders everywhere. It's like being swept away by a typhoon. The aftermath alone makes me so embarrassed, so how fierce should the real battle be? Erica couldn't imagine it, because it was beyond her comprehension. Not seeing it with her own eyes will always lack reality, and it was only at this moment that she really felt the weight of the words God Killer and God of Disobedience. Born in a famous family, and becoming a great knight at the age of weak crown, Erica's talent are first class. In addition, she has the magic sword Reinhardt obtained from the once strongest swordsman in Europe, Saint Raphael, which is a first-class magic dress in the magic world. It can be said that the strength of the girl has surpassed this 99% of the world's population. The combination of various factors made Erica look like a phoenix with pride. Even once thought that the power of the God Slayer was nothing more than that. Of course, after seeing the power of the King of Swords, she put this idea behind her. For this reason, she worked even harder to study the god Golgotha and the secrets of summoning, in order to prepare for the face of the God of Disobedience in the future. I'm not conceited. Of course, if I have the chance, I don't mind being a person like Sir Salvatore, but it's just an extravagant hope. But seal the existence of gods, or restrain him, there are still ideas. This is what she said to her uncle, the commander-in-chief, before she left for Sardinia. At this moment, the girl once again felt ashamed for her boldness and dissatisfaction. Erica finally understood why the God of Disobedience was called a moving natural disaster, and why the God Killer was called the Demon King of the Earth. It is an existence that is above all human beings, a mighty force that cannot be resisted by human beings. Even in the face of all human beings, they can win, and that's what they are. Not to mention anything else, it was the razor that was traversing through the dark clouds at the moment. Erica felt that she could block one with all her strength, but she definitely couldn't block the second. To win, King. At this moment, Erica, who was unable to intervene in the battle between the gods and the Demon King, could do is to pray for her king's victory. On the other side, the center of the battlefield. Beneath the pitch-black sky, the Demon King and the gods who rode the wind faced each other. It's really good, God Slayer, son of a fool, it seems that you are using the power of King Mirka very well. Velaslaner said with admiration, and a smile appeared on his handsome face. But if this is the only case, the victory of this battle will be won by me. With this declaration, the dreamy brown halo reappeared behind Welslana. Tisk, tough guy. Luozhen frowned, his face solemn. As expected before, Welslana's strength is too strong, and the undefeated war god is not a vain name. Even among the other 6 god slayers, few can beat Velaslana. Not to mention him who just became a god slayer. With his current strength, it is impossible to defeat Velaslana through normal battles. With his brain spinning rapidly, Luozhen waved his hand, and hundreds of thunderbolts fell from the sky. This kind of thing can't hit me. The young military god shouted loudly. Fear the man with wings, the wicked and the mighty, fear me who has wings. My wings will bring you a curse. Evil cannot hit me. The pointer on the brown light wheel behind Welslaner turned, and finally landed on a flying bird pattern. One of the 10 avatars, Phoenix. Before the thunder struck him, Welslana's figure disappeared at once, and then appeared in another place like a space jump. But that's just an illusion created by being too fast. The incarnation of Phoenix allows Velaslaner to enter the realm of god speed. Even at the speed of thunder, it is impossible to hit the war god who has entered a state of extreme speed. In this way, relying on the incarnation of Phoenix, Welslaner easily avoided the thunderbolts called by Luozhen, and then moved closer to Luozhen's position. In a blink of an eye, Welaslaner's figure appeared in front of Luozhen. O all evildoers, fear my strength. Now I will gain the majesty of 10 mountains, the strength of 100 rivers, and the strength of 1,000 camels. The majesty I raise is the mark of a fierce camel. The light wheel turned again, this time on the camel pattern. The powerful mantra gathered at the feet, and Welslana, who received the blessing of the camel incarnation, kicked Luo Zhen fiercely. Even if it is a mountain, it will be kicked out in front of this foot. Cells all over Luo Zhen's body are constantly alerting him. If he was kicked by this kick, even the physique of the God's lair would not be able to bear it. Luo Zhen confirmed this. But as Welslana himself said, knowing yourself and your enemy is the only way to win every battle. How could Luo Zhen, who knew all the incarnation abilities of Welslana, have no preparations? Rather, he was also waiting for this moment, waiting for the god of war to deliver it himself. The god killer's reflex nerves that are dozens of times more than ordinary people played a role at this moment. Luo Zhen seized the indistinct gap when Welslana switched avatars, and dazzling thunder light appeared all over his body. Thunder, it's not just falling from the sky. Seeing the surprised look on the handsome face of the military god, Luo Zhen showed a slightly crazy smile. At such a close distance, he didn't believe that Welslana could hide. Ah! Unsurprisingly, the thunder struck Welslana, and the severe pain of Luo Zhen's full-strength lightning strike made the young god scream. But the god of war was not a vegetarian either. He resisted the lightning strike and kicked Luo Zhen with a kick that strengthened the spell, knocking him down from the sky, falling like a meteor, and smashed out on the ground. A deep pit. Crowdfunding to write a book, apart from those gods who did not follow in the original work. Does anyone have an idea? Please write the source. Asterisk. Chapter 17 The Appearing Golden Sword. Hoo. In mid-air, blackened and smoking, Welslana gasped. Obviously, he who was attacked by Luo Zhen was not feeling well, and it could even be said that he was seriously injured. Even Welslana didn't expect Luo Zhen to be so crazy, to adopt such a lose-lose style of play. Casting his eyes down, although he is confident in the power of his kick, Welslana doesn't think that his kick can kill Luo Zhen. If it is so simple, then the god's lair is not worthy of becoming a god's lair. The demon king of the earth who made all the gods fear. Cough, cough, cough. As Welslana thought, Luo Zhen was not dead. He coughed and propped himself up against the ground. Rorschach could feel his body wailing, and the intense pain was like a flame burning inside his body. Muscles were torn and bones were broken. Internal organs are probably bleeding. In this case, let alone stand up. Ordinary people may just lie down and wait to die. However, Luo Zhen's body as a god's lair is so powerful that it is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The injuries that are fatal to ordinary people are serious on him, but they cannot affect his actions. He can still fight. The wind gathered at Luo Zhen's feet, circling, holding up his body and riding the wind. Luo Zhen returned to the air. At this time, he also saw the tragic situation of Welslana, and he finally felt better. He was miserable, but Welslana wasn't much better. The situation of the two is now half a catty. No, to be more careful, Luo Zhen made a little bit of money. After all, it was intentional and unintentional, because being hit by his attack first, the attack of the war god was weakened a lot, otherwise he would have been injured a lot more seriously than now under normal circumstances. On the other side, seeing Luo Zhen appear, Welslana was not surprised. A pretty beautiful counterattack, worthy of being a god's lair. Our nemesis of the gods has managed to cause me such a serious injury. Welslana said with admiration. He didn't hide his wounds in the slightest. It's really an honor to be praised by the undefeated army god. Saying so, Luo Zhen didn't let down his guard. He was wary of Welslana's actions, and even prepared to attack first. As the saying goes, take advantage of his illness and kill him. Then, he heard Welslana's words. In this way, you are also qualified to let me use this avatar. The brown light wheel turned, and the pointer came to a new pattern. With the skill of my words, let justice in the world manifest. These spells are powerful and eloquent. They are the swords of wisdom that call for victory. Welslana shouted the words of victory, and the golden light bloomed in the darkness. The light was blooming, the light was shrinking, and finally condensed into a golden sword of gold in Velislana's hand. It is said to be a sword, but it is actually more like a knife in appearance, with ancient Persian characters engraved on the sword. Luo Zhen's eyes jumped when he saw the sword made of gold held by Wellslaner. God-killing golden sword. Oh, it looks like you know it, God-killer. Wellslaner waved the golden sword in his hand and looked at Luo Zhen with a smile. It's a ghost if you don't know it. Luo Zhen took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Finally used it. One of the 10 avatars, warrior. This is the strongest incarnation of Velislana. None, and the incarnation that best embodies the essence of Velislana's god of victory. It is rude to say that Velislana was able to become the god of victory, and the incarnation of warrior accounted for most of the credit. As long as you understand the relevant knowledge, you can forge a blade that cuts off the godhead. For existences related to gods, it is the strongest weapon and the strongest shield. At the same time, this is also the avatar that Luo Zhen is least willing to face. Seeing the fearful look on Luo Zhen's face, Wellslaner smiled. Then, I'm going to start. He held the hilt of the sword with both hands and aimed the blade at Luo Zhen. His expression became solemn at this moment. God's lair, the god you killed was Mikkel, the king of the gods, the great warrior, the strongest hunter of dragons. Words are power, and as Wellslaner spoke, light appeared. A golden orb of light appeared beside Velislana. Mikkel is a god born in the ancient Middle East. His real name is Baal. Originally, it was the custom of raising sheep and serving as food for the primitive nomads who believed in the god heaven. In ancient times, people regarded gods as the infinite expanse of the sky itself. More balls shining with golden light appeared. There were only 10 at the beginning, but the number was increasing wildly, and it soon broke through hundreds, and it was even increasing. These orbs of light dotted around Velislana like stars, emitting a brilliant brilliance. I won't let you succeed so easily. But how could Luo Zhen helplessly watch Wellslaner forge the sword of word spirit that could cut off his power? Feel the wrath of heaven. As Luo Zhen's voice fell, the entire sky began to riot. Countless thunders fell from the sky, and at the same time, the wind appeared, and a huge tornado rose from below Wellslana. Wind and thunder are Luo Zhen's weapons. But in the face of the two attacking, Wellslaner was not in a hurry. I declare here in my name, fear me, thunder, storm, I am the one who can break down any obstacle, and neither the powerful nor the unrighteous can attack me. In response to Velislana's words, the golden light ball floating around him began to shine brightly, and countless golden light rushed out from the light ball, and then divided into 2 parts, one part rushed towards the thunder in the sky, and the other part rushed to the sky, but rushed towards the tornado below. This is a sword forged by Wellslana that can sever Luo Zhen's power. The 2 sides started to collide. Then, under Luo Zhen's gaze, these golden rays of light easily shattered the thunder and the storm. On the other hand, when the sword slashed the thunder and the storm, Luo Zhen found that his control over the sky decreased. How could he not know what happened? The sword of words that cuts power, cut. Although he had expected this scene for a long time, when he actually faced it, Luo Zhen's face couldn't help but show an irritated expression. It was only when he faced this annoying gold that Luo Zhen realized how strong the protagonist's cheating was in the original novel. As long as you know the source, you can cut off the power. Isn't this unreasonable? Uncle Police, I want to report someone for cheating. Anyway, how much Luo Zhen wanted to get this sword, how much Luo Zhen hates this sword now. This is simply cheating. Do you want to use it now? Luo Zhen thought of the Prometheus cheats still in the system space and hesitated. I don't know if I can use it at this time. I can steal the golden sword from the war god. But the idea was quickly rejected by him himself. It is still too risky to use now. Prometheus cheats is his secret weapon and must be used at the most critical time. Now, he still has a way to deal with this situation. At my call, pursuer, outcaster. Appear. Today is the second watch, asterisk. Chapter 18 Use. God killers have endless possibilities. Luo Zhen deeply realized this. Because their existence itself is the representative of miracles, creating possibilities among the impossible, killing gods with fragile mortal bodies, and completing such great deeds, they are God slayers. So anything can happen to them. And fighting is the best catalyst for the God slayer. Just now, in the face of the powerful enemy of Wells Rana, when he pushed his power to the extreme, Luo Zhen finally felt the possibility hidden deep in his body. In response to Luo Zhen's call, something came out. Those were two quaint sticks, one appeared from the void, while the other flew out of the thunderclouds in the sky and landed beside Luo Zhen. Yagrush and Dimer, which symbolize pursuit and exile, respectively. The weapon of the god King Mikul was stained with the blood of the dragon King Yam. It was with these two weapons that Mikul was able to kill the dragon king and set foot on the throne of the god king. The former is the symbol of wind, and the latter is the symbol of electric light. It can be said that it is an alternative embodiment of the power of the god King Mikul's storm and thunder. It is precisely by virtue of this relationship that Luo Zhen called out this pair of mythical weapons. At the same time, this is also the proof that Luo Zhen has broken through his own limits. Pursue. Banish. Chaser, become a pair of weapons for my minions, pursue the war god of the east. Let him see your power. Luo Zhen gave the order. Obeying his orders, two clubs, the chaser and the outcast, rushed into the sky, towards Welslana. The other side. The nomadic peoples of Central Asia, for example, the Mongols, also deified heaven, but Baal equals Mercado is the Middle East. The gods born in the eastern land are not simply the gods of the sky. God, this is the biggest feature, he is the god of the rainy season. In the Middle East, where the dry season and the rainy season are distinct, the storm will only come during the rainy season. The earth falls due to violent storms, tornadoes, and typhoons, and thunder and lightning also fall from the sky, but because of the rain brought by the storm, if not the bounty brought by these waters, plants and beasts, as well as human beings, of course, cannot survive, although Mikul's storm killed many things, but also exchanged food for life. Above the sky, as Welslana continued to reveal the source of the god King Mikul, the rays of light around him became more and more dazzling, and the number of swords became more and more, even occupying the entire sky. Under the action of these swords, the thunder that fell from the sky and the storm that blew away were constantly slashed by it. If this situation is maintained, Luo Zhen's power will be completely shattered by Welslana's sword of word spirit sooner or later. That's when Luo Zhen is defeated and when he once again holds victory in his hands. But it was in this situation that Welslana felt that there was a serious danger approaching him and made him stop. This is. Welslana's pupil shrank. He saw the two clubs that were waving and approaching him at an extremely fast speed, and the sword he forged actually had no way to stop it, and was easily broken through by them. Although Yagrush and Dimer are the embodiment of the power of the storm and thunder of the god King Mikul, they are actually weapons given to the god king by the god of craftsmen Kusavahashas, who host the god of craftsmanship. Divinity, so being able to cut off the spirit of god King Mikul is ineffective for them. Tisk. That guy from the god king. Did you even leave this pair of weapons to the god's lair? Welslana's beauty, for the first time, was distorted by impatience. He recognized the source of danger, and the identity of the two sticks was the weapon of the god King Mikul who had fought with him. At this time, Yagrush and Dimer had already broken through the obstruction of sword, one of them approached from above like lightning, and the other one attacked from behind like a bird. Welslana had no choice but to stop casting the sword of words. He is too aware of the power of this pair of mythical weapons. At the beginning, god King Mikul used this pair of weapons to split him. Welslana never thought that Luo Zhen even got this pair of weapons. Welslana jumped high and turned into a strong wind, but the two sticks cooperated as skillfully as they knew their positions, chasing the strong wind. What an annoying armament! Chased by Yagrush and Eimer, Wellslaner became more and more irritable. He changed from a strong wind to a boy, still holding the golden sword in his hand. I am the strongest and the one who holds all victories in my hand. No matter whether people or demons face all enemies, I will defeat any enemy who stands in the way. O bull with shining golden horns, help me! The wheel points to the bull pattern, and at this moment, Wellslaner gains the power of Atlas. A powerful force surged within the body. Wellslaner used the golden sword in his hand as a weapon, slashed forward, and collided with a stick that was attacking from the front, and the powerful force hit the Yagrush. Flew out. Although Wellslaner can't use two avatars at the same time, but if he doesn't use the word spirit of sword, he can still use the golden sword as a weapon. However, just as Wellslaner kicked Yagrush out, another stick Eimer took advantage of this opportunity and circled behind the war god at a very fast speed, hitting hard from behind. Wellslaner. Well. Wellslaner, who was hit by Eimer, groaned. Then, with the backhand sword, the Eimer was also sent flying. It looks quite embarrassed, war god. Luo Zhen transformed from a stormy posture into a human form, and the Yagrush and Eimer who were sent flying by the war god returned to him, waving constantly around him, waiting for his orders. You really gave me a nice surprise. God's lair. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth and his face was pale, but Wellslaner's eyes were still bright as he looked at Luo Zhen who appeared. He also did not expect to be forced to such a point by the god's lair in front of him. If that's the case, then enjoy this surprise. Luo Zhen said lightly. With the thought, Yagrush and Eimer who were staying beside him immediately rushed towards Wellslaner. It's not that easy to defeat me. Let me cut off those annoying weapons together, cried Wellslaner. Chasers to pursue and banish. It is a weapon given to Mikkel by Kusavahashes, the god of craftsmen in the past. Mikkel, who is Baal, uses them to lure the dragon king Yam from his throne and kill him diet. With this crusade, Mikkel has been upgraded to the throne of the god king. A new golden light bloomed and solidified in his hand, forming a new sword in Wellslaner's other hand. In this case, Wellslaner also surpassed his own limits and forged a second sword. Chop, stab, chop. The war god from the east shows the essence of swordsmanship, which is the skill of the gods that can surpass human beings. He swung the newly forged sword, but this time the sword easily knocked out Yagrush and Eimer, and it was obvious to the naked eye that the speed of the two clubs that were knocked out dropped. At the same time, a sword was also severing Luo Zhen's control of thunder and storm. Relying on these two swords, Wellslaner completely blocked all Luo Zhen's attack methods. If this is allowed to go on like this, Luo Zhen's defeat is already doomed. But you finally used it. In this case, Luo Zhen was not surprised but happy. He finally forced out Wellslaner's whole card, the second golden sword. In this case, then there is no need for his secret weapon to continue to be hidden. The blue flame that suddenly appeared grabbed the unsuspecting young military god. Asterisk. Chapter 19 The Golden Sword of God Killing, the Defeated War God. Luo Zhen has been waiting for an opportunity to use the Prometheus cheats. Luo Zhen, who has read the original book, knows that the limit of the war god is that he can forge two different swords at the same time. It is precisely because of this that he has been resisting the use of Prometheus cheats in the previous battles, because he is worried that it will be targeted by Wellslaner to create Prometheus cheats. The Sword of Word Spirit. There is only one chance. Once it fails, the military god will definitely be prepared for it, and it will be difficult to succeed in the future. And this opportunity was definitely in front of him now, so Luo Zhen took out the Prometheus cheats without hesitation. Divine tools are tools used by God, which contain the power of God. There is no doubt that the Prometheus secret book is a divine tool that contains the power of God. In this divine tool, part of the divine power of Prometheus as the god of stealing is hidden, and he can steal the divine power. power and use it perfectly. Naturally, since it is the power of God, it must not be used by mortals. If ordinary people want to use it forcibly, they must pay a heavy price. But that is for mortals. For Luo Zhen, a god killer who is on the same level as gods, there are no restrictions on using divine tools at all. The pitch-black slate appeared in Luo Zhen's hand, and he did not hesitate to input the pure magic power of the god's lair into it. Because of the incantation, Luo Zhen could clearly feel that the Prometheus secret book in his hand became hot, as if he had put his hand into a fire. But these are not problems for the current Luo Zhen. Totally bearable. Then, Luo Zhen aimed the Prometheus cheats at Velaslana, and the slate glowed. The magic book from the Age of the Gods, spewing blue flames, successfully hit the two mythical weapons of Yagrush and Ymir Velasra, who held two golden swords and fought hard against the wind and thunder. Na, wrapped the unprepared military god in it. This is. Wellslaner, who was enveloped in blue flames, questioned. Although it was a flame, he was not harmed. This blue flame seemed to be a more exotic power. He cast his eyes on Luo Zhen, and then saw the dark slate in Luo Zhen's hand. On the surface of the ancient slate, there was a naive picture of a man being bound, in the incarnation of a warrior, and Velaslana, who had the ability to see the essence of the gods, recognized its identity. The punished giant, the Sunday. The fire, the foolish people, the relief, the one who deceived God, the hero who leads mankind, the power of Prometheus the fire thief. Exactly, there is the power of stealing in this. If you say that, you should understand what happened, war god. Holding the slate in his hand, Luo Zhen smiled and said to Wellslana. Stealing, I didn't expect you to have such a thing in your hands. So it is, is this your real purpose? God killer. At this moment, Wellslaner suddenly realized. The god's lair in front of him had already calculated everything at the beginning of the battle, and the previous battles were all paving the way for the scene in front of him. The opponent's real killer move was the slate in his hand. A divine tool of the power of the god of steel. He even expected that he would be able to forge the second sword. So he had not used it in the previous battle until this moment. And now even if you know, there is no way. The war god looked at the two golden swords in his hands. He, who forged two swords beyond his own limits, has no spare energy to forge a third sword that can deal with Prometheus' secret book. There is no way to stop the god's lair in front of him. He can feel something is passing from his body. Velaslaner knew that his power was being stealed by the power of Prometheus. Then, war god Wellslana, I will accept your power rudely. Luo Zhen made such a declaration. At this moment, the blue flame that wrapped the war god rose sharply, and then suddenly disappeared. With the disappearance of the flame, Wellslaner only felt that his hand was empty, and the two dazzling golden swords disappeared. At the same time, there was the golden light that filled the sky. The world returns to darkness. It's finally here. The goal that has been planned for a long time has been achieved. At this moment, Luo Zhen is also unable to restrain his excitement, and a smile appears on his face. He could feel that the Prometheus cheats in his hand had an extra power. Without any hesitation, Luo Zhen used this power. With the skill of my words, let the justice of the world manifest. These spells are powerful and eloquent, and the sword of wisdom that greets victory. This is the word spirit that symbolizes victory, but this time it is not the military god, but Luo Zhen. The golden light shone again in the darkness, a light of wisdom that was more dazzling than any light. Along with the words, the golden sword engraved with the Persian holy text appeared in Luo Zhen's hand. The sword of God-killing words and spirits. Luo Zhen held the golden sword, or the golden machete in his hand, and pointed his blade at the silent Velaslana. The war god Velaslana, the second round of battle has begun. Are you ready to deal with your own strength? The sky is rolling, the power of the storm and thunder is ready to go. Luo Zhen's power has returned to normal because of the disappearance of the golden sword. There is no need to say much about the next battle. Severely injured, the strongest incarnation, the sword of word spirit capable of killing gods, was also held in the hands of Luo Zhen, the god killer. Even if there are other incarnations, even the white horse that can carry the sun, it is not enough to change the outcome of Velaslana. The defeat of the military god is doomed. When the golden sword that originally belonged to him pierced through his body, Velaslaner's face wrinkled, showing a painful expression. I didn't expect that I would be here and usher in defeat in this way. Isn't this the god of war you have been pursuing? That's right, it's really a novel experience. This is defeat. However, this is the first and only defeat. Slaner looked at Luo Zhen, who was near Chi, and showed a cheerful smile. Then, bless you, God's Lair, I look forward to meeting you next time. At that time, I will personally take back the victory from your hands, and become stronger than anyone before that. Saying so, Slaner closed his eyes contentedly. Good night, I wish you a pleasant journey, undefeated war god. Luo Zhen whispered. God of victory, undefeated god of war, successfully killed. See the comments, go back. First of all, there are quite a lot of power restrictions on the 10 incarnations. It can only be regarded as the castrated version of the war god, but perhaps because of this, the pheasant can achieve superposition of incarnations, which is impossible for the war god. In the setting, the white horse, and can you believe that the superimposed power of the golden sword has soared tens of thousands of times? But I will still change some restrictions. There is also the fact that ordinary people can't see God. Some settings are different from the original book and the anime, but in fact they can see it. As for so many people hating Erika, it can only be said that the anime ruined the original book, and it was abruptly portrayed as a female watch. I really like it. Maybe it's because I can't write well, it's embarrassing. If you really don't like it, you can only say goodbye. P.S. This chapter was written quite strangely. I originally wanted to arrange a good exit for the god of war, but I didn't know how to write it. It's uncomfortable. Asterisk. Chapter 20 Pandora. For the people of Sardinia, tonight is destined to be an uneasy night. Strong winds, torrential rain, lightning, accompanied by the sudden darkness enveloped the island. The wind kept rolling up a huge tsunami that hit the island, as if to drown Sardinia. The torrential rain washed everything on the island, and the roar of thunder could be heard endlessly. The whole picture of the end of the world is coming. And someone in the western part of the island, in Oristano County, observed that the thunder continued to fall to a certain position contrary to common sense. Panic spreads across the island. Compared with the ordinary people who are in panic, the magicians on the island are not much better. They could feel that two huge magical powers that made them tremble and fear were colliding in Sardinia today. Compared with ordinary people, magicians who know the reality of this world know that there are some supernatural beings under this peaceful world. For example, the god of disobedience and the god killer. There is no doubt that the natural disaster-like scene on the island today is the work of one of these two. Of course, even if they knew it, it didn't mean they could do anything. They could only tremble under this mighty force, praying that the battle would end as soon as possible. Perhaps their prayers worked, and after a while, everything calmed down. Whether it was a gust of wind, rain, or thunder, all of them suddenly disappeared, and the feeling of the rest of their lives made them burst into tears while guessing what happened on the island. For Luo Zhen, he knew nothing about what happened on Sardinia. Just when he personally sent Welslaner back to mythology, ready to receive his spoils, his spirit suddenly fell into a trance, and the world in front of him changed. At the same time, a sweet and melodious, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Good evening, my son, this is how the human world should greet you. Luo Zhen looked at the source of the voice subconsciously, and saw a delicate and pretty face sticking out from above him, caught in his eyes, and met his own eyes. This is a girl who looks only about 13 or 14 years old. The girl has an extremely upright and lovely appearance, a very slender figure, and looks very immature. But there is also a very seductive kind, which makes people feel that there is a coquettish temperament on his body, and he feels unconsciously immersed in it. Therefore, rather than using words like beautiful to describe this girl, it is better to say that she has a childish appearance and physique. The long purple hair is parted to the left and right, and the girl wearing a thin white dress is indeed quite cute. Just, the angle doesn't seem right? It's really not right. Luo Zhen also found out that he seemed to be lying on the girl's thigh with a lap pillow. The smell was constantly coming from his nose, and at the same time, he could feel the slenderness and softness of the other's thigh at the back of his head. And the corner of his eye also let him see where he is now. This is a world of only grey, everything that comes into sight is grey, and it spreads to the end of the horizon. Grey world, girl. Luo Zhen seems to know something. He had no idea of getting up at all. After all, he was not one of those innocent teenagers who had never even held a girl's hand. He really thought that the hundreds of gigabytes of study materials stored in his hard drive were fake. So Luo Zhen lay on the girl's lap with peace of mind, and even moved his head to adjust the angle to make himself more comfortable, and then he made a sound. Are you Pandora? This should be the so-called realm of life and immortality, right? In this situation, the answer to being able to quietly pull himself here as a god's lair is already obvious. There is no doubt that the girl in front of her is the source of everything in the god's lair world, the creator of the god slayer's dark sacrifice, and the first woman given to mankind by the Greek gods, Pandora. It seemed that she was a little surprised by Luo Zhen's extraordinary reaction, but Pandora admitted it with a smile on her face. That's right, this is indeed the realm of life and immortality. It was I who pulled you here. And I am the goddess who bestows all disasters in a glimmer of hope, Pandora. It's also your mother, Xiao Luo Zhen. Come on, call me mother to listen. Having said that, Pandora looked at Luo Zhen expectantly. It looked like a middle school student was expecting a gift. Luo Zhen's mouth twitched, her face a little unnatural. Sure enough, it still came, and Pandora showed it in the original work. This goddess is very obsessed with the setting of mother. But there seems to be nothing wrong with it. As the person who created the god's lair, Pandora is recognized as the god slayer's adoptive mother in this world. Although I had expected it for a long time, it was still very strange to be called by a young girl who was only about 13 years old and asked to be called mother or something. At this moment, Luo Zhen's mind couldn't help flashing some strange things, such as young mother. But he didn't say anything, and after a little tangled, he directly satisfied Pandora. Okay, Mom. You must know that it is not the rules of the world itself that kill the god of disobedience and thereby usurp power, but the rituals belonging to Pandora. The other party is not related to him, but he has given him a new life and powerful strength. This kind of kindness is simply heaven. Indeed, it is his surrogate parents. Luo Zhen is not an ungrateful person, just a title, as long as the other party is happy. He hasn't been hypocritical to that point yet. However, Luo Zhen's cheerfulness surprised Pandora and couldn't help but smile. What a well-behaved child! Much cuter than other disobedient children. The small hand gently caressed Luo Zhen's cheek. Pandora giggled, her smile was charming and beautiful, like a seductive poppy, and she looked at Luo Zhen with an unusually tender look. So, my mother, what's the matter with you calling me here? Luo Zhen asked. He was a little curious about what Pandora was doing by pulling him here. You must know that this goddess is hidden in the depths of the realm of life and immortality, and almost no one or god can find her, even a god's lair. It is impossible to see her easily. It's nothing. Pandora shook her head. But Xiao Luo Zhen, you are really an astonishing child, she said with a little emotion. As the youngest god's lair, not only did you return the second god of disobedience to the myth in such a short period of time, but the target was the undefeated war god, and even your mother was there for you. Surprised, so I came here specially to see you. That's it. Although I really want to chat with you, Xiao Luozhen, but it's almost time now. Mom, I'm very happy today. As Pandora said this, he bent down under Luozhen's somewhat unexpected eyes, bowed his head, and his lips touched his forehead like a little bit of water. This is a reward for an obedient good boy, and it is also a blessing. Live hard, my youngest child. The Dark Festival, which uses the gods as sacrifices, has started again. Asterisk. Chapter 21 New Power, the War God of the East. As the spirit fell into a trance again, the color in front of Luozhen's eyes changed from grey to a normal color. This let him know that he had come out of the realm of life and immortality, and was standing in the same place. No, it would be better to say that he hadn't moved from beginning to end, because the God-killer's adoptive mother had pulled his spirit and will, the so-called soul, into the realm of life and immortality. Hey? Something seems wrong. Luozhen touched his chin and was surprised to find a problem. How can I still remember what happened in the underworld? He lowered his head and thought about it carefully. Luozhen realized that in the realm of life and immortality, everything that happened when he saw Pandora was vivid in his mind, and he didn't forget it at all. Goddess touch. Although with his memory, it is normal for him to remember clearly what just happened. But if it is now, this normal has become abnormal. Because normally, after leaving the realm of life and immortality, he should forget everything that happened there, but now he remembers it clearly. Is it because of the system, or because I am not from this world? This rule can't be avoided even by God's layers. After thinking about it, Luozhen can only put the cause on himself. The difference between him and other God's layers is that he is not from this world, and he also carries a system whose source is unknown, but it is unknown for what reason. Forget it, I'm boring enough to even bother with this issue. After just thinking about it, Luozhen gave up. He was not a person who likes to dig into the horns. Besides, whether it was because of his identity as a traveler or because of the system, he was able to remember what happened in the netherworld. For him, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. In that case, why should he think too much? Let's find Erica first. The battle with Welslana cost Luozhen a lot of mental and physical strength, and the magic power was almost exhausted. Then he was pulled by Pandora to the realm of life and immortality, which made Luozhen extremely tired now. He just wanted to find a place to have a good rest, and he didn't even bother to check his new powers. But before that, Erica still needs to be found. After all, you can't leave the lovely G-Knight alone, just go back by yourself. As for how to find Erica, it was very simple for Luozhen. Wind will naturally point him in the direction. Found it. Having said that, Luozhen opened his eyes, a gust of wind blew, and his figure suddenly disappeared in place. As the dark clouds covering Sardinia dissipated, the stars in the night sky were revealed. Perceiving that the fierce battle in the distance was over, Erica finally couldn't help rushing in the direction of the battlefield. I don't know who won. Although Luozhen was full of confidence before, Erica couldn't help but worry about it. Even if it is a god killer, Luozhen has just become a god killer, and the opponent is the famous fighting god in mythology, Wyler, who is known as the god of victory and the undefeated army god. Slana. In the face of such a powerful enemy, it is estimated that even the King of Swords, the leader of the Italian magic world, is not necessarily his opponent, let alone Luozhen, the new god's lair. Just as Erica was rushing on the road with a heavy heart, a figure suddenly appeared on her way and stopped her. Erica was startled instinctively, and the magic sword Reinhardt in her hand was about to unsheath it subconsciously. But when he saw the specific appearance of that figure, a surprised expression appeared on the pretty face. King. The person who came was naturally Luozhen. Wang, are you all right? Erica came to Luozhen's side and asked with concern. It's true that Luozhen's current image is not good looking, his clothes are tattered due to the battle with Welslana, and there are many wounds on his body. It's just a little injury, nothing serious. Luo Zhen shook his head. With God-killer's physique and resilience beyond ordinary people, this wound on his body will naturally heal after a period of rest. King, that god of victory. Erica couldn't help but speak. At this time, she remembered, since Luo Zhen appeared here, does that mean? You said well Slainer, he has been sent back to myth by me, and the power has been obtained. Actually really. Although she had expected Luo Zhen's appearance, Erica couldn't help looking at Luo Zhen in shock when she heard Luo Zhen's admission. That war god has been sent back to myth by the king. How long did it take to remember that Wang said that he only killed the god King Merkel 2 days ago, thereby becoming a god killer? After a long time, he succeeded in killing another god of disobedience. In less than a week, to be precise, in only 3 days, he killed 2 gods of disobedience one after another, and he was still the top god of disobedience. Looking at all the gods' layers today, even the Marquis of the past couldn't do it. No, even if you search forward, no god's layer can do this. Are you underestimating me? Or are you underestimating the god's layer? Seeing Erica's shocked expression, Luo Zhen couldn't help but stretch out her hand and flick it on the girl's forehead with a smile. Anyway, give your king some confidence. Anyway, it's amazing. Pretty face blushed a little because of Luo Zhen's intimate behavior, Erica muttered softly. In the past 16 years of her life, apart from her father and uncle, she had never acted so intimately with other men, especially men of the same age. Even with her personality, she was a little shy. Although she looks bold and mature, she is only a 16-year-old girl after all. Okay, let's not talk about this for now, let's go back and talk about the specific situation. Luo Zhen rubbed his eyebrows and said tiredly. I'm here to take you back, I'm a little tired now. Now he desperately needs rest, both mentally and physically. Erica was absolutely necessary, so Luo Zhen rode the wind directly and flew the girl towards the hotel where they stayed before. Compared with the slow speed of the time, this time it didn't take long to return to the hotel. Entering the room, simply rinse yourself, and let Erica go to prepare some food for herself. Luo Zhen slumped directly on the soft sofa. I can't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that the whole person is a lot more relaxed. Taking advantage of the time when the food did not come, Luo Zhen checked the power he had gained by killing Well Slana. As before, just thinking about it for a while, the information of the new power naturally appeared in his mind. Perhaps it should be said that it is inevitable that the power he obtained is exactly the 10 incarnations of Well Slana, or it should also be called the War God of the East. There is no need to talk about the settings of the original work, any settings are not important, even if you haven't seen the original work, it doesn't matter, the point is that I am writing now, and naturally it is based on my settings, essay, that's it. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Humans are always greedy. Strong wind, bull, phoenix, camel, goat, white horse, wild boar, youth, male, warrior with golden sword. The information that originally belonged to the 10 incarnations of the war god Vele Slana circulated in Luo Zhen's mind. I didn't expect to actually get the 10 incarnations of Well Slana. Luo Zhen touched his smooth chin, and the smile on his face proved that he was in a very good mood now. Don't look at his promises before, but in fact Luo Zhen really has no absolute certainty that he can get the 10 incarnations of Well Slana. After all, as we all know, the powers a god killer can get from killing a god who doesn't follow him are completely random. Depending on the personality and obsession of the god killer, the powers obtained by the god killer will be completely different. Even if they kill the same god of disobedience, different gods' layers will never gain exactly the same power. But perhaps it was because he was too impressed with the 10 incarnations in the original work, and even formed an obsession, which led Luo Zhen to get his 10 incarnations after killing Well Slana. Although it is a bit annoying to say that there are limitations. Hey, this is... Luo Zhen suddenly found something wrong. That is, there seems to be some difference between his 10 incarnations and the 10 incarnations of Kusanagi Goto in the original book. There is no change in abilities. An avatar can only be used once a day. Luo Zhen is not dissatisfied with this, because this limit does not seem to be set in stone. Luo Zhen seems to remember that the number of times can be increased. And having limitations isn't necessarily a bad thing, as it's often said. When God closes a door for you, He will surely open a window for you. There are certain trade-offs between gains and losses. In the original work, Goto Kusanaga's power war god of the East has limitations, but because of this, he even achieved a power that even the original owner of the power of 10 avatars, Velaslana, could not do. That is the superposition of avatars. Using different avatars at the same time, what you get is not a simple 1 plus 1, but the power increases geometrically. God. To be honest, if Velaslana could achieve superposition of avatars, Luo Zhen would not consider dealing with him at all, but how far he went. The difference between Luo Zhen's 10 incarnations and Kusanagi Goto's 10 incarnations is the activation conditions of certain incarnations. For example, in the case of White Horse, the condition used by Kusanagi Goto is to the great sinner who has caused suffering to the people, but in Luo Zhen's case, it has become a person who is hostile to his own existence. Another example is Goat, the pheasant Goto means when he agrees with his surrounding companions, whether life or death, he can take their life force and cast lightning strikes, but Luo Zhen's Goat is forcibly steal the life force of all the life around him. Unleash lightning strikes. Not only these two, the usage conditions of other avatars have also changed, and the only thing that has not changed is the RAM that can only be activated by death. Interesting. Luo Zhen whispered. These differences seem to confirm the rule that the powers obtained by different gods' layers must not be the same. No matter how Luo Zhen yearns for the power of 10 incarnations, his character is completely different from Goto. In comparison, Luo Zhen's character is more egoistic or domineering. This can be seen from Luo Zhen's first power, Ruler of the Sky. After learning a little about his new power, Luo Zhen rarely called out his system panel. Name, Luo Zhen. Race, human, God's layer. S*X, male. Physical strength, 392, 10, neural reflexes, 412, 10, mental power, 679, 10, vitality, 521, 10. Abilities, power, ruler of the sky, power, war god of the east. As always, a property panel that is too simple to do without. Sure enough, except for one more power, basically nothing has changed. Looking at the almost unchanged attributes, Luo Zhen frowned. Whether it's spell power or body, it's almost the same as when he first became a god's lair. This is the shortcoming of the god's lair. Except for the first time to kill a god, no matter how many gods you kill next, it is difficult to see a qualitative change in strength, except that the power will increase. It is true that the greater the number of powers, the greater the natural choice in the face of opponents of the same strength, which can easily lead to victory. It can be considered to become stronger, but this is only a change in quantity, not a change in quality. This is the limit that Pandora's Dark Festival can improve. Luo Zhen shook his head in dissatisfaction. Everything about the God Killer comes from the dark ritual created by Pandora. Although the power of the ritual has been used to obtain powerful power, now this level is obviously the limit that the ritual can improve. It can even be said that it is the limit of the God's lair world. After all, God Killer is already the strongest in this world. Although it is not impossible for a God's lair to become stronger through cultivation, when their strength reaches the level of a godless god in a god's lair, pure cultivation is no longer effective. To put it figuratively, cultivation is like adding water to the ocean for a god's lair. At this point, it is estimated that no one has a deeper understanding than the leader of the 5 prisons who lives in seclusion in the mountains. But then Luo Zhen laughed at himself. Looks like I'm still too greedy. If he was relying on himself, he didn't know how long he would have to work hard to have this kind of power, but now he has become a god slayer by relying on Pandora's dark ritual. Sure enough, human nature is greedy and unsatisfied, always hoping to get something for nothing. But also, who has experienced the speed of making a train, who wants to walk slowly? Forget it, the car must have a way to the front of the mountain. I don't believe that I will stay at this level for the rest of my life. Luo Zhen's words are full of confidence, and the system on his body that can carry him through is his confidence. After all, he is different from other god slayers, but he can travel to other worlds. He couldn't find a way to continue to become stronger in this world, so he went to other worlds to find it. But, it seems a bit early to think about it now. Luo Zhen turned over on the sofa to make himself more relaxed, thinking silently. After all, the power of the god slayer is not weak, even if it is considered powerful in many worlds. It is indeed a bit too early to think about it now. If you have time to worry about this, it is better to think about what to do next. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Future Plans. What to do next is actually no need for Luo Zhen to think about it. Getting stronger has always been his goal. Moreover, he has not forgotten the existence of the King of the End, the God Killer's natural enemy. The last king. It was the strongest steel chosen by the gods in order to annihilate the demon kings on the earth. Whenever the number of god slayers reached a certain level, it would appear and destroy all the god slayers. The ultimate enemy of all god slayers. Although he has already obtained the biggest plug-in for the protagonist of the original book, Luo Zhen, who has a golden sword in his hand, dares not say that he is invincible in the world. But there is no doubt that there are very few threats to him in this world today. Among them, the King of the End undoubtedly ranks first. So I still can't relax. Luo Zhen secretly said. Thinking of the existence of the King of the Last, he felt a little bit sharp. The originally fluttering state of mind suddenly fell. After all, that was the one who wiped out all the god slayers for thousands of years. Sure enough, life goes on and on and on. As far as I know, there are only two ways to make God Killer stronger. Luo Zhen pondered. The first is to practice magic and martial arts. Although it is said that magicians and warriors are ants in front of god slayers and disobedient gods, this does not mean that magic and martial arts are useless at all. The advanced practice of martial arts and magic is not necessarily a threat to both. As mentioned earlier, Luo Hao, the martial arts king who dominates the land of Daxia, is a typical example. Luo Hao, who came to the extreme of martial arts, practiced both alchemy and martial arts to the extreme. In her hands, the power of alchemy and martial arts is not inferior to that of power, and even the god slayer and the god of disobedience cannot be ignored. Even she combines her power with what she has learned, making it possess a powerful strength that surpasses that of ordinary god slayers. It can be seen that martial arts and magic are not without any merits, but also depends on the person who uses them. The second way is to continue to kill the god of disobedience to gain power. For the god slayer, the more power, the stronger the strength. This will not change. A typical representative of this is the Marquis of Vauban. The god slayer who was born more than 2 centuries ago is different from Luo Hao, who likes to live in seclusion and does not like to go out, so he has few powers. This old man is very keen on hunting the god of disobedience, looking for traces of the god of disobedience all over the world. It is precisely because of this that the time of birth is much earlier than that of today's god slayers, so the power held by the Marquis of Vauban is the largest among all god slayers, and he is also a god slayer in terms of strength. One of the best. The above are the two methods Luo Zhen knows to continue to become stronger. He began to analyze the pros and cons. The first is spells and martial arts. This should not be difficult for me. You can try to learn it. He doesn't want to rely on power to solve everything, anyway. It's always okay to know more things. The skills are not overwhelming. Although he has never been exposed to it before, Luo Zhen believes that spells and martial arts are not difficult for him. Don't tell him that learning these things requires qualifications. Such things as aptitude are used to limit ordinary people, and are god killers ordinary people? Let's just say, the best gun needs bullets, otherwise it's just a toy. In the same way, the most basic of magic and martial arts practice is energy, such as magic and magic, otherwise it is an empty shelf, and compared to energy, who is the god killer afraid of? You must know that the use of power consumes a lot of magic power. These consumption magic powers are placed on ordinary magicians, which can almost instantly drain the magic power of dozens of first-class magicians, but for god slayers only could be drizzle. Martial arts may also require physical fitness, but this is nothing in the face of the god slayer's ritually sublimated and transformed body. Luo Zhen can feel the vitality and strength of his current body. So martial arts is not a problem. As the so-called high-rise building starts from the ground, when you reach a height, it becomes easy to see other things. On the basis of God Killer's strength, no matter what kind of magic and martial arts, he can quickly master it. As for the books needed to practice spells and martial arts, when the time comes, let Erica bring the classics of the Bronze Black Cross over to have a look. After all, it is a magic society, and these things must be there, and by the way, Erica can teach him. No matter what, the girl is considered a great knight, so at least it will be no problem to teach him. It's just obvious that even if you have practiced magic martial arts, it's easier said than done to reach the level of Luo Hao. It is destined to be useless in the short term, and it can only be regarded as an investment for the future. So the current focus is still on the god of disobedience. Luo Zhen sighed. Going around, it turns out that the most powerful thing that can help him at present is to kill the gods and usurp power. Since you want to kill a god, then you must determine the goal. The god of disobedience does not mean that there is a god of disobedience. Generally speaking, the number of gods of disobedience is still very rare, otherwise the world would be so peaceful. Waban, the oldest god killer, doesn't have to summon the god of disobedience by himself. But it was difficult for him. Wellerslana and Mikkel have already been killed by me, and the dungeon of Sardinia can be considered finished. Luo Zhen thought. The two gods of disobedience that appeared in the opening chapter have been killed by himself, so it is time to look elsewhere, so the first thing to consider is the gods of disobedience that appeared in other original works. I remember that the gods of disobedience that appeared in the original book were Athena, Perseus, or Mithra, as well as Sun Wukong, who was sealed in Japan, and Susanoo, who was hiding in the world. The gods of disobedience who will appear in the short term are these four. In addition, he can also try to summon the god of disobedience by himself. After all, what the Marquis of Vauban did, why couldn't he do it? The other two are better to say, Monkey King, Susanoo's man. Thinking of the monkey that was sealed in Japan, Luo Zhen's eyes flashed with coldness, full of coldness. He used to be very upset when he read the original book. After all, who didn't dance with a stick when he was a child? Sun Wukong was also one of his childhood idols. As a famous god in the land of Daxia, Japan dares to seal him as a tool. Although he knows that he is not the same, he is still very upset. Luo Zhen and Luo Hao agree on this point of view. He could not tolerate being the god of Huxia civilization to be kept as a pet in captivity. Anyway, he will definitely go to Japan later. If possible, by the way, kill the mouse that was hiding in the secluded world. Well, I made some changes in the last chapter, and suddenly I felt that the God's lair was such an inconvenient thing. It is not so much that the God's lair has a fixed upper limit. Anyway, blow it hard. P.S. The number of words is more than 50,000. I don't know whether to sign a contract or not. It's so annoying. Asterisk. Chapter 24 Publicity. That being said, but it's still a bit difficult to kill Susanoo. He's hiding in the secluded world, and I really can't do anything about him. Thinking of this, Luo Zhen couldn't help but feel helpless. Netherworld, in fact, is the realm of life and immortality. The place where Luo Zhen met Pandora before was in the realm of life and immortality. It is a world located in the middle of the real world where Luo Zhen is currently and the undead realm where the gods are. As for Netherworld, this is the Japanese way of saying it. According to the Greek way of saying it is the world of thought, and the way Persian terms it is the world of the mind, but in fact they all refer to the same place. Don't look at how easy it is for Pandora to pull Luo Zhen's soul, but that's because she is a god. People other than gods, even gods' layers, unless there is a special way, they want to enter the life and the realm of immortality is a very difficult thing. And even if he has entered the netherworld, if there are no specific coordinates, trying to find the space where Susanoo is located in the vast and boundless netherworld is tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. Luo Zhen's whole body fell into the soft sofa and fell into contemplation. Dong dong. At this time, there was a rhythmic knock on the door of the room, and Luo Zhen couldn't even get up. Come in, Erica. He didn't need to perceive to know that it was Erica who was knocking on the door. After all, the whole hotel was packed. He told the people in the hotel not to disturb him, so Erica was the only one who could knock on the door at this time. There was a slight door opening, and Erica, who was young but with a proud figure, walked in pushing a dining cart. The clothes on her body have been changed, but the color is still biased towards red. For most people, the color that is difficult to control is amazingly suitable for Erica, while under the long skirt, it is a pair of white and tender straight jade legs attracts people's attention. The girl seemed to have just taken a bath, and her tender skin was still flushed after bathing, and her long golden hair was not completely dried because it was too long, and there was still moisture on it. King, the food you want is ready, do you want to eat now? The girl's voice was clear and agile, with a little charm. Now? Unabashedly retracting his gaze, Luo Zhen said. I understand. The girl nodded, put the food from the dining car on the table one by one, looked at the tempting food. Luo Zhen was not polite, and ate it straight away. This battle really consumed a lot of his physical strength, and he needs to replenish it urgently. But Luo Zhen didn't forget to invite his G-Knight. After all, Erica went out with him, so I guess he didn't have a meal now. Come on, Erica. No, King, as your knight. Erica was startled, and subconsciously she would use the reason that the knight can't eat at the same table with the lord last time. Okay, Erica, needless to say. If that's the case, you can also take this as my order. Don't you listen to my orders. Luo Zhen frowned slightly, his words were full of domineering that could not be rejected. Sit down. Yes. Erica naturally did not dare to disobey Luo Zhen's order, so she could only sit down opposite Luo Zhen. That's right. Luo Zhen's brows eased, enjoying the food. Luo Zhen's current hotel is considered to be the top hotel on Sardinia, so the chef's level is still acceptable, and the ingredients are also the top quality ingredients, so the color and flavor are complete. Although it is really impossible for Luo Zhen to be like a gourmet, it is impossible for him to speak a dish right, but he can still eat it whether it is delicious or not. Feeding my 5 internal organs, I finally got some energy. At this time, Erica also packed her things and came to Luo Zhen again. Wang, there is something I need to ask for your opinion. Well, what's the matter? Luo Zhen looked up at Erica, leaning forward slightly. That's whether you're going to reveal that you've become a god's lair. Now there are not many people who know that Luo Zhen has become the 7th god's lair, and when it comes to Luo Zhen, Erica feels that she needs to ask Luo Zhen's opinion. You said this, let's make it public, there's nothing to hide anyway. Hearing this, Luo Zhen said indifferently. There is really nothing to hide, and the exposure of the identity can at least prevent some people who don't have long eyes to come and die. With the status of a god's lair, no matter what you do, it will be much more convenient. I see. Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Erica nodded happily. After all, Luo Zhen has already promised her allegiance to the Bronze Black Cross. If Luo Zhen announces her identity, it means that everyone will know that the Bronze Black Cross has a God's Lair as a backer. Then the next step, Bronze Black Cross will undoubtedly usher in a stage of rapid development. Luo Zhen naturally saw Erica's reaction and knew the reason after a little thought. But he also felt that it was nothing. The Bronze Black Cross served him, and he provided shelter for the Bronze Black Cross, an equivalent exchange, a very fair thing. And it is said to be shelter. In fact, he is providing a name. After all, the God's Lair will not be so bored to find trouble with a magic association, and others do not have the courage to provoke a God's Lair. Unless you are tired of living. By the way, Erica, your Bronze Black Cross should have kept books on magic and martial arts. Luo Zhen said suddenly. Yes, Wang, there are indeed many books on magic and martial arts in the Bronze Black Cross. Erica looked at Luo Zhen curiously, wondering why Luo Zhen asked this question. As a long-established magic society, the Bronze Black Cross has very systematic knowledge about magic and martial arts. Then send me a copy of these books, I want to read them. Now that you've made up your mind to learn spells and martial arts, do it as soon as possible. Luo Zhen is not the kind of procrastinator. Okay, Wang. Erica's answer was quite straightforward. In fact, for any magic association, knowledge about these two aspects is strictly protected. After all, this is the basis for their existence. But if Luo Zhen is watching, this is not a problem. Rather, if only some knowledge of magic can win the favor of the God's Lair, it is estimated that no one will refuse. Only. Wang, why do you want to read books on magic? Is it possible that you want to learn magic? Erica said in surprise. Is it weird? I do have this idea. Luo Zhen chuckled. Well, in Erica's view, it's really strange that Luo Zhen wants to learn magic. After all, no amount of magic can compare to the power of the God's Lair. So most God's Lairs disdain the flow of magic. In fact, if it is only in this world, power is indeed enough, but Luo Zhen is not satisfied with this, he has more ambitious goals. In the end, this kind of power is only plundered. Although it belongs to the God Killer itself does not know much about power itself. Although it can be used, it is also known but not known why. It is like a machine that can be used by pressing a switch, but it is estimated that it will be blind for the user to tell the specific structure. This is unacceptable to Luo Zhen. Learning magic is also out of this consideration. That is, I want to see if I can use this knowledge to reverse the understanding of power and make power really his thing. Of course, these are just his ideas, so there is no need to tell Erica. Asterisk. Chapter 25 Reaction. 4 days may seem short, but for a modern society with highly developed information dissemination technology, it is enough to convey some earth-shattering things to every corner of the world. For example, the birth of the seventh God's Lair. Then, the whole world was in an uproar. The original disseminator of the news was the Bronze Black Cross, one of the Seven Sisters Magic Alliance, the leader of the Italian magic world. According to the Bronze Black Cross, the new king killed 2 pillars of gods of disobedience that descended on Sardinia, Italy, and became a God's Lair. At the same time, the Bronze Black Cross also spread the news that the genius prodigy famous in Europe, one of the twin stars, Erica Browntree, has been awarded the title of exclusive knight by the new king. Everyone knows what this means. Erica Browntree has become a knight of the new king, and she is a great knight under the Bronze Black Cross, which means that the Bronze Black Cross has fallen to the new king. But this news is nothing compared to the birth of a new God's Lair. Everyone's attention is on the birth of the new king. Although there were already 6 God's Lairs in this world before that, it didn't prevent them from being shocked by this. A God's Lair is a demon king, possessing power that surpasses everyone on earth. The birth of every God's Lair is a major event that can change the entire world. No one doubted that the Bronze Black Cross was lying. The predecessor of the Bronze Black Cross was the Knights Templar that ran rampant in Europe in the Middle Ages. Although there are many magical societies that have inherited the secrets of the Templars, the Bronze Black Cross headquartered in Milan is one of the strongest. Therefore, the Bronze Black Cross is not only in Italy, but also in Europe. Is also quite a famous magic association in the whole world. Such a long-established magic society would not even recognize the God's lair. Moreover, the Red Bronze Black Cross didn't have the courage to spread false news at the risk of the world. Not only would they not gain any benefits for them, it would only lead to disaster for them. Since they dared to announce this news, they had absolute confidence. Even so, some organizations that are relatively close to Sardinia have sent people to Sardinia to check the news. After some investigation and evidence collection, combined with the information provided by the local magic association, it was confirmed that the god of disobedience had indeed descended on Sardinia. And it has disappeared now. Combined with the mutation that spread across the island not long ago, the result is obvious. In this regard, several magic circles are happy and some are sad. Of course, for most people, after the initial shock, the mood tends to be flat. After all, the god's lair is too far away from them. In addition to the fact that some people would be glad that the gods who fought against the human beings have increased their confidence, some people are worried that the new king will cause some big trouble to his predecessors. After all, although gods' lairs are the only means for human beings to fight against gods who do not obey, most of the gods' lairs are lawless and reckless people, who dare to wield a slaughtering knife at gods. How can they be safe and secure people? Among these people, the one who is most concerned about the birth of the new god's lair is an organization called the Greenwich Council of Sages. It is said to be an organization, but the Council of the Sages of Greenwich is different from a magic society in the general sense. Magicians, occult scholars, doctor fairies, and the like, people who have a deep relationship with magic. Or, there is a thin line between experts, ordinary scholars, market researchers, priests, monks, priests, artists, bourgeois, nobles, royal families, etc., ambition and quest, and possessions. A circle established by the gathering of wealthy aspirants to exchange information. Over time, the council accumulated wisdom and influence, and then established a stronghold in Greenwich, London. But this is only a statement on the surface. In fact, the purpose of the existence of the Greenwich Council of Sages is not really to study the mysticism of this world, but to survive. Established in the 19th century, the Sage Council was in the Victorian era of the country. At that time, among the gods' lairs, the one with the oldest qualifications and the oldest god's lair was also living an urban life in the capital of the British Empire, which was developing rapidly. That god-killer was not a good person. He would treat gods as prey to satisfy his own interests, and would kill at will because of his mood, treating human life as a joke, unscrupulous. Such an existence is said to have visited Queen Victoria at that time with a playful attitude. In order to protect Britain and the Queen of England from the threat of the dangerous god's lair, the Council of Sages was established in the true sense to conduct research on the existence of gods' lairs. As a result, the nature of the Greenwich Council of Sages has continued since then, and it has become a group specializing in the study of gods' lairs. Such an organization naturally couldn't turn a blind eye after learning of the birth of a new god's lair, and it was dispatched immediately. On the one hand, they sent people to Sardinia to investigate the situation. The seventh god's lair is born. According to King, his name is Luogen, but after investigating people with the same name in the world, the past of the new king has not been found, and it is suspected to be a pseudonym. After investigating Sardinia, it was determined that two gods of disobedience descended on Sardinia. According to Erica Browntree, the night of the new king, the gods descended on Sardinia were ancient Persians. Veleslana, the war god, and Mikul, the god-king of the Canaanites. Veleslana, the ancient Persian war god, the guardian of Mithra, the god of light. At the same time, he is also the god of war of Zoroastrianism, Bahram, an invincible war god with 10 incarnations. Known as the guardian of light in West Asia, it has the same origin as the Indian thunder Indra. Velaslana was not only the god of victory, but also the guardian of kingship and people. Murka, whose body is Baal, is the god-king worshipped by the Canaanites and Semites such as the Phoenicians. In the Phoenician seaport city of Tyre, it is believed as a city god, equivalent to Heracles. Merikhertz, the patron god of navigators, Mikul has multiple attributes such as storms, lightning, and the sky, and is similar to Zeus, the highest-ranking gods. These two gods of disobedience are world-famous gods. And it is impossible to guess the power that the new king has acquired. Note, do not test the power of the new king, who is one of the demon kings above us. All in all, with the endorsement of the Greenwich Council of Sages, the most authoritative organization in the field of God's layers, everyone knows that there is one more demon king who reigns in this world. Asterisk. Chapter 26 The Approaching King of Swords. If the world was a little turbulent before, but the whole was still calm like a lake, then the appearance of the seventh god's lair was a stone thrown into the lake, and it was still a huge stone, and it was impossible for a short time. Calmed down. And as a supporting role in the seventh god's lair birth incident, the bronze black cross has not been very calm recently, and the threshold is about to be stepped on. From time to time, people come to visit, trying to extract information about the seventh god's lair from the red copper black cross. There's no way, who called the bronze black cross the only one who knows the news of the new king. And you look at the bronze black cross because he was the first to meet the new king, so he was favored by the new king and joined his subordinate directly. Then if I volunteered, would I also have the opportunity to join the subordinate of the god killer? This is what most people who come to the door think. If their organization can join the God Slayer's command, it would really be a step to the sky. Don't talk about rushing people to be dogs, magicians, can that be called being a dog? Besides, it's not shabby to be a dog for a god killer. If you want, people may not like it. And the seventh god's lair is not a good thing. According to the information revealed by the Council of the Sages of Greenwich, the gods killed by the seventh god's lair were the ancient Persian war god Velslana and the god king Meker. Which of these two gods of disobedience is not a famous god in the world, but the seventh god's lair has sharked them all in one breath. It is not necessary to say more about his strength, even if it is among all gods' lairs. Zhong is definitely a ruthless man. It is precisely because of this that, as the new commander-in-chief of the Bronze Black Cross, Paul Brauntree was also very busy in order to deal with people who kept coming to inquire about news. Because of etiquette, he was still in the mood to deal with it at first. Anyway, I said what I could say, but not a word of what I couldn't say, and that's how many people were sent away. But at the back, more and more people came, and without exception, they all came to inquire about the seventh god's lair, and he immediately thanked him behind closed doors. Having said that, some people don't get fired easily. Like now. Milan, Bronze Black Cross headquarters, in a bright and spacious conference room. Nearly 40 years old, with a dignified appearance like a statue of David, and exuding intellectual and refined temperament, it is completely impossible to see that Paul Brauntree, who once had the title of Red Devil, is sitting in the first place. Below, there are 3 other people sitting besides him. First, there were 2 old men, who were members of the Italian Seven Sisters Magic Alliance, the leaders of the 2 magic associations Wolf and Old Lady, and the other one was less than 30 years old. Young man. Although he was young, he was also the commander-in-chief of the Lily City, and he was already a great knight at a young age. Paul couldn't help but sigh that the back waves of the Yangtze River pushed the front waves, and the front waves died on the beach. Although not as powerful as his own niece. Thinking of this, Paul couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect the world to change so fast. Just a few days ago, his proud niece applied to him to go to Sardinia to investigate the trail of the god of disobedience. At that time, I had the idea of she will face it sooner or later, and although I was a little worried, I agreed with Erica's insistence. As a result, within a few days, Erica sent him the news that she had met the seventh god's lair, and she also successfully became the first knight of the seventh god's lair. The news almost didn't blow him away. As the only heir left by his dead brother, Paul, who is still unmarried and childless, treats Erica like his own daughter. Although he knew that Erica would step on her own path sooner or later, Paul did not expect this day to come too early. Cough cough. Just as Paul was sentimental, someone spoke first. "Paul, what's the matter? You should give me a letter." "What else can I do?" Paul cocked his legs, and he didn't have the demeanor of being the highest knight who is also called the king of Italian swords. He said a little rascally. "Even if you say that, I have no way to contact the new king. If you want to know the whereabouts of the new king, you are probably asking the wrong person. Don't be stupid anymore," the commander-in-chief of the old lady said unbearably. "Now that everyone outside knows that your niece Erica Browntree has become a knight of the new king, how could you not know where the new king is?" Paul laughed silently. "It's a look that I know but don't say. Okay, Mr. Paul, we have something important to come to you this time." At this time, the young leader of Lily City spoke up. "Your niece Erica Browntree is an important member of your association anyway. She has now become a knight of the new king, which means that the bronze black cross has completely fallen to the new king, but have you considered the existence of Sir Salvatore? Anyway, the Italian Magic Association is nominally subordinate to Sir Salvatore, and this is likely to lead to a dispute between the two kings. This is not a trivial matter. The dispute between the king and the king is the most terrifying disaster in this world. With the destructive power of the god's lair, once a fight broke out, this small place in Italy could not stand it." "You are wrong about that." Paul shook his head and retorted. "Although Lord Salvatore is nominally our leader, he has not accepted our allegiance. Besides, do you think Lord Salvatore would care about this? Without allegiance, it is not betrayal." The commander-in-chief of Lily City opened his mouth, but did not know how to refute. Indeed, although the King of Swords is nominally the leader of the Southern European Magic Alliance, in fact, this title was forcibly assigned by these magic associations. Didn't actually get any feedback. Therefore, for the Italian Magic Association, except for the addition of a nominal leader, it has not received any benefits. And pardon my offense, Lord Salvatore is not a king worthy of allegiance. Compared to a king, Lord Salvatore is more like a warrior. A warrior with only sword and fight in his mind. No one has a more say in this than the Italian magician. Because of the character of the King of Swords, even if he becomes his subordinate, not to mention the benefits, it is not even a shelter. Otherwise, in the original book, because of the appearance of Goto Kusanagi, the old enemy of Bronze Black Cross would not have to send Liliana to Marquis Vauban. It's not just that there is no hope in the King of Swords. That's why we need you to introduce the new king, so that we can get the same honor as the Bronze Black Cross. The commander-in-chief of the wolves finally couldn't help but said. "Oh, finally I can't stand it anymore." Paul looked like he really was. These two old guys just wanted to join the Seventh God Slayer's command, just like the Bronze Black Cross, so as to increase the influence of the association. It was precisely because of this that Paul kept pushing and resisting. Although they are both on the Italian side and have friendship with each other, how can they compromise on their own interests? Instead, the young commander of the Lily City was stunned. He suddenly realized that he was still too young. None of these old guys who have lived so long are fuel-efficient lamps. At this moment, the door of the conference room was violently pushed open. The four people in the conference room subconsciously focused their eyes on the door, wanting to see who the rude person was. However, the surprise was a familiar face. "André? Aren't you supposed to accompany Sir Salvatore to fight in South America now?" Paul said suspiciously. The visitor was a person who was quite familiar with the scene. An old friend of the King of Swords Salvatore Toni, and also his trusted High Knight, Andre Rivera, known as the Deacon of the King. But now this Deacon of the King should accompany his king to fight in South America. Why did he suddenly come back, and there is no news yet? And what's your situation now? Andre, who appeared in front of everyone, was very embarrassed now. It was as if he had been kidnapped and escaped. Stop talking, give me the address of the new king. Andre resisted his anger, and the veins on his forehead jumped. That guy Tony actually asked someone to kidnap me, and then came back from South America alone, saying he was looking for a new king to learn from. Everyone looked at each other and realized the seriousness of the problem. Asterisk. Chapter 27. I am a bit blind. No matter what kind of turmoil the outside world caused because of the appearance of the seventh god's lair, Luo Zhen was immersed in his own affairs. Hey! These magic books seem to be really a headache, they are more complicated than the high numbers look. In a very luxurious villa estate in Sardinia, Luo Zhen was in a bright and spacious room. He put down the magic book that Erica had brought from the bronze black cross, and squeezed it. Eyebrows. The soft red carpet covered the entire room, and there were many precious murals hanging on the walls. Luo Zhen, who had no research on it, couldn't name them, but they were definitely not cheap. This manor is the property of Bronze Black Cross on Sardinia. Of course, it has now been dedicated to Luo Zhen by Bronze Black Cross, which will serve as Luo Zhen's palace. For nearly 2 weeks, he has been studying magic here. Just as Luo Zhen thought before, with this powerful mana as the foundation and the powerful learning ability obtained after adding the reincarnated god's lair, learning magic is like riding a train. Even teaching him Erica couldn't help feeling inferior. So these days he's been absorbing knowledge about magic like a sponge. As the saying goes, knowing the small things, Luo Zhen has a better understanding of the power he holds. In his opinion, in fact, whether it is power or magic, it is only a kind of mystery, and it can even be said that power is an advanced application form of magic. Because whether it is power or magic, the essence is composed of a series of formulas, just like stacking wood, but there is a huge gap in the number of formulas that make up magic formulas and formulas that make up power. What power can do, magic can't do. Of course, at present, his ability can only be understood to this extent. But it is already very good. Everything is difficult at the beginning, as long as you take the first step. As his knowledge increases in the future, it may not be impossible to thoroughly understand power, and even transform power. Dong dong. A rhythmic knock sounded on the door. Come in. Luo Zhen heard this kind of knocking sound many times during this period of time, and only Erica could knock it out. Sure enough, the door opened. Wearing a red dress, Erica came in with a plate in her hand. Although there were many servants specially transferred from the Bronze Black Cross in the manor, Erica was the only one who could approach the study. As soon as Erica entered the door, she saw Luo Zhen leaning on a chair with her eyes closed. Putting the plate lightly on the table, Erica walked over to Luo Zhen's back, stretched out her hand and pressed it gently on his temple to relieve his fatigue. Wang, are you better? It's much more comfortable. Luo Zhen closed his eyes and enjoyed the smell of the fragrance coming from the girl behind him. He now felt more and more that it was a wise decision to take Erica as a knight. He needs such a person who is strong enough to handle everyday things for him, so that he doesn't have to worry about those trivial things. And these days the girl's performance is quite perfect, especially the good-looking and eye-catching. This is a plus point. Speaking of which, I haven't congratulated Erica for being awarded the title of Red Devil. Luo Zhen opened his eyes and smiled. Where? I was able to inherit the title of my uncle Scarlet Devil. But it was the light of the king. Erica could see clearly. She wants to inherit the title of knight from her uncle Red Devil, although she has achieved it in terms of strength, but because she is too young, her achievements and prestige are not enough. The original reason Erica came to Sardinia was to come here to accumulate merit and prestige. What merit in this world is comparable to the god of resignation, who protects the people from the hands of the god of disobedience? Of course, the reality slapped Erica hard and made her recognize the reality. She is proud of her strength, let alone the god of resignation. If Luo Zhen hadn't been born, Sardinia would have been destroyed in the hands of the two gods of disobedience. And after she was confirmed to be the Knight of the King, there was no one in the Bronze Black Cross who would point her finger at her inheritance of the Red Devil. Erica knew exactly what it was all about. Because behind her stood a god's lair, a demon king who reigned on this earth. You can't say that, but not everyone is qualified to be my knight. These days, Erica, you have proved to me that you have this ability, haven't you? Luo Zhen heard the words and did not hesitate to praise her. Some people may think that Erica herself is scheming, but so what? It's not a problem at all that the lower-ranked people have their own thoughts. The most important thing is the ability and quality. As a high-ranking person, as a king, if you don't even have the courage to employ people, it would be better to go home and raise pigs. That's right, King. Erica said suddenly. After the news that you became a god's lair spread recently, many magic associations have investigated you. But there is no useful information at all. Oh. Luo Zhen is interested. These magic associations should also include the Bronze Black Cross. Yes, including the Bronze Black Cross. Erica didn't hide anything. Since the king trusted her, she would naturally return her trust to him. Besides, these days, she had already figured out Luo Zhen's character. He's not the kind of person who would care about such a thing. But among all the magic associations, the most rigorous investigation should be the Sage Council. They will conduct the most detailed investigation of every demon king in this world. The Council of Sages. Luo Zhen seems to have some impressions. It seems that it is an organization specializing in the study of gods' lairs. Let them investigate, they can't find anything anyway. Luo Zhen said indifferently. As Erica had expected, Luo Zhen didn't care about other people's investigations of him. Because he knows that no matter how much people in this world investigate, they are destined to investigate nothing, even if they use the witch's spirit vision. Because this world doesn't have his past at all. Seeing what Luo Zhen said so affirmatively, Erica couldn't help but be curious about Luo Zhen's past, but as I said before, she is a smart person, and there are some things that the lower ranks cannot ask. So she is curious about her. You can also control yourself not to ask questions. Forget it, I won't read these troublesome books today. These magic books seem to be even more obscure than high numbers. Even Luo Zhen couldn't help but feel a little irritable after watching it for a long time. Whenever this time, Luo Zhen would think how good it would be to have a father-level gold finger, but the reality is that he only has a crippled body, so he can only rely on himself. They are all transmigrators. Why is his life so bitter? Want to go out for a walk? King. Erica asked from behind. Well, let's go to the beach today. After thinking for a while, Luo Zhen replied. Combining work and rest is the right way, there is no need to force yourself like this. He likes the feeling of being stronger, but he doesn't abuse his preferences. I see, I'll go down and prepare for you, Erica said. So, it was Erica's ability that I liked at the beginning, not because she was beautiful or something. Luo Zhen is a little face blind, I can't tell who is more beautiful at all. What type of power do you think the protagonist lacks? Asterisk. Chapter 28 Uninvited Guests. No matter what time of day, the vast sky and blue sea can always give people a refreshing feeling. Let people relax. The villa where Luo Zhen currently lives is located close to the sea, so it has a private beach, so there is no need to go to those large open beaches to huddle with others. Of course, if Luo Zhen wants to pass, there is a high probability that he will be wrapped up there. Don't ask is rich. Lying on the beach chair, Luo Zhen was leisurely blowing the sea breeze and basking in the sun, feeling that his mental fatigue was instantly relieved. The sun in April is not too harsh, it makes people feel lazy and don't want to move at all. There was also a table next to the beach chair, with drinks and fruits on it, and 2 beautiful maids in maid costumes waiting to serve. These maids were specially selected and sent by the Bronze Black Cross. There is also a slight fluctuation of magic power on his body, and he is not an ordinary person. They were also informed of Luo Zhen's identity before they came, so they all knew that this seemingly harmless, even handsome teenager was the 7th demon king in this world, and they looked at Luo Zhen with a smile in their eyes. In awe. Luxurious accommodation and food, as well as maids to serve. Even Luo Zhen was not very poor before crossing, but this kind of life in fine clothes and jade food was something he had never experienced before. So you have no idea how happy rich people are. Now he can even say like a well-known person surnamed Ma, I have never touched money, I am not interested in money. That's why things like power are so fascinating. Luo Zhen spread out his palm, he knew very well how everything came about now. Everything is based on his power. Really, I've begun to sigh with emotion. Luo Zhen sighed, a little speechless. This is probably just moaning. Once people get bored, they will always become literate, but this is not his style. At this time, Erica came over from a distance. At this time, her clothes have been changed into a white sexy bikini, which fully shows her proud figure. So it explains why Ming is only 16 years old, why is he developing so well. But it's not the first time Erica wears a bikini in front of Luo Zhen. In comparison, Luo Zhen pays more attention to the bikini Erica is wearing. Finally, it's not red. The representative colors of Bronze Black Cross are red and black. Perhaps because of this, the clothes Erica wears are related to these 2 colors. Although it is very suitable for Erica, it is also very beautiful to wear. But after watching it for a long time, it will still be a bit aesthetically fatigued. Therefore, Erica, who is wearing a white bikini now, makes Luo Zhen feel bright. Wang, do you want some red wine? Erica in a bikini crouched down beside Luo Zhen and said with a smile. She was holding a metal plate in her hand with 2 bottles of chilled red wine on it. From the text on it, it seemed to be from France. In the eyes of most people, France is a country rich in red wine. According to statistics, half of the top red wines in the world are produced in this country, which is a big red wine country. Red wine? Let's have some. The beauty invited him, and he naturally wouldn't refuse. Although he doesn't like things like wine, he doesn't dislike it either. Drinking a little occasionally feels pretty good, and it's also a good way to relax. Red wine is awakened in advance, so it can be drunk directly. But looking at the 2 wine glasses on the plate, Luo Zhen looked at Erica with a smile. Erica, you don't seem to know how to drink a bar. You didn't just drink a little last time and just fell down. He still remembered that the girl seemed to drink a little bit before, and the whole person became confused, and no one could recognize it. He, Wang, you must have heard the phrase stop for 3 days, look at it with admiration. It's not good to underestimate me. Hearing Luo Zhen's words, Erica showed a confident look. In the country of Italy, you have to be 16 to drink. For Erica, who is only 16 years old this year, the last time she was exposed to alcohol was the first time, so she classified the reasons for her poor performance and gaffe in front of Wang as this. This time, she must be ashamed. Oh, then I'll wait and see. Looking at Erica, who was full of confidence, Luo Zhen chuckled. Half an hour later. Hey, King. Looking at Erica, who threw herself directly on top of her and smirked, Luo Zhen couldn't help laughing while looking at the wine left beside her. Is this what you call the 3 days of Shivi? Look at it with admiration? That really surprised me a bit. The Erica in front of her typically highlights the image of a people's food addiction. But don't say it, Erica like this is quite cute. King. A slightly flustered voice came from the mouths of the 2 maids next to her. With a wave of his hand, the two mates who were panic-stricken retreated. Luo Zhen used his power to calm down the wind that was intensifying nearby, and the calming of the wind and waves also calmed the waves, bringing a lot of energy to the sea area. Rarely calm. In this way, holding Erica, Luo Zhen drank slowly, enjoying the tranquility. But it seems that even God doesn't want Luo Zhen to be so leisurely. At a certain moment, Luo Zhen frowned. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the east, where a magic power that was no less inferior to him was unscrupulously showing his existence, and was moving in the direction where he was. The target is him? It's not the god of disobedience. Luo Zhen said softly. If it is the god of disobedience, then he should have a reaction. Then the answer is already obvious. In this world, there are only gods and gods' layers who can possess this level of magic power. Moreover, the mantra that came along the wind had a sharp aura, as if it could cut through everything. At this moment, and with this sharp breath, a name flashed across Luo Zhen's mind. Looking at Erica, who was still asleep, Luo Zhen put her hand on the girl's forehead. Now is not the time to let her go to sleep. It turns out that having a little bit of magic can be useful, because you never know when you'll be able to use it. In this way, under the refreshing magic released by Luo Zhen, Erica faintly woke up. Everyone's focus is on the heroine. I am struggling to get new powers after finishing the fixed boss Tony. Do you have any good suggestions? I am very confused, I don't know the protagonist. What power is missing? Asterisk. Chapter 29 Invitation to Battle. Under the effect of magic, the alcohol that paralyzed the nerves was quickly dissipated, and the girl woke up faintly, soothing her body. Then Erica saw Luo Zhen holding her. There is no panic or accident, after all, this kind of behavior has happened a lot these days. Wang, let's go swimming. The girl's white and tender jade arms wrapped directly around Luo Zhen's neck, and said with a sigh in his ear. Saying so, Erica got up and was about to take Luo Zhen to swim together, but Luo Zhen didn't move. Instead, Luo Zhen pulled him into his arms. He tapped Erica's forehead and shook his head. This is not the time to swim, get your clothes on first, there's an uninvited guy here. Hey! Erica was stunned for a moment, and asked a little puzzled. Who would be so bold to visit without the king's summons? Having said that, Erica obediently picked up the coat on the side and put it on her body, covering her ketone body. Annoying Campione is no joke. Erica, who experienced Luo Zhen and Velaslina's battles firsthand, deeply understands the power possessed by this group of gods' layers. To put it bluntly, even if they are enemies of all the magicians on the ground, they can still win. God Killer is such an unreasonable existence. In addition, in this part of Europe, because of the existence of one of the most ancient gods' layers, the name of Campione's tyrant has spread far and wide. Erica really can't believe that there are still magicians who dare to touch these tyrants. Think your life is too long, are you ready to find some excitement? It's a troublesome guy. Before Luo Zhen finished speaking, a cheerful male voice suddenly came from a distance. Finally found you, my dear brother. The voice came from the other side of the sea, and along with this voice, a figure riding a raft appeared in front of Luo Zhen and Erica. The visitor was a white male of about 23 or 4 years of age. Blonde hair and a cheerful smile on a fairly handsome face, but for some reason it makes people feel unreliable. He was wearing a fancy-colored cardigan shirt and a long black box on his shoulders. The box was shaped like a baseball bat or a bamboo sword or something. That's Sir Salvatore. Erica recognized the identity of the person who came. One of the 7 gods' layers in this life, the leader of the Southern European Magic Association including the Bronze Black Cross, Salvatore Toni, known as the King of Swords. Now Erica finally understands why Luo Zhen said trouble guy. Luo Zhen, who is a god killer, thinks it's troublesome. In this world, there are only gods who don't obey and god killers like him. At this time, it seemed that they had reached a similar distance, and the blonde-haired King of Swords jumped directly from the raft, crossed the far distance, and jumped directly in front of Luo Zhen. Then he greeted Luo Zhen with a smile on his face as if he was familiar with him. "Yo, it's really hard to find me, brother." Sure enough, this guy. After guessing that the person who came was the god killer, Luo Zhen knew which one was coming. After all, with the exception of Madame Aisha, the elusive Indian god's lair, the other god's lairs are all doing their own business in their own territory, and they will not run away to contact other god's lairs at all. Except the guy in front of him. As if it was destined. Even if the person who became the god's lair became him instead of Godu, the King of Swords still came to him. As for the reason, I knew it with my butt, it was definitely coming to fight him. After all, this King of Swords is a person who only has fight and sword in his mind. "Ian, Sir Salvatore, long time no see, it seems that you still look good." At this time, Erica next to Luo Zhen showed a social and elegant smile and greeted Salvatore. "Hey, who are you?" Salvatore turned to look at Erica, scratching his face. "You seem to be the one from Brown Tree." "Erica Brown Tree." Erica was not surprised at all, still smiling with an elegant attitude. "You should almost remember my name." Sorry, I don't have a good memory. I can't remember things like magic at all. It's only better when I use the word spirit of power." But then he said confidently, "Of course, no matter how bad my memory is, I will remember the names of people who have met 5 times. I remember I only met you 3 times, right? We've met 6 times, Sir Salvatore." Even with Erica's cultivation, she couldn't hold back, and hurriedly changed the subject. "Mr. Salvatore, why are you here alone, and you're still sitting on something like that? Why isn't Mr. Andre with you? In the news, the King of Swords should still be in South America, why did he suddenly return to Italy?" Moreover, it was for Luo Zhen, who was also a god's lair. In addition, the king's butler who had been inseparable with the King of Swords was also not there, which made Erica have a bad premonition. "Haha, there is no way, I can't use those ships at all. It is said that the power of the god's lair is related to the character of the god's lair." And Salvatore Toni was unexpectedly a type that was completely incapable of modern machines, so it's no wonder why he acquired the power of returning to the ancient world. Salvatore turned his attention to Luo Zhen. "I heard what you did from those magicians. It's really scary. I didn't expect to be able to kill 2 gods of disobedience in one breath. I didn't have a brother like you when I killed gods. It's an exaggeration, because I was so curious, so I came to see it." Saying so, Salvatore scratched his head and asked suddenly, "Speaking of which, I don't know your name, brother." "So you call me brother if you don't even know my name?" Luo Zhen was a little speechless, but still reported his name. "Just call me Luo Zhen." "Haha, don't care about these details, I'm Salvatore Toni, the Italian god's lair." The blonde King of Swords smiled and stretched out his palm towards Luo Zhen. "Then, in order to celebrate our first meeting, brother Luo Zhen, let's have a lively battle." Salvatore Toni finally revealed his true purpose. The next god of disobedience has been decided. Chapter 30 Bet. Salvatore Toni's purpose was not unexpected to Luo Zhen, it was nothing more than to fight him. Not to mention Luo Zhen, even Erica was not surprised at all. In fact, the moment she saw each other, she was mentally prepared for it. As we all know, the King of Swords, Salvatore Toni, is a complete fighting maniac. For him, nothing in this world is more important than fighting. "You traveled all the way back from South America, and you said it was to meet a newborn kin, who would believe it? But it's one thing to be mentally prepared, and it's another to be prepared when things actually happen." Just imagining what the battle between the 2 gods' lairs, the demon king who reigned on the ground, would evolve into, made Erica shudder. At that time, even if Sardinia was sunk, it would not be surprising. But there was nothing she could do about it. Because there are two Campiones in front of her, she has neither the qualification nor the ability to interfere with the Demon King's decision. All she could do was watch. Battle, this is fine, but... real. Luo Zhen's words made the blonde young man overjoyed. He untied the long box behind him and took out his sword. It's not too late, let's get started. Can you listen to what I have to say? Luo Zhen stopped Salvatore from pulling out his sword and then said, pressing his eyebrows. It's a real headache to communicate with such a carefree person. It's not impossible to fight, but I don't like fighting such indifferent fights. Luo Zhen took a breath and said lightly. So I think it is necessary to set a lottery for the winner. After all, I can still gain power if I fight with the god of disobedience, but I can't get anything from fighting with you. It's not in my interest to fight for nothing. Well, K2? No problem. Salvatore felt that there was nothing wrong with what Luo Zhen said, and it was quite reasonable. In order to be able to fight Luo Zhen, he agreed directly. That's what I said, but besides this sword, I don't have anything that can be used as a prize. Because of his personality, Salvatore has almost nothing on his body except a sword, which can be said to be poor. And as a king, he doesn't need to worry about money, he will be served by local magicians wherever he goes. Besides, he didn't think Luo Zhen would need money. After thinking hard for a while, Salvatore, who really couldn't think of what to take as the winner's prize, said bluntly. Is there anything you want? Brother Luo Zhen, as long as I have something, just say it. What I want is very simple. Luo Zhen smiled and spit out a word from his mouth. Italy. Hey! You are the leader of the Southern European Magic Alliance, right? Luo Zhen said. That's right. Although Salvatore was not interested in this, he still knew that he had this identity. In this case, if I win, then I will have the right to dominate all the magic associations in Italy. Luo Zhen smiled slightly. This is what Luo Zhen came up with after meeting Salvatore Toni. Luo Zhen was not satisfied with the god of disobedience that appeared in the original book, so he ordered the red copper black cross to find traces of the god of disobedience for him all over the world. But the radiation range of a single bronze black cross in the entire world is really limited, so he also had the idea of expanding the sphere of influence. And anyway, bronze black cross is nominally under Salvatore Toni. Although Salvatore doesn't care about it from the original book, Luo Zhen is still a little uncomfortable. Therefore, taking this opportunity, he directly seized the control of all Italian magic associations. Kill two birds with one stone. Hey, is that all? Salvatore's reaction did not surprise Luo Zhen. The King of Swords didn't care about anything other than sword and fight. Well, since brother Luo Zhen, you want it, I'll give it to you. He said indifferently. How are these things all right? The important thing is to fight an equally strong enemy. So can we start? Say so. Salvatore looked at Luo Zhen with bright eyes, as if he couldn't wait. There was no mention of what to expect after he won. Perhaps, what he wanted most in his mind was to fight Luo Zhen. In this regard, Luo Zhen didn't plan to remind Salvatore, anyway, he didn't think he would lose. Only... Wait, you don't want to fight here? Luo Zhen looked helpless. Any questions? The problem is big. This is where I live. I don't want to sleep on the street at night. Luo Zhen glared at him. Once the two gods' layers fight here, the rest is hard to say. At least don't want this piece of land. Luo Zhen still has a sense of love for his own property. Shameful waste. Wait a minute, I'll explain to my knight and take you to a place where you can let go and fight. Luo Zhen waved his hand and sent Salvatore aside. So, as it is now, I'm going to find a place to fight that guy. Luo Zhen said to Erica. I see. You can go at ease. Erica smiled. It's obviously not something she can stop her from getting to this point. Fortunately, Luo Zhen didn't plan to fight Salvatore on Sardinia, which relieved her. The battle between god slayers is almost a disaster on the same level as the god of disobedience. Erica is here to wish you a prosperous martial arts. In this case, Erica can only offer her blessings to her king if she can't intervene in the battle between the two. Don't worry, it's impossible for me to lose. This Luo Zhen was very confident. After explaining to Erica, Luo Zhen directly controlled the wind and flew towards the depths of the sea with Salvatore. I'm asking for flowers, I'm asking for a recommendation, speaking of which, this seems to be the second time I've asked for a flower recommendation. Although it feels useless, let's try it anyway. It's too difficult for me, I was banned for driving a little bit, the atmosphere description is too ambiguous, what the hell is the reason? Fall. Forget it, let's go to work, writing a book is really a dead end asterisk. Chapter 31. Don't you think, I want me. The Mediterranean Sea is a sea area between the continents of Europe, Africa, and Asia, surrounded by the European continent to the north, the African continent to the south, and the Asian continent to the east. Thanks to this unique geographical factor, a large number of islands have been formed in the Mediterranean Sea. Even in this era, no one knows how many islands there are in the Mediterranean Sea. After flying over 30 nautical miles with Salvatore Toni in the wind, Luo Zhen finally found a good target. It was an uninhabited island with an area of about tens of thousands of square meters. Unlike other islands with animals and plants, the vegetation on this island is quite sparse, but perhaps it is for this reason that this island with little development value is lucky not to be poisoned by humans. But in the end, it was precisely because of this reason that this island was chosen by a certain god-killing demon king, and it was about to become a battlefield for two god-killers. The wind dissipated, Luo Zhen and Salvatore Toni landed in the center of the island. Just choose here. Luo Zhen shook his hand and said to Salvatore. He didn't bother to run further, so he just set the battlefield here. I can do it. In this regard, the blonde-haired King of Swords has no opinion. For him, as long as he can fight a strong enemy, the location is completely out of his consideration. In that case, let's get started. Luo Zhen said. Fighting as they say, the two god slayers faced each other at a certain distance, just like an ancient duel of knights. It's really exciting. With an excited smile, Salvatore opened the cylindrical box he had been carrying, and drew a sword from it. The length of the blade is about 80 centimeters, and it is a solid sword with double-sided blades. However, it is neither a powerful weapon, nor a magic sword like Erica's Lionheart King, but a very rough mass-produced equipment that can be seen by laymen. But it is such a sword that in Salvatore's hands is more terrifying than any magic sword because he is the King of Swords. The moment Luo Zhen grasped the hilt of the sword, Luo Zhen clearly felt that the aura of the blonde youth was completely different. An extremely sharp breath emanated from his body. Feeling this sharp breath, Luo Zhen's skin felt tingling, and his expression became serious. Salvatore raised his sword and pointed its tip at Luo Zhen. Then I'm on, brother Luo Zhen. Bring it on. Luo Zhen looked like you were casual, and just stood there with his bare hands. He didn't take out a weapon. Although he had learned some swordsmanship from Erica these days, he didn't need to take it out at this time. Then, Salvatore's figure disappeared in front of Luo Zhen's eyes. It was only for a moment. When he reappeared, he had already crossed a distance of dozens of meters and came to Luo Zhen. The sword in his hand mercilessly fell from the top of Luo Zhen's head into two halves. However, just as Salvatore moved, Luo Zhen didn't watch. I am the strongest, the one who holds all victories in hand. The one who defeats all enemies in the face of their enmity. I will defeat any enemy who stands in my way. The holy verse representing the god of victory Velaslana spit out from Luo Zhen's mouth. Then, a brown, dreamy-colored wheel emerged from behind Luo Zhen, a proof that he usurped Velaslana's power. Since he got this power from the war god, Luo Zhen has not had the chance to use it. This time he agreed to Salvatore's invitation to fight, and he may not have the idea of experimenting with the power. Salvatore's instant burst was so fast that even the God-killer's abnormal dynamic vision couldn't capture it for a while, but it didn't matter. At the moment Salvatore launched his attack, Luo Zhen's 10 incarnations had an avatar's turn-on condition is met. O all evildoers, fear my strength. Now I will gain the majesty of 10 mountains, the strength of 100 rivers, and the strength of 1,000 camels. The majesty I raise is the mark of a fierce camel. On the wheel behind Luo Zhen, the pointer turned rapidly, and finally stopped on the camel pattern. Luo Zhen's camel activation condition is to be attacked, but in fact, whether it is attacked or not depends on Luo Zhen's subjective judgment. In general, it doesn't matter whether you are attacked or not, I think I am attacked. Under this incarnation, Luo Zhen will gain the level of kicking skills of the gods. Not only that, but also the fighting skills and fighting consciousness have reached the level of gods, and at the same time, he will get the eyes that can see through everything. The so-called eye of the mind is the ability that can only be obtained when the martial arts reaches an extreme level. Under the eye of the mind, even divine speed can be captured. In this world, there are not many people with heart eyes, but none of them are warriors who have reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Even if Luo Zhen was an ordinary person before and had never practiced martial arts, but with the blessing of this power, he is already a martial artist who has reached the pinnacle of Wu. There is a great deal of destructive power between them. This is the God Killer. Ordinary people have worked hard all their lives, tasted all the hardships and bitterness, and shed all their blood and sweat to achieve everything. In front of the God Killer, it is only a matter of power. But killing a god is a great undertaking, an unrepeatable miracle. Throughout the thousands of years of this world's history, only a dozen or 2 people can get such an honor. I see. With the heart eyes that even God's speed can capture, Luo Zhen instantly captured Salvatore's figure. Luo Zhen just turned his body slightly and avoided Salvatore's menacing head-on sword. Then, Luo Zhen started to fight back. The huge magic power gathered on the right hand, Luo Zhen directly punched Salvatore in the front, and at such a close distance, the King of Swords had no way to avoid it. Boom! An explosive roar sounded. Under Luo Zhen's punch, the unavoidable Salvatore shot out at a speed invisible to the naked eye and landed on a huge rock several hundred meters away. The powerful kinetic energy it carried let it smash the boulder into pieces. The whole person is buried deep in it. But in this case, Luo Zhen was thoughtful. It doesn't feel right. I went for an interview in the morning and came back late. Well, I strengthened the avatar of the camel a little bit, but I still strengthen it according to the original setting. Otherwise, I feel that other avatars are useless, and it can't be called the power of only Nirvana. Asterisk. Chapter 32 Against the King of Swords, incarnations are superimposed. There is no smoke. This is a fairly well-known law in the world of two-dimensionality. As if to confirm this law, someone jumped out under the smog shrouded in smoke. It was Salvatore. Dangerous, dangerous, almost an accident. Holding an iron sword, the blonde sword king sighed like this. That being said, but Salvatore didn't show any signs of damage, even the clothes he was wearing were intact. Luo Zhen's blow obviously had no effect at all. If you want to say the reason, then it is because of the things that appeared on his body at this moment. On his body, nearly 100 cuneiform-like marks appeared around Salvatore, as if guarding him. Oh, blessing of steel! Seeing the cuneiform writing on Salvatore's body, Luo Zhen frowned. There is no doubt that the literal body of those words is power. Among the 4 powers that Salvatore holds, one is called Blessing of Steel. It was the power that the King of Swords usurped from the Norse hero Siegfried, and the words that appeared on his body were the words rune in Norse mythology. The power of Blessing of Steel allows Salvatore to transform his body into steel, thereby gaining an unimaginable defense. The reason Luo Zhen felt that his hand was not right was because Salvatore used this power at a critical moment to transform his body into steel, thus blocking his punch. This is your power. With a little curiosity, Salvatore said, staring at the victory wheel behind Luo Zhen. Well, I took it from the ancient Persian war god Velaslana. Luo Zhen didn't hide it, and simply said. So, you really are a good opponent, brother, then I should get serious too. Having said that, the blonde king of swords moved his body, his expression gradually became serious, and he raised the sword in his hand. I swear on this. I will not allow anything that I cannot cut to exist. This sword can cut through everything in the world, and it is an invincible blade. This is a speech and a declaration. Accompanied by these words, a terrifying magic power that was so huge that the surrounding air was shaking rose up from Salvatore's body, and then this magic power suddenly converged towards his right hand holding the sword. Past. Under such circumstances, Salvatore's right hand has undergone a visible change. Starting from the fingertips, the silver-white light winds upward until the entire arm is wrapped in it, completely replacing the original human hand of blood and bones, forming a shining silver-white, metal arm. Because Salvatore was still holding the sword in his hand, this silver also wrapped the sword in, shining a silvery brilliance. So, at this moment, this mass-produced sword became the unique and most terrifying magic sword in the world. Power-tearing silver hand. A few years ago, a young man named Salvatore Toni was just an ordinary knight, but by chance, he killed the god king of the Danu tribe worshipped by the ancient Celts Nu Ada, took this power from him, and became a god-killer demon king. This is Salvatore's first and strongest power. Zhang. Then, Salvatore swung the sword wrapped in terrifying magic power towards Luo Zhen, and an invisible slash suddenly appeared from the space, ignoring the distance of the space and heading towards Luo Zhen. What a fast sword, there is no way to avoid it. The invisible blade is reflected in the black pupil. But even if it can be observed, it cannot react at all in terms of speed. Aware of this fact, Luo Zhen had another thought in his heart and made a decision. If that's the case, then try that. Fear the man with wings, the wicked and the mighty, fear me who has wings. My wings will bring you a curse. Evil cannot hit me. Facing the ultra-high-speed terrifying slash at him, the wheel behind Luo Zhen started to move again, pointing to the phoenix pattern. At this moment, he entered the realm of divine speed. Then, Luo Zhen disappeared in place. Boom! The terrifying slash directly crossed Luo Zhen's position and flew out into the distance. Everything that stood in the way was cut open, the ground was cut open, the air was cut open, and even the clouds above the sky were affected, and even spread to the ocean in the distance, cutting the sea open. All visible and invisible things were cut in half in front of this slash. At this time, Luo Zhen seemed to jump in space, came behind Salvatore, and kicked a terrifying kick with the power of a camel towards his back. Avatar stacking. At this moment, Luo Zhen did what even the original owner of the 10 incarnations, the undefeated army god, Velaslana himself could not do, and at the same time used the 2 incarnations of camel and phoenix to make himself along with his unparalleled martial arts. He also possesses a super speed. This is a kick that no one in this world can avoid. It was supposed to be like this. However, an unexpected scene appeared, as if predicting where Luo Zhen would appear. Salvatore slammed a sword behind him. Luo Zhen has no interest in using his own body to test whether Salvatore's sword is not sharp. After all, he does not have the power of Blessing of Steel, and the consequences of his response are not likely to be cut in half. Maybe I should also find a heroic god of steel. This thought flashed past, so he used the speed again and disappeared in place. Reappeared but had already reached the position above Salvatore's head. However, before he could launch an attack this time, another slash came on the way. Mind eyes. This thought flashed through Luo Zhen's mind. Once can be said to be a coincidence, but twice is no longer a coincidence, which means that Salvatore was able to capture Luo Zhen who was entering the speed. There is no doubt that this King of Swords also has the ability of Heart Eyes. But it is not surprising that the King of Swords is sincere in the sword, and he can be said to have reached the pinnacle on the road of sword, and it is not surprising that he has heart eyes. Just facing the King of Swords, who also has the Eye of the Heart, it is impossible to launch a surprise attack with divine speed. Realizing this fact, and not continuing to make useless attacks, Luo Zhen's body flashed, and the person retreated directly into the distance, landing on a boulder. Although the first time using two avatars at the same time did not achieve good results, Luo Zhen did not feel anything. He just wanted to see if he could use different avatars at the same time. Facts have proved that his 10 incarnations can indeed be used in superposition, and their power is indeed terrifying. This means that in the face of Salvatore, who has the eyes of the heart and can capture the speed, he failed to achieve results. Try this. Luo Zhen stood on the boulder. The brown light wheel behind him turned again. Lightning! Lightning! I want to be able to defeat tens of thousands of crusaders with 100,000, 10,000, and 10,000. Please shine for me, who is on the side of justice, and give me help. Boom! Under the clear sky, a roar sounded, and the golden thunder appeared out of nowhere, and slashed towards Salvatore. Asterisk. Chapter 33, Whose Sword is Sharper? The 10 incarnations Luo Zhen obtained from the war god Velaslana is a fully functional and powerful power. No matter what kind of opponent you are facing, you can choose different avatars to fight in a targeted manner, so as to ensure the advantage of the battle. Since the melee method is not suitable, then the long-range method is used. Therefore, Luo Zhen cancelled the incarnation of camel and chose goat instead. In fact, in terms of power, the power of the lightning strike released by the incarnation of goat is similar to the power of the lightning strike released by the ruler of the sky, but it is not as high as the latter in priority. And there is another point: goat can enhance its own power by taking the vitality of the surrounding life into magic power. Although Luo Zhen is now on a deserted island, don't forget that this is the Mediterranean Sea. The sea is the cradle of life, and the most important thing in it is life. At this moment, the vitality of all life in the surrounding seas was forcibly taken away by the incarnation of the goat. Although most of the magic power that marine life can provide is only a little bit, it can't hold much. Under the accumulation, it is also an extremely huge magic power. A terrifying lightning strike fell from the sky. Hey, this is more terrifying than that old man's thunder and lightning. Aware of the terrifying power contained in the golden thunder that came towards him, Salvatore changed slightly. Salvatore's intuition told him that his blessing of steel couldn't stop this thunder, and he would definitely be injured if he hit it hard. But dodging is definitely impossible, because in terms of speed, thunder has undoubtedly reached the field of divine speed, which is not the speed that Salvatore can dodge. Being able to observe the speed is just being able to counterattack. Since you can't stop it, then cut it off. Salvatore roared, and swung the sword wrapped in terrifying magic power towards the thunder that was running towards him. As the King of Swords, he does not have the rich and varied powers of other gods' layers, able to deal with various situations. There are only two powers that he can fight head-on, and that is Rearing Silver Hand and Steel Blessing. One as a means of attack and the other as a means of defense. All his attack methods revolve around the power of the Tearing Silver Hand, and there is only one attack method of slashing. Strengthen the blade in his hand and increase the power of the spell. As described in the word spirit, Salvatore does not allow the existence of things in this world that he cannot cut off. That's right, whether it is the earth, the sky, or the thunder, no matter what it is, just cut it off. With absolute conviction, the sword energy emitting a silver light collided with the thunder. Boom! A loud roar sounded. The thunder released by the goat was slashed by the sword, and the energy in it blasted away in all directions. Some of them fell on the surrounding ground, forming deep pits on the ground, and some of them went towards Salvatore, but these were no longer able to cause damage to him, and they were all blocked by the body of steel. But then, more thunderbolts were released, all heading towards him. Under such circumstances, Salvatore swung the sword in his hand at the same speed as a storm, severing all the oncoming thunderbolts. The aftermath of the sword changed the terrain of the island, and the sea was broken open for a long time. Can't be calmed down. Ho ho! Salvatore panted slightly, and swinging his sword at such a high frequency was also a big burden for him. Clap clap! Crisp applause sounded. Luo Zhen's figure slowly fell from the sky. It's really amazing, even that kind of attack can be cut off, worthy of being the King of Swords. Luo Zhen's words were a little surprised. Sure enough, no God's lair is easy. It seems that it is impossible to simply defeat you. The power has also been experimented almost, and it is time to draw a terminator for this battle. With a thought, the dream halo behind Luo Zhen also turned, pointing at the warrior. Zhang. The next moment, a precise pattern shone with golden light swirls out in front of Luo Zhen, bursting with dazzling golden light. With the skill of my words, let the justice of the world appear. Accompanied by the reverberation of the new word spirit, a golden sword with a whole body composed of gold, with mysterious runes engraved on the sword, emerged from the pattern that bloomed with dazzling golden light, bringing a burst of dazzling light. Glare. These incantations are powerful and eloquent, the sword of wisdom that greets victory. Reaching out, Luo Zhen pulled out the golden sword engraved with ancient Persian characters. Hey, no, brother, how much power do you still have? Seeing this scene, Salvatore was stunned and doubted life. You have used several powers since the beginning, haven't you just killed 2 gods of disobedience? Salvatore is counting. From the beginning of the battle, Luo Zhen has used more than 2 powers, but according to the information he got, Luo Zhen didn't just kill 2 gods of disobedience. How could there be so many power? Suddenly, Salvatore thought of something, and his expression changed. Ah! I see, what you get is the power of incarnation, right? The Demon King of North America, John Pluto Smith, once defeated the god of disobedience called Tezcatlipoca, and thus usurped the power called super transformation, which is the ability to transform. It has the power to take various postures and use the abilities that can only be used in that form. The belligerent King of Swords, and therefore more or less learned about this knowledge. Although Luo Zhen did not change his posture, Salvatore noticed a small detail, that is, when Luo Zhen used different powers, the pointer on the wheel behind him would move to different patterns accordingly. Then he counted, there are 10 patterns on the wheel behind Luo Zhen, and Luo Zhen has only used 4 so far. You guessed it right, but unfortunately there is no reward. Luo Zhen, who was holding a golden sword and carrying the wheel of victory, smiled slightly. Tony, this time, let me use my sword to cut off your sword. Luo Zhen declared. Cut off my sword. Salvatore was stunned for a moment, and then showed a look of eagerness to try. That's really exciting. If you can do it, then come on, brother Luo Zhen, let's try whose sword is sharper. As you wish. Having said that, Luo Zhen began to compile the speech spirit. Salvatore Tony. The silver arm Nuada you defeated is the king of the Nuada gods worshipped by the ancient Celts. This god is the proper attitude of the king of the ancient world. Details to convey the existence that modern people know. The light appeared in response to Luo Zhen's words. A golden spot of light like a star appeared in this world. The sword of words that usurped the god of suicide, Velaslana, finally showed its fangs to the god's lair of this world. Asterisk. Chapter 34 The Collision of Swords and Swords. In fact, defeating Salvatore Tony is quite easy for Luo Zhen. As the 6th god killer before Luo Zhen, Salvatore Tony has only been a god killer for a few years. During these few years, the King of Swords has defeated a total of 4 gods of disobedience. In other words, Salvatore has 4 powers. But it is a pity that, in addition to Rearing Silver Hand and Blessing of Steel, the other 2 abilities are not suitable for frontal combat. Of course, perhaps for Salvatore, he doesn't need other powers to increase his fighting methods. From the very beginning, his only fighting method was sword, and he only needed sword, and other methods were not in his consideration at all. Of course, there is nothing wrong with this way of fighting, everyone has their own choices, but in front of Luo Zhen, who has the sword of words and spirits of the god of killing, well Slana, this has become Salvatore's biggest weakness. Nuada was forced to relinquish the throne because of the injury, so the god of medicine created a silver arm for the one-armed king, but Nuada, who became the one-armed god, did not regain the throne, and reset it again when the arm was complete again. After regeneration, the king must be a warrior, must be strong, and cannot be wounded. This is a common principle in the ancient world. As long as Nuada is still the one-armed god, he will never be able to take the throne again. Regarding the god of disobedience that Salvatore killed at first, the source of Nuada has been continuously revealed by Luo Zhen. And with the continuous improvement of the word spirit, a steady stream of swords were created. These swords are as dazzling as the stars in the Milky Way around Luo Zhen, and their dazzling brilliance cannot even cover the sun in the sky. This is the brilliance of wisdom. This is. Just seeing the sword beside Luo Zhen, Salvatore could feel his power-tearing silver hand throbbing, as if he saw some natural enemy. So that's the case, is this your sword? For no reason, Salvatore understood the essence of those light balls, which were swords forged against his magic sword. Interesting, then let's see if the sword made of forged steel in my hand is sharp, or the sword of incantation engraved with the word spirit is even better. He showed a hideous smile like a beast. I swear this. I will not allow anything that I cannot cut to exist. This sword can cut through everything in the world, and it is an invincible blade. Salvatore shouted the spirit of words, the silver light on his arm skyrocketed, and he swung the sword in his hand towards Luo Zhen. Useless. Luo Zhen stared indifferently at the slashing attack coming towards him. This time, he didn't even bother to dodge. The incarnation of Phoenix would have side effects after using it for a long time, which he couldn't avoid. Although divine speed is easy to use, it is also extremely taxing on the body. This is the same for everyone, no matter Luo Zhen. The same is true of the God Killer of England, and the Black Prince, who is known as the Swift Prince. Evil people can't crusade against me, who shines with the glory of victory. Luo Zhen spit out words. Accompanied by Yan Ling, around him, those golden light balls that were as bright as stars moved into action. Some of them flew like shooting stars, and then formed a golden shield in front of Luo Zhen, blocking the slash with ease. It's not over yet. Salvatore shouted loudly. In just a few seconds, he swiped hundreds of times again at an astonishing speed, and hundreds of silver slashes pierced through the space. Each of these slashes can easily slash the earth, split rivers and mountains, but such an attack, when it hit the golden shield in front of Luo Zhen, was like an egg hitting a stone, and it collapsed. The power of the word spirit contained in the sword was eliminated. However, taking advantage of this time, Salvatore ran and rushed towards Luo Zhen at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Then, in the process of running, his silver hand holding the sword was happening. Change. The unknown substance of white silver continued to multiply on his arm, and then like mud, it covered the blade in his hand, layer after layer, layer after layer. A sword that can pierce through all enemies with just one swing, to deprive all of life, let the brilliance reside. Salvatore shouted a brand new word spirit, and by the end, the blade in his hand had completely changed. Although it can still be seen that it looks like a sword, the size has changed dramatically, from the original 80 centimeters to a huge sword with a length of 9 meters. Holding the 9-meter-long giant sword in this way, he injected all the mana that could be used in his entire body into the sword. For this reason, Salvatore even cancelled the power of Blessing of Steel, and the rune surrounding him also disappeared. With astonishing power, the golden-haired sword dynasty led Luo Zhen to charge. This will be his strongest hit so far. Good come. In this situation, Luo Zhen raised the golden sword in his hand, his eyes lowered, his lips moved slightly, and he made up a new spirit of words. Language is light. Word spirit is light. So light, word spirit, become my sword, my blade. At this moment, the surrounding golden light balls also moved. They fluttered, then gathered towards the sword in Luo Zhen's hand, and the moment they touched the sword's body, they were absorbed directly by the sword's body as if they were blended with water. Under the continuous fusion of light spheres, the golden sword in Luo Zhen's hand shines brightly, the volume changes amazingly in the light, and finally becomes a huge weapon, no bigger than 9 meters in Salvatore's hand. The long magic sword is half a point, and even bigger. This huge golden sword has condensed all the power of words that can sever the power of the tearing silver hand. Let's see whose sword is better. Also waving a golden sword several times larger than himself, Luo Zhen greeted the silver magic sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing came. This is the sword of killing gods and the silver magic sword that cuts everything. At the same time, the light of gold and the light of silver work. In just an instant, the outcome was decided. Looked at the eternal tribulation destruction system on the day of God's wrath, I feel really bad, I want to join in. But I'm afraid I can't control it, it's so tangled. What? By the way, it's not someone's trumpet, the name was randomly chosen. Asterisk. Chapter 35 Closing. Luo Zhen looked down at the huge golden sword that was cut off in the middle, leaving only half of it, and looked down at his chest. At some point in his chest, a sword mark appeared across the entire chest, and blood was overflowing from the sword mark. Fortunately, the sword marks are not deep. With this level of injury, the God Slayer's resilience will be intact in less than an hour, and there will be no scars left. I didn't expect you to be able to do this. He looked at Salvatore opposite him. At this moment, the silvery arm of the King of Swords has returned to a flesh and blood arm, and the huge magic sword in his hand has also returned to its original appearance, becoming that crudely manufactured mass-produced equipment. This proves that the opponent's power-tearing silver hand has been sealed by the golden sword. But it's still a little short. The blonde King of Swords said in a regretful and unwilling tone. Although he cut off Luo Zhen's golden sword and left a wound on Luo Zhen's body, his power was also sealed, indicating that he still failed. In this sword-to-sword duel, he still lost. No, it's beyond my expectation that you can do this. Luo Zhen said. This is the truth. In the face of the sword of killing God, which restrained his power, the King of Swords was able to counterattack like this, which was somewhat unexpected. Again, no God's lair is easy. But one size fits all. As soon as he loosened his hand, the huge golden sword turned into particles of light and disappeared. As the price of leaving wounds on my body, you must have a corresponding consciousness, right? Salvatore Tony. Boom. As if to confirm Luo Zhen's words, the bright sky suddenly dimmed as far as he could see, replaced by dark clouds, the rising sea breeze, and the dull sound of thunder. Power ruler of the sky. The first power Luo Zhen obtained. Without deliberately reciting the words, the sky automatically followed Luo Zhen's mood at the moment, and changed his posture accordingly. Not only that, there are two simple sticks, one flew out from the thundercloud in the sky, and the other appeared from the void. Flying on Luo Zhen's head. Outcasts and repulsors. Work hard to live. Luo Zhen looked at Salvatore and showed a nuclear good smile. In a way, he is quite a careful person. Forward. Under such circumstances, Salvatore swallowed subconsciously, and he felt deep malice in Luo Zhen's smile. Is it too late for me to admit defeat now? However, what responded to him was a thunderbolt that fell from the sky. Then, starting with this, the inhumane devastation begins. There is no need to say much about the subsequent development. After the power of tearing silver hand was sealed by the golden sword, Salvatore, who had no means of counterattack, could not make any waves in front of Luo Zhen. Even if he still has the power of blessing of steel, in this case, blessing of steel can only make him a tough sandbag. Even a body of steel could not stop the anger from the sky. However, although he was angry because of being injured, Luo Zhen still did not lose his mind and killed the King of Swords. There is no need to kill him, after all, he doesn't hate this kind of pure martial arts. Having said that, in retaliation, Luo Zhen beat Salvatore half to death and brought it back to Sardinia. Then it didn't take long for the King of Swords to be taken away by a black-haired young man who rushed over. I didn't expect you to be able to defeat Lord Salvatore. Although Salvatore is young, he is Luo Zhen's senior no matter what. He has been a god slayer for several years longer than Luo Zhen, and killed twice as many gods as Luo Zhen. No matter in terms of experience or the number of powers, it is obvious that Salvatore has the upper hand. But in such a situation, Luo Zhen actually defeated the King of Swords perfectly. Who knew that when Luo Zhen came back with the half-dead Salvatore, Erica was startled, thinking that the King of Swords had been beaten to death. Anyway, Erica didn't know how to describe it, so she could only sigh in the end. As expected of my king. It's nothing, you also know that my situation is different from that of ordinary god slayers. Luo Zhen, who was sitting on a sofa with a mythology book in his hand, heard Erica's words faintly. Said. Even if you have a golden sword, you can't do whatever you want. After all, the golden sword still needs enough knowledge to support it. It seems like that too. Thinking of Luo Zhen's cheating power of 10 incarnations, Erica was relieved at once. It is different from the magician who is speculating on what power the 7th god slayer has acquired. Erica has been with Luo Zhen for a while, so she naturally knows the truth about the power Luo Zhen holds now. Although Luo Zhen only has 2 powers on the surface, he won the 10 incarnations of cheating from the undefeated army god Slana, but Luo Zhen is equivalent to gaining 10 powers in one breath. The powerful one. It can be said that among the god slayers today, apart from the oldest demon king in Eastern Europe, Luo Zhen has the most powers. But then, Italy will be yours. Erica didn't forget Luo Zhen's bet with the King of Swords. According to the agreement, after Luo Zhen's victory, the Italian magic associations will become Luo Zhen's things and obey his control. In terms of identity, Luo Zhen is now a veritable king of Italy. In this way, Bronze Black Cross can be regarded as Luo Zhen's subordinate. Then she heard Luo Zhen's words. Erica, help me assemble the Italian Magic Society, I want to meet them. Asterisk. Chapter 36. Do you have any opinions? In a large and bright room, a group of people are gathering here at this moment. There are old people, young people in their prime, and young and beautiful women. It can be said that there are all kinds of people, but without exception, they all have faint spell fluctuations on their bodies, indicating that they are not ordinary people. The fact is also true, these people are basically the leaders of various Italian magic associations, and being able to appear here means that they have reached the rank of Great Knight at the lowest level. In other words, if you don't even reach the rank of a Great Knight, you don't even have the qualifications to stand here. It can be said that these people are the best magicians and knights in the whole of Italy today. However, such a group of people, because of someone's call, had to leave everything in their hands and gather here. The people present were divided into small groups and communicated in a low voice. I don't know why the king called us together. Suddenly, I don't know who whispered such a sentence, and suddenly the room that was still a little noisy was quiet. A look of unease appeared on the faces of most people. The King of Swords was defeated. The news is no secret in Italian magic circles. 3 days ago, the King of Swords Salvatore Toni, who was the leader of the Southern European Magic Union, returned from South America and went to Sardinia for the first time to invite the newly born 7th god slayer. However, the result was shocking, and the winner was the 7th god slayer of the new generation. It is said that the King of Swords was finally carried away after being seriously injured. No one knew how shocked they were when they got the news, but in the end they could only sigh that it was indeed the god slayer who killed the two most disobedient gods at the very beginning of their birth. But now, the god killer has specially summoned them to come, and he doesn't know why. This unknown is also the source of their unease. After all, every god slayer is a moody person. Mr. Paul, the summoning message this time was sent by your bronze black cross. Don't you even know why the king summoned us here? It was the young commander-in-chief of the Lily City who was also one of the 7 sisters. He was one of the first people who knew that the King of Swords went to fight with the new king. Everyone turned their attention to a middle-aged man with a refined appearance. Sorry, I don't know the king's intentions either. I'm waiting for the bronze black cross just to obey the king's orders. Paul Brauntree, the commander-in-chief of the bronze black cross, said calmly. Unlike other people's worries, Paul at this moment is extremely calm. Others naturally noticed Paul's calmness, and their eyes were faintly envious. But what can I do? Who told me that the bronze black cross was the first to discover the new king, and then hugged his thighs? At this moment, the door of this conference room opened. Accompanied by the voice, everyone turned to look at the door. There, a handsome young man with black hair and black eyes appeared in casual clothes, about 16 or 17 years old. Being watched by everyone in the room, the black-haired boy did not change his face, and walked directly into the room. Behind him, a beautiful girl in a red dress followed closely into the room. All the people sitting in the room stood up subconsciously. They don't know the boy, but they know the girl behind the boy, one of the famous twin stars in the Italian magic circle, Erica Brauntree, who is rumored to have become the new King Knight. To be able to make Erica follow like this, then the identity of the young man is ready to be revealed. The 7th god killer beheaded the great cause of the undefeated army god Velslana and the god King Meeker, who stood at the top of this world. He was also the one who called them here this time. In the silence, Luo Zhen took Erica down the corridor leading to the round table, opened the last table under everyone's attention, and sat down as a matter of course, while Erica came to him standing behind. Everyone must know who I am. So I won't introduce myself. Luo Zhen bent his left hand on the armrest of the chair under his seat, dragged his cheeks, glanced at the faces of everyone present, and smiled. You should be wondering why I called you here. Also ask the king to answer my questions. The first to speak was a young woman. She stood up straight and said respectfully. Oh, who are you? Luo Zhen looked at the speaker. Reporting to the king, I am Diana Milito of the Bronze Black Cross. Bronze Black Cross. Really a familiar name, Luo Zhen nodded. Actually, the reason for calling you guys is very simple. Luo Zhen looked around for a week and threw a bomb directly. First of all, from today, Italy is my territory. Hearing this sentence, everyone present looked at Luo Zhen with shocked expressions, and they were obviously stunned by the news. And Luo Zhen didn't care about the reactions of the people present, and spoke to himself. You should all know me and Tony no, Tony's fight. As the price of that fight, he lost Italy to me, so I think I need to meet you guys, announcing a few things by the way. First, mobilize all of your power to find the traces of the god of disobedience for me. Secondly, increase the excavation of the ruins in Italy, find those really ancient artifacts for me, and then give me a list of the artifacts you currently have. Then, Luo Zhen looked at everyone with a smile and released his spell. Everyone present seemed to be held down by a mountain, and their bodies couldn't help trembling. Luo Zhen didn't use the power, but the god killer's own huge magic power, called heterogeneous, already made these magician knights tremble. The existence of this huge and profound magic power is enough to offset the magic used by most mortals. Everyone, what's your answer? Sorry, there are too many things at work recently. There are a lot of things at work and at home. I have no time to write. I am so annoying. I don't know what to type when I look at the keyboard. Asterisk. Chapter 37 The King of Italy. This is Chi Luoluo's disillusionment. The reason for this is because Luo Zhen still remembers that in the original book, Goto Kusanagi was dragged to a so-called battle test by the associations in front of him on the grounds of testing. This is simply the following crime: it is disrespectful, and it is an insult to the God's lair. When did the God's lair need to prove it to others? It's simply a joke of the world. To be honest, Luo Zhen doesn't even know who gave them the courage. Liang Jingru? How dare you ask a God's lair to perform in front of them like a circus monkey? Even if Kusanagi Goto himself has a personality problem, that's not the reason why they can do this. Of course, it's useless to say that now. Because now it was him who became the God's lair, not Kyuzaka Gagadu. To anger others for some unwarranted things, even he, who is now the Demon King, can't do it to such an extent. But now that Italy has become his territory, it is necessary for these people to recognize the priority. He doesn't have time to play allegiance games with these people. He is a person who hates trouble, especially unnecessary trouble. Then everyone, what's your answer? Luo Zhen took back his momentum and said with a smile. All the magicians present were as if they had just escaped from suffocation. Their pale faces were breathing in the fresh air, and at the same time they felt fearful towards the young man above who smiled and looked at them. This king is simply moody. It was obvious that he was smiling right at the moment, but the next second he turned his face and didn't recognize anyone. Compared to the King of Swords they served before, this new king is more like the Marquis of Waban, the oldest God's lair. The bronze black cross is willing to serve you. After a brief silence, Paul Browntree, the commander-in-chief of the bronze black cross, stood up first, put one hand on his shoulder, and gave a knightly salute. Although the bronze black cross had previously become Luo Zhen's subordinate by default, it is now an official oath of allegiance. Once everything has a beginning, the next thing will be easier to do. With the bronze black cross headed up, the rest of the Magic Society also spoke up. Lily City is willing to serve the king. Bronze black cross is willing to serve the king. The wolf is willing to serve the king. The old lady is willing to serve the king. In the blink of an eye, all the magic associations including the Seven Sisters Magic Alliance swore allegiance to Luo Zhen. In this case, they have no choice. Is it possible to say Lao Zi is not happy to the king? That is really the old birthday star who eats arsenic. He thinks that his life is too long, and by the way, he pulls up his own association to be buried with him. That's what they say when they've been kicked in the head by a donkey. And in fact, they have no resistance to surrendering to the new king. After all, as the saying goes, good birds rest on wood. In their hearts, since the new king defeated the King of Swords and took Italy away, it shows that he is more worthy of serving than the King of Swords. And, this is not necessarily an opportunity. The Sword King Salvatore Toni they served before was a person who only had sword and fight in his mind, and he didn't care about other things. Even if he wanted to please him, there was no place to please him. In terms of swordsmanship, let alone the whole of Italy, there is no one in the whole of Europe that can compare to the King of Swords. They can't be allowed to fight the God's lair. But the new king is obviously different. From the current brief contact, the new king is obviously a completely different character from the King of Swords. He is a person with strong desire. Therefore, as long as he can please him, it may not be impossible to make the association he is in. Further, the people present had different thoughts. Although they had just sworn their allegiance, the people below were already thinking about how to please the king. What's more, for example, the owner of Bronze Black Cross, Diana Milito, looked at Erica, who was standing next to Luo Zhen, who was as gorgeous as a rose, thinking about something in her heart. Now that the Bronze Black Cross is as loyal to the king as the Bronze Black Cross, this is something that can't be changed, so in some things, the Bronze Black Cross family cannot be dominated. Very well, you gentlemen did not disappoint me. Luo Zhen nodded with satisfaction. Then go and carry out my order. I hope to get good news from you. The voice fell, Luo Zhen stood up from the chair, and he glanced at everyone. Of course, I am not a stingy person. If you can bring me satisfactory results, I will naturally give you the corresponding status and favor. Appropriate rewards will stimulate the motivation of subordinates. Luo Zhen still knows this. So Luo Zhen also made a promise to everyone present without hesitation. After finishing speaking, Luo Zhen took Erica directly and left the venue under the awe-inspiring gaze of many magician knights, and returned to his residence. With the allegiance of all the magic associations present, Luo Zhen can now be said to be a veritable king of Italy. Of course, Luo Zhen doesn't care much about this kind of power. After all, the world is respected by strength. As long as there is enough strength, let alone Italy, even the whole world will surrender at your feet. But what if he got the entire God's Lair world? In Luo Zhen's mind, the world of God's Lair is at best a small stop on his journey. Since the crossing, his goal has not changed. To set foot on a higher place and enjoy more scenery, this is his pursuit. Asterisk. Chapter 38 Liliana Chronicle. King, this is the information on the divine tool you want. This is a villa in the southwest of Milan. Luo Zhen lives here now. Luo Zhen was also a little bored because he stayed in Sardinia for a while, so he set the meeting place in Milan. The interior of the villa is splendid, with precious paintings and historical porcelain everywhere, handmade woolen blankets on the ground, and even the chandeliers above the head are covered with gold lacquer, which can be said to be luxurious to the extreme. In the spacious living room, Erica handed Luo Zhen a document. Oh, it's pretty fast. Sitting on the soft sofa and putting the teacup in his hand on the table, Luo Zhen said in surprise. It wasn't long before he came back, and the efficiency of these magic associations was quite fast. After all, it's the king's order, they don't dare to delay. Erica chuckled. Luo Zhen couldn't deny it. Reaching out and taking the document in Erica's hand, Luo Zhen opened it and looked at it. Here is the information on the artifacts owned by the whole of Italy today. There are about 10 pieces in number. Most of these artifacts have been sealed and guarded by the Italian Magic Association. After all, most artifacts are completely useless to human beings. Not to mention, some of them are even very dangerous, and they will cause disasters if they are not careful. Like the Prometheus cheats in Luo Zhen's hands that can be used by ordinary people, it is basically rare. But even if it can be used, ordinary people will have to pay a heavy price if they want to use it. To be honest, Luo Zhen still doesn't understand why Goto can use Prometheus cheats so many times in a row in the original book. He has also seen Kasuga Goto. He is a pure ordinary person. Logically speaking, such an ordinary person who does not have any magic cultivation, just to stimulate the power of the Prometheus secret book is enough to make him die many times. As a result, he was still lively and dancing. In the end, it can only be attributed to the forcible opening of the original author. Here a stone pillar. Suddenly, Luo Zhen saw a fairly familiar name on a certain page, and even attached a picture very thoughtfully. This artifact is located in Naples, Italy, and is guarded by the bronze Black Cross. If nothing else, this artifact could represent a god of disobedience. I don't know when the Gorgon stone will be dug up. Luo Zhen thought to himself. In the original work, it was because of the appearance of the Gorgon stone that stimulated the Hera stone pillar, which was also a divine tool of the Earth Mother, and made this divine tool begin to absorb power. It's just that the Gorgon stone still doesn't know which ruins it lives in, so now this sacred tool is still quietly staying in the underground temple in Naples. But now Luo Zhen has ordered the Italian Magic Association to vigorously develop the ruins and excavate the artifacts. It should be not far from the time when the Gorgon stone is unearthed. At that time, he only needs to replicate the practice of Tony Mew, and cut the Hera stone pillar into 2 sections, and he will be able to harvest a god of disobedience. And, when the Gorgon stone appeared, the cat-eared lowly goddess also appeared. It's just double the joy. Just thinking of this, Luo Zhen couldn't help but mourn for Italy. This place in Italy is also unlucky enough. Obviously, there is not much land. In a short period of time, it will attract 4 gods of disobedience in a row. It is simply that gods of disobedience run here together. Of course, if it wasn't for this, Luo Zhen wouldn't have to bet with Salvatore Toni to win Italy, and it wasn't because he could justifiably bring these 2 gods of disobedience into his hands. That guy who wants to fight a strong enemy at the moment has absolutely no idea what he's missing. From this point of view, Italy can be said to be his blessed land. Italy is really amazing. JPG. By the way, Wang, there is one more thing. The Bronze Black Cross came to visit you, saying that there is something to report to you. They are outside now. Do you want to see them? When Luo Zhen was concentrating on the information in her hand, Erica suddenly said. Is it about the god of disobedience? Luo Zhen stopped his movements and thought for a moment. Bring them here. Yes. After replying this sentence, Erica got up and went to the door to order a subordinate who was brought over from the Bronze Black Cross. Before long, 2 people were brought to Luo Zhen. One was Diana Milito, the leader of the Bronze Black Cross whom Luo Zhen had met not long ago, but compared to the former, Luo Zhen is more concerned about the other person. She was a girl who was very reminiscent of a fairy. With long silver hair tied into a ponytail, she has a slender body and is wearing a blue and black knight's uniform. Her appearance is exquisite and correct, but her expression is extremely tense, giving people a cute feeling and a bit of majesty at the same time. All in all, she is a girl who is not inferior to Erica at all. Although it was the first time they met, Luo Zhen recognized the girl's identity. Liliana Chronicle. Another heroine of the original book, the eldest daughter of the famous magician Clanakar family, who belongs to the Bronze Black Cross of the Magic Guild, is also a genius, and became a great knight before the age of the weak crown. She is a girl who is not inferior to Erica in terms of background, talent, appearance, or strength. Together, the 2 are known as the Gemini in the Italian magic world. At this time, Diana Milito had brought the night girl to Luo Zhen. The Bronze Black Cross belongs, Diana Milito sees the king. The Bronze Black Cross belongs, Liliana Chronicle greets the king. The 2 took a few steps forward, knelt on one knee, and gave a knightly salute. Get up. Putting the information in his hand on the table, Luo Zhen said lightly. His eyes wandered on the 2 of them, and finally stopped on Diana Milito, tilting his head slightly. I heard you have something to report to me. Chapter 39 Purpose of the Bronze Black Cross. Reporting to the king, there is news about the god of disobedience. Hearing Luo Zhen's question, the leader of the Bronze Black Cross stood up from the ground and said respectfully. It really has something to do with the god of disobedience. It's just that the efficiency is a bit fast. Luo Zhen blinked. He just issued an order this morning, and as a result, there was news of the god of disobedience immediately. Is the god of disobedience so easy to find? At this moment, Luo Zhen almost thought that the Bronze Black Cross was here to entertain him. But on second thought, it shouldn't be. With the attitude he showed in the morning, apart from angering him and putting himself into a doomed situation, it would not do the Bronze Black Cross any good. On the contrary, their old enemy Bronze Black Cross should be very happy. There is nothing more gratifying than the death of one's own opponent. All in all, let's hear the news first. So Luo Zhen motioned Diana to continue with his eyes. With Luo Zhen's suggestion, this witch looks young but is actually quite old and organizes the language. A week ago, someone saw an unusually huge wolf being chased by a golden meteor in Iceland. Afterwards, the local magic association organized an investigation and found that there were indeed traces of power left by the god of disobedience, but these heavenly Iceland has not received any news of the disobedient god, and the local magic guild has not found any trace of the disobedient god. After listening to Diana's words, Luo Zhen pondered for a moment and then spoke up. A week ago. Yes, we originally planned to report this to Lord Salvatore after he returned from South America, but..." Diana replied. "It's just that in the end it's human beings that count. Who could have so many unexpected things happen in just a few days, not to mention the defeat of the King of Swords, and even Italy has changed its owner." It happened that Luo Zhen ordered the god of disobedience, so Diana hurried to see Luo Zhen. Wolf. After so long, this is the first news Luo Zhen has received about the god of disobedience. Don't look at the fact that there are many gods of disobedience in a short period of time in the original work, but that is only a special situation after all. It is the need of the plot, and beyond that, it is still difficult to find the traces of gods of disobedience. Just look at the idiot of Salvatore Toni. He has been a god slayer for several years, and he has 4 powers. He is not the leader of the East, and he does not like to go out. With the temperament of the King of Swords, the news of the god of disobedience must have been rushed over immediately. As a result, several years have passed, and the power is just that, which proves that the frequency of the god of disobedience is still very low. But also, if the gods of disobedience appeared together, the world would be in chaos long ago, and it would be impossible to be as calm as it is now, and the Marquis of Waban would not have to summon the gods of disobedience by himself. "Ms. Diana, I am very interested in your news," Luo Zhen said with a smile. He had already made up his mind to visit Iceland. Although it may not be possible to meet the god of disobedience, but maybe the blind cat meets the dead mouse. Besides, now that the harvest has not yet reached the Italian side, there is no need to rush the Japanese side. The arrival of this news is somewhat timely. It's great that you are satisfied," Diana said respectfully. "Wang, do you want to travel?" At this time, Erica, who was beside Luo Zhen, asked aloud. After following him for a while, this G-Knight could also faintly perceive Luo Zhen's thoughts. "Go and have a look." Luo Zhen nodded. "Then I'll go down and make arrangements for you to travel." "If that's the case, then you don't need to trouble Miss Erica." At this time, Diana spoke up, and the witch showed an elegant smile. "I waited for the bronze black cross to arrange the trip for the king, and considering that you may not be familiar with the environment there, I have prepared a guide for you, Lilia by my side. Liliana Chronicle is willing to serve you." At this time, the silver-haired knight Ji took a step forward. Her delicate and pretty face was full of seriousness. "Liliana can not only be your guide, but she is also an excellent witch, and she must be able to help you when you are looking for the god of disobedience." Diana continued aside. Interesting. Now Luo Zhen understood Diana's real purpose, or the purpose of the bronze black cross. Yes, bringing him the news of the god of disobedience is second. The real purpose of the bronze black cross is to take this opportunity to send Liliana to Luo Zhen's side. In fact, for the bronze black cross, there is no way to do it these days, because the old rival bronze black cross has taken refuge with the new king. Bronze black cross has also thought about taking refuge with another king to obtain a means of survival, and even prepared a candidate, that is, living in Eastern Europe, the oldest god slayer of the Balkans, the Marquis of Vauban. Just before the bronze black cross was put into action, Luo Zhen came forcefully. He directly subdued all the Italian magic associations, made all the Italian Seven Sisters allegiance to him, completely cut off the betrayal of these magic associations, and made the entire Italy, including the bronze black cross, the magic associations can only follow. He became a vassal behind him. The thought of the bronze black cross changed quickly. Since he can't betray, he can only improve his status in Luo Zhen's heart as much as possible, at least not allow his old rival bronze black cross to dominate. Bronze black cross had Erica serving by Luo Zhen's side, so bronze black cross also planned to choose someone to send to Luo Zhen. And the last candidate is Liliana. After all, Liliana was the only one who could compete with Erica in the entire bronze black cross. That's why Diana came in person and brought Liliana with her. Just wanted to take this opportunity to send Liliana to Luo Zhen's side. Asterisk. Chapter 40. Are you so kind? Miss Liliana. In the living room, only Luo Zhen and the silver-haired knight Ji were left. Diana, who brought Liliana over, has already left, while Erica sent the other party out. Luo Zhen still did not reject the good intentions of the bronze black cross. Just call me Liliana, King. The silver-haired knight princess, Liliana Cranicle, looked at the smiling boy cautiously and said. She looks about 16 or 17 years old, with black hair and black pupils, and a typical Oriental face, but in terms of appearance, Liliana has really never seen someone more beautiful than the young man in front of her. Of course, appearance is only second, the important thing is the identity of the person in front of him. There are only 7 god slayers in the world, a demon king who no one can resist, a king who protects mankind from the hands of a god who never obeys. Powerful, absolute, a symbol of brutality, Campione. At the beginning of his debut, he performed the feat of killing 2 disobedient gods. Not long ago, he defeated the god-killer king of swords that Italy served before, and now he has won the bronze black, including her. The allegiance of all Italian magic associations, including the cross, is a veritable king of Italy. In the face of such an existence, Liliana would definitely be false if she said she could be calm. Not to mention, she came to this demon king with a mission. Okay, Liliana. Luo Zhen naturally saw the girl's restraint, but didn't say anything, with a gentle smile on his face. Because of the time travel, he has a high degree of favorability towards girls. In fact, even if there is no such thing, Luo Zhen originally planned to find a time to get Liliana from the bronze black cross. After all, with Erica, but without Liliana, I always felt that something was missing. Now the bronze black cross took the initiative to send people over, but it saved him a lot of effort. By the way, I have heard of Liliana's reputation before. She is one of the 2 unique talents in Italy. Luo Zhen said with admiration. You are overrated, the silver-haired girl said quickly. She is not humble. Liliana used to be proud of having attained the rank of Grand Knight at the age of under 16, which only the most prominent among the knights could be granted. After all, there are only 2 people in Italy who can achieve this achievement at this age. But it depends on who is in front of it. In front of the god slayer, no matter what kind of genius is worth mentioning. Allah, is the king bullying Lily? A familiar voice came from the door, and Erica's figure appeared there. Her delicate face was full of smiles, but she used a distressed tone. Did I come back at the wrong time and disturb the king's good deeds? So what image do I look like in your eyes, Erica? Luo Zhen raised his brows. Of course it's my demon king. Having said that, Erica has come to Luo Zhen from the door, standing side by side with Liliana. In this way, 1 gold and 1 silver, 2 unique but equally beautiful girls appeared in front of Luo Zhen's eyes. Should it be said that she is the heroine of this world, both Erica and Liliana have amazing talent and beauty. Luo Zhen made no secret of his admiration. I remember that the 2 of you have known each other for a long time. Luo Zhen's eyes moved on the 2 girls, and he said with a smile. That's right, King. Erica said with a smile. Lily and I have grown up together since we were young. We are quite close friends. You are right, Lily. Well, although I don't want to admit it, I have known this woman for a long time, but I will never admit it as a good friend. Liliana frowned and said reluctantly. In that case, let's have a good chat, then prepare, and we'll set off. After finally getting the news of the god of disobedience, Luo Zhen couldn't wait. Yes, X2. Then Luo Zhen got up and went to the study, leaving the 2 girls in the living room. Luo Zhen's figure just disappeared from the living room, and the blonde girl who had an elegant posture suddenly seemed to have no bones, and shrunk into the sofa where Luo Zhen was sitting before. Well, Lily is really heartless, obviously I take you as my best friend. Erica said with a sad face, but the cunning and agility in her eyes revealed her true thoughts. However, Erica's performance obviously did not deceive Liliana, but made the silver-haired girl vigilant. Humph! Stop being so pretentious, Erica, you mother fox is trying to tease me again, right? In Liliana's memory, every time Erica made this gesture, she was trying to make fun of her. Although the two have known each other since childhood, in their relationship, Lilia, who has an upright personality, has always been teased by Erica, who is like a little devil, and suffered many losses, resulting in the now upright Knight G. I've always been wary of Erica. Lily is really getting harder and harder to tease. Looking at Lilia with distrust, Erica thought to herself. She felt that she had gone too far in what she had done before. I thought so in my heart, but Erica didn't show it at all, with a puzzled expression on her face. Era, is it possible that I have teased Lily before? Are you still pretending to be stupid? 2 years ago, when I went to the movies with you in a moment of confusion, you deceived me with rhetoric and forced me to watch with you. Watch that kind of romantic movie with intense boat scenes, aren't you very happy? Thinking of this, Liliana couldn't help but blush. I don't know what kind of movie it is, and Lily is the one who is completely fascinated and forgets me halfway through it, right? Erica looked innocent. Who? Nonsense. How could Liliana admit that she was really fascinated? Wouldn't that mean she was impure? Then she said something else. And the same thing I did last year when I was shopping at a clothing store in Milan. I fell in love with you and picked up brazen clothes with open chests and backs, with a visible belly button, and bought as many as a hill. Lily's figure is very good, so many clothes are suitable, you should be more confident in yourself. Erica defended. Hey, long-winded. You always say good things like this to perfunctory me casually, making fun of me like a toy. All in all, I won't listen to you anymore. The silver-haired girl said firmly. Lily, your purpose should be to please the king. Looking at Liliana with a determined face, the blonde girl's eyes twitched. How do you know? Liliana was shocked. Really? Seeing Liliana's reaction, Erica knew she was right. It's a pity, originally I wanted to tell Lily some of the king's hobbies, so Lily should be able to get the king's love more easily. Hearing these words, Liliana's ears moved, but after a while, she couldn't help but speak first. You will be so kind. Asterisk. Chapter 41 Interim. As I said before, Liliana came with a mission. And this mission is naturally to win the favor of the king to whom the bronze black cross is loyal. And Erica has been by the king's side for so long, she must know the king very well. Therefore, if you can get some of Luogen's daily hobbies from Erica, it will be a lot smoother. Just remembering what happened before, Liliana still didn't believe Erica would help her so kindly. This female fox definitely wanted to take the opportunity to tease her. Only, if you really tell me the king's hobbies, it's not that I can't forgive you for what you did to me before. Liliana said solemnly. That won't work. Originally, I wanted to tell you for free, but since Lily doesn't trust me so much, let's forget it. Erica suddenly said with a smile on her face. You really are teasing me, Erica Brauntree, you female fox. Liliana pointed at Erica angrily and scolded. Of course, because of the good parenting factor, the girl's swearing words were just a few words over and over again, which didn't work for Erica at all. He was still too naive, knowing that this female fox would not be so kind, he was still fooled. Liliana felt remorse. You can't blame me, but the free ones are gone now, but if Lily is willing to pay some price, I will tell you. Stretching her graceful figure, Erica sat up straight. What the hell are you going to do? Hearing Liliana's question, Erica blinked and showed a malicious smile. Lily is writing a romance novel. As soon as these words came out, Liliana was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and her whole body was blown up. You, how did you know I was writing a romance novel? The girl's fair skin turned pink because of shame, her speech became stumbling, and her tone was full of panic, as if someone had discovered some hidden secret. "No, for Liliana, that's the secret." "Hee, why would I know?" Erica smiled, but in Liliana's eyes, it was a devilish smile, and she had an unexpected tone. "I really didn't expect that Lily, so pure on the surface, would actually write such intense novels behind the scenes." Erica's words pierced through the girl's chest like a sharp sword. Liliana Chronicle, a serious knight, has won the unanimous approval and praise of the elders in both swordsmanship and magic, and is a proud genius of the Bronze Black Cross. At the same time, she is also a very beautiful girl. But even so, she has unknown hobbies. Well, it's actually writing romance novels, and they are based on women's primary subjectivity and are strongly attacked by handsome men, that is, those so-called domineering CEO types. Naturally, since it is a romance novel, some intense graphic descriptions cannot be avoided. It's hard to believe that serious knights would have such a hobby. Well. Liliana let out a moan, and her body was shaky. The secret hidden in the heart was ruthlessly exposed like this, which was like a bolt from the blue for the girl. This kind of feeling is like after graduating from the second year of secondary school, someone suddenly took out the strange things you wrote when you were still in the second year of middle school and read it. That kind of scene is enough to make people want to grab the ground. So, when Luo Zhen saw the two girls again, he saw Erica with a smile on her face, and Liliana with a bad expression on her face. The King of Swords was defeated, and the news of Italy's change of ownership finally spread. Let's not mention the word world shock that has been rotten, but there is definitely some surprise. If it is defeated, the King of Swords is not without it. A few years ago, the battle of the two kings between the King of Swords and the Marquis of Vauban is still vivid, and it can be said that it caused a sensation throughout Europe. At that time, the King of Swords, who had just become a godslayer, was chased around by Marquis Vauban, who was furious at being robbed, and was almost not killed. Even if they are the same godslayers, in people's hearts, godslayers are divided into different grades. The strongest tier is naturally the Marquis of Vauban and the martial arts king of the East, and the rest of the godslayers can be classified as tier 1. There is no doubt that for godslayers, the time to kill gods largely determines their combat effectiveness. Because the longer they have become godslayers, the more often they will encounter gods who do not obey. After a lot of battles, as long as you can survive the battle with the gods who don't obey, the power in the hands of the godslayer will also increase. Not only that, the application of power is obviously not the time when you just became a godslayer. Comparable. Although the King of Swords has only been a godslayer for 4 years, with his combative personality, his combat power is not weak among godslayers. But even so, the King of Swords still lost the battle, to the 7th godslayer who had just been born, and even the territory was seized. How could it not be surprising? As soon as the news came out, everyone knew that it was time to face the newly born godslayer. Greenwich is located in the southeast of London, England, on the south bank of the Thames, where the prime meridian is located. In the Royal Garden on the banks of the Thames, there is a world-famous comprehensive observatory, the Greenwich Observatory. This is an observatory with hundreds of years of history. Although the real Greenwich Observatory has been moved decades ago, the old site has remained and has become the base of the Greenwich Council of Sages, a well-known organization in the magic world. And today, a special meeting took place at this historic observatory. In a large conference room, a group of gray-haired old pedants sat around a rectangular table. The reason why the Council of Sages is called the Council of Sages is because the managers of this organization are a group of elderly sages. They are named after the ancient Greek Diogenes and decide the direction of the organization in the form of a council. Then Parliament begins. At this time, an old sage with glasses stood up first and announced the start of this council. The content of this council is about the 7th god killer. ****. Chapter 42 Spiritual Vision and Departure from Iceland. I think everyone should know something about the seventh god's lair defeating the King of Swords. The old sage who announced the start of the meeting said slowly. I really didn't expect this new king to be able to defeat the King of Swords. Another old sage said with a sigh. The others nodded approvingly. Obviously, they were all surprised that Luo Zhen defeated the King of Swords. God's lairs are really a bunch of guys beyond common sense. Maybe this is the particularity of defeating two God's lairs at one time. Looking at so many God's lairs, no one can kill another godless god again at the beginning of killing a god. Various voices rang out in the conference room. But in this way, we also have some information about the power that the new king has acquired. At this time, the old sage who started talking suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, the meeting room returned to silence again. Is there any news of the power of the new king? Someone asked. Although no one saw the two battles of the new king, we still spied a part of it through the method of spiritual vision. The Council of Sages would not dare to ask a god killer what his powers are in person. That would be no different from courting death. Therefore, apart from part of it was analyzed by observing the battle between the god's lair and the gods who did not obey. More information about the power of the god's lair was obtained through the method of spirit vision. Answering this, the old sage changed his head. But that's up to Princess Alice herself. Allah, the old sage is too polite, but please don't call me by that honorific title, I'll be embarrassed. Suddenly, a beautiful and pleasant voice sounded in this conference room, and everyone present turned their attention to the source of the voice. I saw the first place that was vacant, and I don't know what a woman appeared. It was an extremely beautiful girl who was as dignified as a lady. The girl's fair skin bullied Frost Sai Shuet, she was wearing a high-grade white coat, and underneath the coat was a knitted dress and panties, and her long bright white blonde hair fell softly on her back and slender shoulders. Exudes a very noble atmosphere. Princess Alice. Her original name was Alice Lewis of Niffle. She was originally the president of the Council of the Sages of Greenwich, and is now a special advisor, with the title of White Princess, so people also called her Alice Princess. Princess Alice, have you seen the power of the new king? That's right. Princess Alice nodded elegantly, and when they heard these words, everyone no longer doubted. The so-called spirit vision is a kind of secret method that belongs to witches in the world of God's lairs. Through this secret method, witches can see the past and future scenes. The world of God's lairs is divided into three levels: the realm of immortality where the gods are located, the material world where the present world is located, and the realm of life and immortality wherein humans are located, and among them, the realm of life and immortality. There is also a quite magical effect, that is, it will record all the information in the material world like the Akasha records. It can be said that all the information of the God's lair world since the beginning of the world has been recorded in the secluded world. The spirit vision of witches and witches is to view the information recorded in the world by linking to the world. The stronger the witch, the more and more detailed information can be obtained from the world. Although Princess Alice is the youngest among all the people present, this Princess Alice is the most powerful witch in the whole of Europe. However, this power is not in battle, but in spiritual vision. In addition to his extraordinary talent, he has mastered a lot of knowledge at a young age, and he can become the speaker of the Greenwich Council of Sages at a young age. Although for the Council of Sages, the role of the speaker is not very big, but if you can't convince the public, you can't be the speaker. After that, maybe the princess felt that she was no longer interested in being the speaker, or maybe she really felt tired, so she resigned from her position on the grounds of being unwell. This is not a false reason, but the reason why this princess is much weaker than ordinary people because of her excessive spiritual power, or the kind of weakness that cannot be cured by magic and science. However, he will still participate in the meeting as a consultant. After a pause, the Princess Alice continued. Through the pictures I saw from spirit vision, I can basically confirm that the two powers of the new king are the power to control the sky from Merca, and the 10 incarnations of Velaslana. Princess, the power to control the sky is not difficult to understand, but that 10 incarnation is. Someone asked. You old sages should all know about Asveta. Princess Alice asked back, and everyone nodded. In Asveta, it is recorded that Velaslana, that is, the 10 incarnations of Bahram, and the new king seized this power. Doesn't that mean that the new king is equivalent to taking 10 powers in one breath? In mythology, each incarnation of Bahram has its own unique ability. He can flexibly change his posture according to the different opponents he is dealing with, so as to win the battle. Someone figured out the key point and couldn't help but be shocked. No wonder the new king was able to defeat the King of Swords. However, according to what we know, it is impossible for a god killer to gain multiple powers by killing a god, and to obtain so many powers in one breath. The power of the new king should have certain restrictions, just like the Pluto in the United States. The power of super transformation is the same. Someone analyzed. Of course, it's amazing that Princess Alice can learn Luo Zhen's power information through spiritual vision. As for the limitation of 10 incarnations, it is obviously not the scope that can be detected by spiritual vision. Princess Alice quietly listened to the exchanges of many old sages, and she was actually curious in her heart. After the news of the 7th God's lair came, she also took the initiative to spiritually see Luo Zhen's information, but the result was the same as other witches, and she couldn't get any relevant information about Luo Zhen at all. You must know that as long as you live in this world, you will inevitably leave traces naturally. There will be relevant records in the world, no matter who you are. But there is no record of Luo Zhen before appearing in Sardinia in the world. He seems to have suddenly appeared in this world. How could this special situation make her not curious about the new king? After a long time, when she came back to her senses, Princess Alice folded her hands on her lower abdomen and asked very ladylike. Have you thought about how to name the power of the new king? It has been decided that the 2 powers of the new king will be named Roar of the Sky and God of War of the East. Later, we will sort out the information of the new king and seal it up. Only the highest level of authority can only be viewed, and any information related to the king must be carefully guarded, so as not to offend a certain king. Just like they named the power of the god's lair privately, this is also not known by those demon kings. Who knows if this will offend a certain demon king? On the other side, Italy, Milan. Just when the Council of Sages held a special meeting for Luo Zhen, a plane quietly took off from Milan and headed for Iceland. Crossing back, *. Chapter 43 Arrival in Iceland. The Republic of Iceland is an island country in northwestern Europe. Its location is near the Arctic Circle, between the Atlantic Ocean and the Greenland Sea in the Arctic Ocean. It is separated by the Denmark Strait in the west and faces Greenland in North America. At Reykjavik International Airport, a plane from Milan, Italy, taxied for a distance on the runway and finally stopped. The hatch on the left opened, the white elevator was lowered, and Luo Zhen walked out slowly with the 2G knights. Is this Iceland? Luo Zhen looked up at the sky. It was daytime, the sky was blue and cloudless. The sky was very clean, and Luo Zhen couldn't help but feel at ease. After possessing the power in the sky, Luo Zhen is very sensitive to this aspect. Salute to you, King. As soon as Luo Zhen got off the plane, a middle-aged man in a grey suit greeted him with a few people, and saluted him respectfully. Are you from the Bronze Black Cross? Luo Zhen glanced at him and asked casually. He could feel that the leading middle-aged man's body contained a strong magical power, and he was also a great knight. Yes. The middle-aged man replied respectfully, and then asked for instructions carefully. The hotel has arranged for you, do you want to go now? Well, let's go. Luo Zhen nodded. Please come with me. The middle-aged man turned sideways, and not far from him, there was a lengthened luxury car parked. Soon after, the car started and led Luo Zhen and the others towards downtown Reykjavik. Reykjavik is the capital city of the Republic of Iceland. located in the southeastern corner of Fossa Bay in western Iceland, on the north side of the Surt-Iana Peninsula, and is the northernmost capital in the world. It faces the sea in the west, surrounded by mountains in the north and east, and has many hot springs and fumaroles. It is precisely because of geographical factors that although it is close to the Arctic Circle, the climate is quite mild and humid. And due to the abundance of geothermal energy, Reykjavik is different from other industrial cities. It almost never uses coal and other resources, but uses geothermal energy as energy, so the pollution to the sky is minimal, which is what Luogen will feel here. The reason the sky is clean. Reykjavik's airport is very close to the city, even if it's a 5-minute walk, it's even faster by car. However, even in the urban area, the car carrying Luogen and others was unobstructed on the road, and other vehicles were rarely seen. Because Reykjavik is the capital of Iceland, with an area of 120 square kilometers, but it does not have a population of hundreds of millions like the capitals of other countries, and the population of Reykjavik is only 100,000 people around. After driving for about 20 minutes, the car finally arrived at the hotel. Of course, the hotel that Bronze Black Cross arranged for Luogen is the best hotel in the city. In a luxurious room with the aroma of roses, Luogen sat on the sofa, took a sip from a cup of steaming tea, and approached Liliana and Erica, who had just entered the door and went out to collect information. Asked, "Is there any new news from the god of disobedience?" "Yes." The silver-haired knight G responded respectfully. "The local magic association heard of your arrival, and originally planned to visit you in person, but I was afraid of disturbing you. So I will convey it on my behalf." So, someone detected the power reaction of the god of disobedience on the mountain 2 days ago, but this power disappeared after only a while, and after a search, nothing was found. Luogen's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest. "It seems that there really is a god of disobedience in this place. This is good news, indicating that he did not come here in vain." "Who do you think the god of disobedience will be?" he asked his 2 princess knights. "According to the information we know from our purpose, the god of disobedience should be a god related to wolf." Erica thought for a while and said, "Wolf? Isn't the range very large?" Luogen touched his chin. "In many myths, there are gods related to wolves, such as those killed by the Marquis of Vauban. The sun god Apollo in Greek mythology is a person closely related to wolves. Therefore, it is a little difficult to determine the identity of the other party only based on the wolf. But considering that this is Iceland, there is a high probability that the god of disobedience should be a god related to Norse mythology." Erica then added another sentence. "If the god of disobedience descends, there will generally be areas with their own myths circulating, which is a conclusion that has been confirmed by the magic world. Of course, this is only the general case. There is also no shortage of gods of disobedience descending into other regions. Iceland is one of the Nordic countries, and the most famous mythology circulating here should be the Norse mythology." Nordic mythology? Luogen pondered. He is no stranger to Norse mythology. Although it is not one of the mainstream mythological systems in the world, it is also an extremely widespread mythology. It often appears in certain works, not to mention that he just usurped the Nordic mythology not long ago. The King of Swords with the power of the hero Siegfried fought. In Norse mythology, the most famous wolf god should be Fenrir. Do you think it will be him? Luo thought for a while and said, "Fenrir, one of the most famous monsters in Norse mythology, is the child of Loki, the god of mischief, and angel Boda, the giantess. In mythology, he was imprisoned by the gods because of his cruel character. In the last Ragnarok of the gods, he broke free from the chains, joined the war, and became the enemy of the gods. Devour, its fierceness is evident. But if it's Fenrir, he shouldn't be so peaceful." Liliana said seriously. "Indeed, if it was really Fenrir, the devil wolf who devoured the sky and the earth in Norse mythology, with his ferocious nature, it would never have been possible for him to have descended for so long without moving at all. Whether it is or not, we will know when he appears. Luo Zhen said. Where is the mountain where the god of disobedience was detected? King, here it is. Coming to Luo Zhen's side, Liliana took out a map of Reykjavik, placed it on the table in front of Luo Zhen, and pointed to a place. At such a close distance, Luo Zhen could smell the faint fragrance emanating from the girl's body, which was completely different from Erika's. Is Wang going to see the scene? Erika asked. Luo Zhen glanced at the map casually. Well, let's go around there and see if the blind cat can meet the dead mouse. With the special fate of the god killer and the god of disobedience, maybe they will meet. Asterisk. Chapter 44 The God of Disobedience appears. After leaving the hotel, Luo Zhen and the others called a car and set off. Iceland has many volcanoes. Because the location of Iceland is just at the junction of the two plates of the Eurasian plate and the America plate, Iceland is not big, but there are many cases of volcanoes. According to statistics, there are 200 to 300 volcanoes in Iceland, of which there are more than 40 active volcanoes, so Iceland is also known as the Arctic Fire Island. The destination of Luo Zhen and others is a volcano near Reykjavik. Sniffle Volcano. After more than 2 hours' drive, Luo Zhen came to the Snæfellsnes Peninsula where Sniffle Volcano is located. As a world-famous tourist destination, the Snæfellsnes Peninsula is visited by people from all over the world every year. Therefore, although this time is not the best time to travel, you can see many people along the way. It looks spectacular. Standing at the foot of Sniffle Volcano, looking up at the majestic mountain that seems to be reaching the top of the clouds, Luo Zhen said with great interest. As one of the most famous mountain peaks in Iceland, Sniffle Volcano has a height of about 5,000 feet. Although it is not as high as the Himalayas, the highest mountain in the world, it is not too low. The famous French writer Jules Verne wrote the novel Journey to the Center of the Earth based on it, and described Sniffle Volcano as the entrance to the center of the Earth. Of course, whether it is really possible to go to the center of the Earth through Sniffle Volcano is unknown. However, in front of such a towering mountain peak, it is easy for people to feel their own insignificance. Let's go. Having said that, Luo Zhen took the lead, Liliana and Erika stood on either side of him, and the three of them walked up the mountain. Climbing a mountain is an extremely exhausting thing. Of course, this is for ordinary people. For Luo Zhen, who is a god slayer, and 2G knights who are great knights, this consumption is nothing at all. Along the way, the three of them walked steadily at a slow pace, occasionally stopping to appreciate the scenery along the way. I have to say that the surrounding scenery is really beautiful to attract so many people to travel every year. It's just that even if they didn't rush on their way, Luo Zhen and the others had already reached the halfway up the mountain after half an hour, and they were only halfway to the top of the mountain. This is... Suddenly, Luo Zhen stopped and looked up with a look of surprise. Wang, what's wrong with you? Seeing Luo Zhen stop suddenly, Erika, who is good at observing words and expressions, noticed Luo Zhen's strangeness. It seems that our luck is very good. Luo Zhen said with a smile. The god of disobedience actually stayed here all the time. To be honest, Luo Zhen just came here to try his luck. He didn't expect that the god of disobedience actually stayed here and never left, which really surprised him. You said the god of disobedience is on this mountain. Compared to Luo Zhen's happiness, Erika and Liliana were a little more solemn and terrifying. Although I don't know why he didn't leave, I can really feel his presence. Luo Zhen nodded. For gods who do not obey, as long as they don't want to, ordinary magicians have no way to find their whereabouts, but god slayers are different. God slayers have a natural sense of the god of disobedience, just like a radar. As long as the god of disobedience appears within a certain distance of them, they will have a special sense. The king, do you still want to move on? Erika asked. It's no longer needed. Luo Zhen shook his head and said lightly. Just as I sensed his presence, he also sensed my arrival. Following Luo Zhen's words, suddenly, a powerful divine power erupted from the top of the mountain, and a golden beam of magic power shot straight into the sky. Such a conspicuous vision caught the attention of everyone who was still on the Sneffels mountain peninsula, and everyone looked at the dazzling beam of light in astonishment. It was also at this time that the sound of horseshoes came from the horizon. Hearing this voice, Erika and Liliana reacted quite quickly, using magic to summon their weapons Reinhardt and Silver Master respectively, and entered a state of preparation. "Are you here?" Luo Zhen looked up at the sky. "I didn't expect to meet a fool's son here. It's really surprising." A low and majestic voice sounded from the sky, like the roar of thunder. Along with this voice, a tall figure appeared at one end of the sky. The gust of wind was howling, and a white horse as handsome as Yunfen stepped out of the sky. Horses are draped in this heavy metal armor. On the surface, you can vaguely see dark patterns all over it, and the bare hair glows with a spar-like glow. But the most surprising thing is that, unlike ordinary horses, this horse was born with 8 legs, and those 8 legs supported its heavy body like the pillars of the temple. Walk on the ground and go straight to where Luo Zhen is. However, what was even more striking was the tall figure sitting on top of it. The shining golden armor and stomach wrapped the strong body, and the dark blue cloak behind him was as pure as the blue sky. Under the helmet, there was a resolute face with only one eye, while the other was covered by a blindfold, and he also held a silver long spear in his hand. In an instant, a tall figure riding a horse came to Luo Zhen and the 2G knights. Contacting the god of disobedience at such a close distance, and feeling the powerful aura coming from the other side, the 2 girls around Luo Zhen had difficulty breathing, and the hands holding the sword were trembling faintly. Luo Zhen took a step forward, and her not-so-tall body directly blocked the front of the 2 girls, blocking the momentum emanating from the other side, making the 2G knights heave a sigh of relief. "I didn't expect the god of disobedience to come here to be you." Luo Zhen showed a strange look in his eyes, and said slowly. Riding an 8-legged horse, one-eyed, holding a long spear, with so many distinctive features, if Luo Zhen still couldn't recognize the identity of the godless god in front of him, then he wouldn't have to mess around. Just find a piece of tofu and kill it. The god king of Norse mythology, the great god Odin. Yes, it is the king of the gods in Norse mythology, the god king Odin. Asterisk. Chapter 45. A chapter I don't know what to name it. God King Odin. He is the king of the gods of the Aesir tribe in Norse mythology. He rules over the gods, sits on the high throne, Hliaskjolf, that sees the 9 worlds, and created mankind. In mythology, the god King Odin is a tall but one-eyed man in golden armor, and his mount is named Sleipnir, a divine horse with 8 legs. And Sleipnir was born in mythology by Loki, the god of mischief, and Svadilfari, a god horse in Norse mythology, and was later killed after giving birth. Loki gave it to Odin, the ruler of the Aesir, and became the mount of the god King Odin. By the way, Swader Farley is a stallion, and Loki is the one born. In this regard, Luo Zhen can only say that he really knows how to play. Therefore, the 8-legged horse is the only one in the world, and like the one-eyed god King Odin, it has become one of his irreplaceable symbols. Just, is Odin related to wolves? Why did I see a wolf, but Odin appeared? Ouch! Ow! At this time, as if to answer Luo Zhen's doubts, 2 long howls sounded from the mountain, and at the same time 2 figures rushed from the direction of the mountain at an extremely fast speed. From the perspective of ordinary people, only I saw an afterimage passing by. Finally, the 2 figures stopped on either side of Odin. And Luo Zhen and the 2G knights also took advantage of this time to see the true colors of the 2 figures. Those were 2 wolves with grey fur, but compared to ordinary wolves, these 2 wolves were a little too big, almost the size of a calf, and very robust. The 2 pairs of green eyes showed a cruel meaning, staring at Luo Zhen and the 2 girls, and when the master gave an order, they would rush towards them. king, they should be the retinues of the god King Odin, symbolizing Jerry of greed and Freaky of hunger. At this time, Liliana said behind Luo Zhen. Girls who are proficient in the myths of various countries immediately know their identities. In the description of Odin's image in mythology, in addition to the 8-legged horse Renir, Odin also has 2 crows perched on his shoulders, and 2 wolves lying on his feet. The 2 crows represent the Hyujin of thinking and the Munin of memory. They are the eyeliners of Odin, who will report to the master what they see every day, and use it as a drink for other gods. During the feast, Odin pondered what thinking and memory told him. And the 2 wolves under him. Jerry, representing greed, and Freaky, representing hunger, Odin would give all the meat that people offered to him to these 2 wolves to eat. It seems that the wolves seen before should be them. Erica also said thoughtfully. Originally they thought it was a god related to wolves, but it turned out to be Odin's family. I see. Luo Zhen nodded lightly and looked at God King Odin. The blood in the body is boiling, and an uncontrollable fighting spirit bursts out from the depths of the heart. It is the body of the god Slayer who spontaneously responded to the old enemy, the god of disobedience. In fact, it doesn't matter to him whether it is a wolf god or not, and as an opponent alone, the god King Odin is undoubtedly the best, and he is an old enemy worthy of his all-out efforts. Let's fight, God King Odin! Luo Zhen shouted the opponent's name with a strong fighting intent on his face. Anyway, since he has met him, no matter who the other party is, Odin's power is to be determined. Are you going to challenge me, the king of the gods, son of a fool? Sitting on the body of the 8-legged Mas Renel, the single eye under Odin's eagle helmet stared at Luo Zhen, with a majestic voice coming out of his mouth. God Slayer seems to have only one thing to do when he finds a god who can't follow. Luo Zhen moved his fingers and licked his lips, revealing a wicked smile. At this moment, the huge magic power in his body was mobilized by him, and the turbulent magic power surged out, forming a shape like Yang Yan on his body surface. Boom! A dull thunder sounded. The originally bright sky dimmed, and the dark clouds covered the originally bright sky. Countless razors pulsating with blue rays of light staggered and shuttled in it, and the storm was constantly gathering and whistling. The power ruler of the sky is activated. Facing the challenge from the old enemy, the god killer, as the king of the gods and also the god of war, how could he refuse? Odin raised the spear in his hand and made a declaration. Since that's the case, I'll give you the punishment for the sinful people who are waiting for god killers, and bury you in the Nibelung root myself. Nibelungen, the land of the dead in Norse mythology, all the dead, even gods, will enter it. In mythology, Odin was not only the king of the gods, but also the god of the dead who ruled over the Nibelungs. Lily, let's go. Get out of here. Behind Luo Zhen, seeing this form and knowing that the battle between Luo Zhen and Odin is about to start, Erica made a decisive decision and prepared to take her little friend Liliana to leave the god who was about to become a god slayer and a disobedient god. The place of the battlefield. What are you talking about? Liliana looked at Erica in disbelief. As a knight of the king, how can you think about leaving here at this time? We should help the king fight, right? The silver-haired knight Ji said solemnly. I won't leave anyway. As a knight, running away when the Lord is fighting is against her knighthood. Facing her stubborn childhood friend, Erica smiled wryly, but explained anyway. Lily, listen to me. If possible, I would like to help the king, but the battle between the god slayer and the disobedient god is not something we can intervene in. In order to allow the king to fight without any scruples, we have to leave. After the Battle of Sardinia, after seeing the battle scene between Luo Zhen and Welslana, and knowing the true power of the god of disobedience and the god killer, Erica has a deep understanding of herself. Whether it is a god killer or a god of disobedience, the power it possesses is simply not something that magicians can resist. The battle between the god slayer and the disobedient god is not something that the two great knights can intervene in, let alone the two of them. Even if the paladins of the pinnacle of mankind are here, they are just cannon fodder. Therefore, leaving here is their best choice, otherwise Luo Zhen might have to be distracted to protect them when they fight. At this time, without waiting for the two girls to argue a result, a wind lifted them both up. King! Lily, you and Erica leave here. Luo Zhen said without looking back. Having said that, without obtaining the consent of the two girls, he waved his hands directly and sent them to a distant place to prevent them from being affected by the battle between himself and Odin. He still likes Erica and Liliana quite a bit, but he doesn't want these two girls to have an accident. Suddenly, only Luo Zhen and Odin were left. Oh, yes, and Odin's mount, and two wolves staring at Luo Zhen. After all, they are also beasts. The rain started pouring down. It was just light rain at first, but it was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the originally acceptable light rain turned into a huge storm that could drown the city. The raging inside caused the people still on the island to scream again and again, holding their heads and looking for a place to shelter from the rain. In the wind and rain, the god's lair and the god of disobedience silently confronted each other. Although they did not speak, the momentum of the two was constantly increasing. They are all accumulating strength. Then let's start, God King Odin. In the end, Luo Zhen was the first to move, and his dark pupils stared at God King Odin. First of all, use this to say hello. The blue thunder snake surging in the air, swayed a few times in the clouds, and a thunder column several meters thick fell from the sky. Asterisk. Chapter 46 Odin's Wisdom. Boom! Above the sky, a heavy cloud of lead obscured the light, and the sky of endless rainstorms fell, as if to wash away everything in the world. Suddenly, thunder flashed, and a thunder dragon roared down from the sky, illuminating the darkness between the sky and the earth. Everything brought a moment of light. At the same time, a storm swept in. It was a storm that could blow a city away, carrying the momentum of crushing everything towards Odin. If he doesn't make a move, Luo Zhen leaves no room for him as soon as he makes a move. The power dominator of the sky is fully activated. At this moment, wind and thunder have become his weapons, and the performance is not inferior to that of the original master, the god King Mel. The power of the card. Son of fools, do you actually want to use the power of the sky to deal with me, the king of the gods? Facing this mighty attack, sitting on top of the eight-legged horse, Odin's one eye exuded a dazzling light, and he raised the spear in his hand and shouted loudly. Remember, the wind and thunder are also my servants, follow my orders and come. My servants. Smash my old enemies. Odin spit out the spirit of words. Luo Zhen suddenly felt that there was a force competing with him for the dominance of the sky. And the source of power is Odin. The thunder just condensed and fell from the sky. Before it hit Odin, it was stopped by another thunder that came from nowhere. The two thunders met in mid-air, and it was like an explosion of hundreds of tons of explosives. The violent roar shook the world, and the dazzling white light illuminated the dim world. On the other side, a storm that was not inferior to the one called by Luo Zhen came from Odin's direction. The two storms collided together, and the violent airflow engulfed everything around it. Crushed, no matter whether it is stones or flowers and trees, no one is spared. The ground was plowed with deep traces by the escaping airflow. Even in the middle of the collision between the two, the space was distorted by two powerful forces. Evenly matched. Sure enough, Odin is also a god of the sky. On the other side, seeing this scene, Luo Zhen's eyes were deep and there was no surprise. Odin actually has many similarities with the god King Mikkel. Both are the king of the gods, the king of the underworld, and the god of the storm. Therefore, Odin, like Mikkel, is the highest rank of sky gods. Therefore, Luo Zhen's ruler of the sky obtained from Mikkel could not overwhelm Odin's power, and the two sides suddenly fell into a stalemate. Luo Zhen and Odin alone dominated half of the sky of the Sneffels mountain peninsula. The two used the sky as the battlefield, and the thunder and the storm as their weapons, and they fought fiercely. Immediately, countless thunders and storms collided in the sky, and the power of storms and thunders swept across the entire Snee Mountain Peninsula. But fortunately, the main battlefield of the two is in the sky, and it does little damage to the ground, otherwise the island would have been sunk by Luo Zhen and Odin. But even so, there are still 1 or 2 thunders falling from the sky from time to time, piercing the Sneefell volcano where the two are located, causing a wave of shaking. The sea area near the island was even more affected by the storm, and the waves began to surge. The marine creatures inhabiting it also seemed to sense the danger and stayed away from this sea area. In this case, occasionally some thunderbolts broke through the blockade and fell towards the heads of the two, but they were smashed by the stick in Luo Zhen's hand, or smashed by the magic gun in Odin's hand. Cause damage to the opponent. It can't go on like this. Once again, the repeller that was transformed into a normal human size in his hand shattered a thunderbolt that hit him, Luo Zhen thought. As far as the ability of the sky is concerned, he and Odin can be said to be half a caddy, and no one can do anything about the other. Luo Zhen looked at Odin, but found that Odin was also looking at him. Obviously the other party is aware of this problem. The god killer who came to the door in front of him was more powerful than he imagined, and even his strongest sky power as the king of gods could not suppress the opposite. It seems that the power of the sky held by the other party was taken from a god who is not inferior to him. Thinking like this, Odin's one eye looked at Luo Zhen, the light flashed in his eyes, and a mysterious word seemed to appear faintly. Odin looked at Luo Zhen, but it didn't look like he was looking at him. Instead, he took Luo Zhen himself as a benchmark and saw everything that happened to him in the past. At this moment, Luo Zhen had a feeling of being seen through. So that's the case, God Killer, are the gods who have been defeated in your hands Mikkel, the god king of the Mediterranean Sea, and the war god of Zoroastrianism. Odin opened the mouth and said, the voice ignored the obstacles of the wind, rain, and thunder and reached Luo Zhen's ears. The god king suddenly realized, no wonder Luo Zhen's power in the sky can compete with him, no wonder Luo Zhen's power gives him a familiar feeling, as if carved out of a mold. Because in terms of origin, it has the same origin as God King Mikkel, both of which originated from the worship of heaven by ancient people. The power to see through the past. Hearing Odin's words, Luo Zhen frowned. He felt a familiar smell, which was the same source as Velaslana's sword of wisdom, the same power of wisdom, and he searched for the legend about Odin in his mind. In mythology, Odin was not originally one-eyed. In the world of Norse mythology, the origin of all things, the tree of the world, Yggdrasil, one of the 3 main roots extends to the kingdom of giants, and under this root there is a mysterious spring that contains all wisdom, and is responsible for guarding wisdom. The fountain is the giant Mimir. In order to bring wisdom into the world of the gods, Odin wanted to taste this spring water. One day he rode Sleipnir alone and crossed the rainbow bridge across the void to visit the fountain of wisdom, which the gods dared not approach. This place is called Jotunheim. When we arrived, I saw the shadow of a person in the thick shade of the tree. Staring at it, it was clear that it was the giant Mimir sitting solemnly by the fountain of wisdom. Odin dismounted beside Mimir and asked him for a mouthful of spring water. Although Mimir knew who the person in front of him was, he still shook his head slowly and refused to give water. Before this, many people wanted a glass of spring water, but when they heard the price of a glass of spring water, they were too scared to ask for it. I already know this. I am willing to give all the gold of the kingdom of the gods, or give you my right hand. Mimir smiled and answered that this was not what I wanted, Odin. The price of the fountain of wisdom is your sharp right eye. So, for the fountain of wisdom, Odin finally lost one eye forever and gained the wisdom of runes, and created the rune script with powerful power. Therefore, Odin also became the god of wisdom and god of knowledge. And Odin, who gained wisdom, saw through the future that the gods would usher in the twilight of the gods, and began to actively prepare for the battle. To be fair, Odin can see through the future, so seeing the past is not difficult to understand. But looking through the power of the past, if it is matched with the golden sword. Luo Zhen's eyes lit up. Well, Aslana's golden sword is strong, it can be said to be a god to kill a god, but if you want to activate it, you need to have the knowledge of the opponent's god, and this is the accumulation of knowledge, which is also Luo Zhen's insufficiency. His time as a god slayer was too short. Although he has been reading some mythological classics in his spare time these days, but due to time reasons, the effect is not obvious. After all, the amount of knowledge consisting of one god is quite large. It's not that he didn't try to let Erica pass on the knowledge of the gods to him with the magic of instruction through word of mouth, but as long as the time is up, the knowledge from instruction will disappear, nothing at all. Leave. But if he can obtain the power of Odin that can see through, then he is afraid of lack of knowledge, and it is not an exaggeration to say God blocks and kills God when paired with the golden sword. He could even imagine that he was holding a golden sword and said to those gods who did not obey, "Everyone here is garbage." Thinking of this, Luo Zhen couldn't bear it anymore. "I am the strongest, the one who holds all victories in hand. The one who defeats all enemies in the face of their enmity. I will defeat any enemy who stands in my way." Luo Zhen spit out the holy words from the undefeated army god Well Slana, and the magic power in his body became active under the influence of this sentence. Since it has been seen through, there is no need to hide it. He will use all his power to return Odin to the myth. **. Chapter 47 Heroic Army, Magic, New Incarnation. Go, my family, go and devour my old enemies. Feeling the rise of Luo Zhen's breath, Odin responded not to be outdone. Immediately, the two wolves who had been staying by his side all the time were eager to move, but they couldn't attack because they didn't have the master's order. Ouch! There were ferocious rays of light in their eyes, they let out a howl, their bodies slumped down, and they charged towards Luo Zhen at lightning speed in the wind and rain. And in the process of rushing, the size of the two wolves rose against the wind, and soon they became as tall as a floor, with huge wolves running on the ground. Vibrant. Mythical beast. Luo Zhen, who was in the air, squinted his eyes and looked at the two divine beasts that were rushing towards him. He judged their strength from the magic in their bodies at this time. It's roughly equivalent to a paladin among human magicians. This kind of strength can already be regarded as the top-level divine beast. To know that the general divine beast is only the level of the great knight. Jerry, symbolizing greed, and Freaky, representing hunger. After all, it is a sacred beast with a name and a surname in mythology, and it can become the family of the god King Odin. There is still some strength. However, that's about it. It's just a beast after all. It may be difficult for ordinary people to compete, but for god slayers, it is like an ant, and there is no threat at all, unless it is a power aggregate like a wild boar, which is already considered to be a subordinate divine beast. God Slayer's confrontation. The speed of the two mythical beasts is very fast. In a blink of an eye, they had come to Luo Zhen's vicinity, and saw two giant wolves leaping high, one left and one right, at the same time opening their bloody mouths and biting towards Luo Zhen in the air. In this regard, Luo Zhen didn't move, but when his hand was loosened, the repellent broke away from his hand, and also rose against the wind, turning into a huge stick. At the same time, another stick also appeared from the void. That is the exile that symbolizes the power of the storm. The power of electric light surged on the repulsor, and the power of storm was entwined on the exile. As the weapons of the god King Mikkel, repulsor and exile are ordinary in appearance, but their power is not small. In mythology, Mikkel defeated Dragon King Yam with them and ascended the throne of the god king. Thinking that the war god Velaslana could only flee in embarrassment in the face of pursuers and exiles, how could it be that the mere beasts could resist? The results are predictable. With just a little touch, the two wolves that were only 1 floor tall were directly knocked out. One was charred all over, as if it was struck by lightning, while the other was covered with wounds and blood. With just one blow, most of the lives of the two divine beasts were lost, and they could only lie on the ground dying. The exile and repulsor chased after them and made a knife, completely returning the two divine beasts to mythology. Then he turned and headed straight towards Odin. Seeing this, Odin directly instigated Sleipnir under his crotch, and the eight-legged horse ran directly in the sky, dodging the attacks of the exile and repulsor, and counter-attacking with magic. Around him, there are runes similar to the words that appeared when the King of Swords used the Blessing of Steel. That is rune script. As the founder of the rune script itself, Odin himself is the god of magic, the god of spells, and in mythology, there are also descriptions of his frequent use of spells. Rune words appeared in the void, and then turned into flames, ice, and other natural forces to fight against the repeller and exile. This pair of mythical weapons, which once forced the war gods to dare not face them, could not help Odin at all. "My warrior, come at my call and fight for me." In the midst of the entanglement with the exile and the repulsor, the pair of weapons was forced back with magic again. Odin raised the sharp gun in his hand and shouted loudly. A huge fog emerged behind him. When the fog disappeared, a group of warriors in battle armor appeared behind Odin. There were probably more than 100 in number, and the leaders were 9 wearing golden helmets decorated with feathers or bird wings. Or a beautiful girl in a silver helmet, wearing a blood-red tight shirt, holding a luminous spear and shield, and riding a small and sturdy white horse. "Fight for the great god Odin!" a leading beautiful girl shouted. Then he led a group of heroic warriors and the remaining Valkyries to attack Luogen. Valkyrie and heroic spirit warriors. Their identities flashed through Luogen's mind. In mythology, the god King Odin expanded his troops in order to deal with the Ragnarok, and sent his maid Valkyrie to the battlefield to receive the souls of the dead warriors to the Hall of Valor, making them heroic warriors, training and fighting in the Hall of Valor all day long, waiting for the final battle, the arrival of Ragnarok. And this is also seen as a manifestation of Odin being the king of the dead. After all, the matter of receiving souls is the exclusive use of the god of death. Call out. Among the heroic spirit army, someone took out a bow and arrow and shot arrows at Luogen. These arrows were engraved with the Nordic rune script, shining with powerful magic power, breaking through the obstacles of the storm, like a stream of light toward him. "Come. It's interesting," Luogen said softly as he flashed past the arrows shot at him with agility. Those who can be selected to enter the Hall of Heroes to become heroic spirit warriors are of extraordinary strength. In Luogen's perception, these heroic spirits are integrated into one, and together with the 9 leading Valkyries, under their leadership, even divine beasts can be easily killed. Even for gods' layers and gods of disobedience, destroying these heroic warriors would cost a considerable amount of magic power. Luogen couldn't waste the magic power to deal with these heroic spirits, because even if he could destroy the army of these heroic spirits, his physical strength, magic power, and energy would be greatly consumed, which was completely thankless. This must also be Odin's purpose, using these heroic warriors to consume his combat power. But how could Luogen let him get his wish? So he made a decision. Chasers, exiles. With a thought, the stick that was chasing Odin suddenly changed direction, heading towards the army of heroes led by Valkyrie. Luogen didn't pay attention immediately. It should be enough to temporarily entangle those heroic spirits with this pair of mythical weapons. And he took advantage of this time to kill Odin. "Odin, die!" Luogen looked at Odin with murderous intent in his eyes. The brown victory halo emerged behind Luogen, exuding dazzling brilliance like a small sun in the darkness. Luogen raised his hand to the sky, and the wheel pointer turned behind him, stopping on an avatar pattern that Luogen had not used yet. The thick dark clouds covering the entire Snæfell's mountain peninsula were separated at this moment, and a shimmer of light fell on this piece of land ravaged by gods and gods' lairs. In this case, Luogen chanted a new spirit of words. "For victory, come to me quickly. Immortal sun, please give me a shining steed. Spiritual horse with galloping feet, bring here the halo that symbolizes your lord." *. Chapter 48 The Sun, the Gun of the Shooting Star. White Horse. The third incarnation of the undefeated god of war Veleslana. In mythology and ancient times, the existence of the horse had a close relationship with the sun from the very beginning. In almost all myths, the sun gods who represent the sun are riding in horse-drawn carriages, traveling from east to west under the carriage of horses, which is generally passed down in many civilizations. East. India. Nordic. Celestial Dynasty. Babylon. Without exception. Veleslana's white horse was actually derived from the power of Mithras, the god of light and covenant in Persia. In the evolution of the legend of Asvita, Veleslana, the symbol of kingship and victory, eventually inherited this power, which is also the reason why he obeyed Mithra and became a god, which is the force majeure of the evolution of mythology. As a result, he also acquired the ability to carry the sun and drop the sun's flames on the enemy. If warrior is the strongest incarnation of Veleslana, then white horse is the most powerful incarnation of Veleslana. Speaking of which, this is the first time Luo Zhen has used the incarnation of white horse since he obtained the power of 10 incarnations of Veleslana. Sunday. The golden light penetrated the dark clouds and felt the power in the sky. Odin's single eye flashed a dignified look, and Sleipnir under him snorted uncomfortably, feeling the danger approaching. At this moment, an extraordinary scene appeared in the sky, and the eastern sky began to burn. La! A long hissing sound resounded through the heavens and the earth, echoing in the darkness. In this case, a white horse with a golden steed shone through the dark clouds, galloped in the air, carrying golden flames that covered the sky, covered with lightning and storms, like a meteorite, suddenly fell towards Odin down. This is an indiscriminate attack, and there is no way to avoid it. Countless runic characters appeared around him, and at the same time formed a divine barrier around him. Several shields firmly protected him and Sleipnir, but even so, Odin didn't think he could withstand the attack of the white horse. But it doesn't matter, even if it can't be stopped, it doesn't matter, he just needs to try his best to ensure that he will not die under this blow. In this case, Odin raised the sharp gun in his hand high, held it back in his hand, stretched it backwards, and made a throwing posture, looking closely at Luo Zhen in the distance. At this time, Odin's one-eyed only has the old enemy of the gods, the god-killing demon king. Then, he read out the words with a solemn expression. I swear to this gun. The huge magic power poured into the magic spear in Odin's hand along with this sentence. The silver spear body lit up with bright silver brilliance at this moment, and the rune characters engraved on it also woke up. On the other side, Luo Zhen felt an inexplicable terror. As if being targeted by some unknown violent beast, locked, and unable to escape the sense of terror no matter what. Luo Zhen soon discovered the source of the horror, the sharp gun that was raised by Odin. The silver streamer wrapped around the gun body, exuding an indescribable terrifying aura at this time, as if it could penetrate everything in the world. Gungnir. There are many famous artifacts in Norse mythology. But the most famous one is the Gungnir's gun held by the god King Odin. Gungnir's gun, also known as God's Declaration, has a very simple and powerful feature, that is, 100 shots. According to legend, swearing by this gun will never go back and will be realized. At the same time, there is also a legend that holding this gun will surely rule the world, so there are also rumors that Odin can become the king of gods because of the reason he holds this gun. Now this weapon, which is both a conquest and a weapon that symbolizes supreme power, has been aimed at Luo Zhen by its owner. The gun, gleaming with silver streamers, disappeared, thrown by Odin. Suddenly, a silver meteor flashed across the sky. According to legend, when the great god Odin threw this spear, it would emit light across the space. People on the ground called it lightning, and another way of saying it was a shooting star. Gun is called. This is the reenactment of the myth. And the horror that Luo Zhen felt was growing exponentially at this moment. Meteor gun. Luo Zhen stared closely at the meteor that pierced the sky and came towards him, with warning signs in his heart. Even using the incarnation of the phoenix, it was impossible to avoid this shot with its super speed. Luo Zhen's intuition told him so. There is no escape, there is no escape. Once thrown, it will inevitably penetrate the enemy, and this is the Gungnir's spear. Because the result is locked in advance, no matter what the process does, it will not change the outcome. If you have to say it, this is destiny, a blow that locks fate. Since you can't avoid it, then take it hard. A fierce look flashed in Luo Zhen's eyes. O all evildoers, fear my strength. Now I will gain the majesty of 10 mountains, the strength of 100 rivers, and the strength of 1,000 camels. The majesty I raise is the mark of a fierce camel. The avatar of camel is activated. Laugh. The next moment, the silver shooting star gun penetrated Luo Zhen's heart. But at the same time, the white horse carrying the flames of the sun came from the sky and slammed into Odin and Sleipnir under him. The protection that Odin had placed before was as fragile as paper, and it was penetrated at once, and the raging flames from the sun directly affected Odin. The golden fire of the sun carried an unimaginably high temperature. Sleipnir, the god horse in Norse mythology, was vaporized at the first moment of being attacked by the white horse, and he didn't even scream. Back to myth. And the Odin on it was not much better, and the armor it wore was also melted by the ultra-high temperature of the sun, turning its entire body into a terrifying charred black, and suffered unspeakably heavy damage. But even so, the god-king of Norse mythology has not died. Do you died? Rune words appeared, slowly healing the severely injured body, and Odin looked up into the distance. That's where the meteor fell. Odin is very aware of the ability of Gungnir's spear, which is an unstoppable, lore blow. The heart is the most deadly organ of human beings besides the brain. It is responsible for the blood circulation within the entire body. Just as the sun provides vitality to the earth, the heart is also creating vitality for the body. Although the body of a god killer is many times stronger than that of ordinary people, there is no difference in essence. Even a god slayer cannot survive if his heart is destroyed. In this battle, after all, Odin won the victory and killed the god-killing demon king. Thinking like this, Odin's mind moved, and he was about to recall his weapon. But then, Odin's face changed drastically. How can it be? The god-king of Northern Europe exclaimed. Because he discovered that the connection between himself and the gun of Gungnir had disappeared, no, he could not perceive the existence of the other party. Gungnir's gun seemed to have disappeared from this world. The god slayer was not dead yet, and he was pierced through the heart by Gungnir. And at this time, fear the man with wings, the wicked and the mighty, fear me who has wings. My wings will bring you a curse. Evil cannot hit me. A figure came to Odin at an unimaginable speed, carrying the divine power of the camel incarnation, and a terrifying blow that could destroy mountains and mountains, fell on the body of the immobile god King Odin. It's over, God King Odin. These were the last words the king of the gods heard. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Goodbye Foster Mother. The dominance of the sky was retaken again, and the army of heroic spirits who were entangled with the repulsor and the exile in the distance also disappeared the moment Odin disappeared. These armies of heroic spirits were originally summoned by Odin. Without the support of Odin's divine power, they naturally have no ability to stay in the world. After confirming that Odin had been sent back to the myth by himself, Luo Zhen couldn't hold on anymore and fell directly to the ground. Even though Odin was eliminated, he also paid a corresponding price. I saw that in Luo Zhen's chest, where the heart was originally, there was a big transparent hole with a thick mouth. It was the masterpiece of Gungnir's gun. This legendary magic gun did not live up to its prestige after all. It simply smashed Luo Zhen's heart away. Even a god killer would definitely die if he suffered this kind of damage. Fortunately, at the last moment, Luo Zhen, who knew that he could not avoid it, decisively activated the power of camel.
Under the incarnation of Camel, Luo Zhen can continue to fight for a period of time even if he suffers mortal damage. That's why Luo Zhen was able to drag his dying body and make up for Odin, successfully sending Odin to the sky before he returned to the sky. It's still too big. Luo Zhen thought silently in his heart. Oh, no, his heart seems to be gone. Luo Zhen told herself a bad joke. But this time he really did care about it. To deal with Odin, you should resolutely pull out the golden sword directly, but you don't need to use this big killer to deal with the god of disobedience. Although he still won in the end, it was a miserable victory. It's just that it's useless to say that now. The strength in the body is slowly passing away, the brain also becomes dizzy, and the heart is lost, even the god slayer cannot survive. He knew he was about to die. But daring to use his own life as a bet, Luo Zhen is naturally confident. So at the moment when his consciousness was about to fall into darkness, he activated his last power. The holy beast that symbolizes the life of the earth, dispel the cold winter of death, and bring me holy immortality. The incarnation of the ram is activated. The sheep symbolizing immortality and healing, the holy beast of the Mother Earth. No matter what kind of injury it is, it can heal within a few hours, and even if it is dead, it can be resurrected, but it must be activated by its own will at the moment when it is about to die. This is the incarnation of the ram. Silly, the Lord will be resurrected. If it weren't for the power of bad that can be resurrected, he wouldn't be so rude. It might be nice to experience what it's like to die. With this idea of having fun in the midst of suffering, Luo Zhen's consciousness slowly sank into the darkness, waiting for the resurrection time, just hoping that he would not be picked up during the time of his resurrection. However, at the moment when Luo Zhen was about to fall into darkness, his consciousness and soul condensed into a ghost again, appearing in the realm of life and immortality, which belongs to the realm of Pandora. He, we meet again so soon, little Luo Zhen. When I opened my eyes and looked, the first thing that caught my eye was the goddess of witches, Pandora, who had an extremely slender figure and looked only 13 or 14 years old. Between a girl and lowly. At this moment, the goddess was looking at him with a bright smile. She was obviously a young girl, but she revealed a seductive charm, giving people an extremely contradictory feeling. And he, like the last time he left, lay on the goddess's slightly slender but soft thighs in a lap pillow, as if he had never left. Yet, we met again, my mother, although it doesn't seem that long since we last met. Smelling the fragrance from Pandora, Luo Zhen replied easily. It seems that I can't experience what it is like to die, but compared to that kind of thing, it is still more realistic to get along with the goddess. Hey! After getting an unexpected answer, Pandora's expression seemed a little stunned, and he asked with some doubts. Xiao Luo Zhen still remember what happened here before. Is it weird? I think my memory is pretty good. Luo Zhen asked knowingly and asked back. Of course it's weird. Pandora's soft and boneless hand touched Luo Zhen's cheek directly, and said with a tone of amazement. You must know that those who can have memories here can only be achieved by those enlightened people who are fully enlightened, but it is absolutely impossible for such people to become god slayers. Prometheus, representing human wisdom, is foresight. Epimetheus, representing human folly, is hindsight. The god killer is the illegitimate son of Epimetheus, the son of a fool, and an existence that is completely irrelevant to the awakened one. After all, the wise will not do the foolish thing to challenge the gods who do not obey with the body of human beings. Therefore, the only ones who can become god slayers are the fools. So, how did Xiao Luo Zhen do it? With searching eyes, Pandora lowered her head, and her small face approached Luo Zhen. At such a close distance, Luo Zhen could even feel Pandora's sweet breath spit on his face, giving him a ticklish feeling. In other words, what appeared here should be the condensation of his soul and will. Why is the senses so real? It's a pity, I don't know about it anymore. Luo Zhen said helplessly. Although he guessed that the reason why he was able to keep his memory here was because of the system or his identity as a transmigrator, but either of these two was the biggest secret in his heart, and it was obviously impossible to tell Pandora. Although the goddess had no ill will towards him, she actually gave him a lot of help. Is that so? Pandora tilted her head, and with her immature appearance, it should have given people a cute look, but with her temperament, it gave people a completely opposite seductive feeling. She is indeed the first woman in Greek mythology that the gods gave to mankind. Looking at this young goddess who claimed to be his mother, Luo Zhen couldn't help but have something in his mind that shouldn't be there. Alas, thoughts are dirty again. Well, maybe it's because I'm handsome. Luo Zhen said something extremely narcissistic. Little Luo Zhen is really a narcissistic child. Hearing these words, the young-looking goddess opened her red lips, her little hand lightly touched Luo Zhen's forehead, and she laughed. When Pandora was almost smiling, Luo Zhen asked calmly. So, what's the matter with calling me over this time? My mother. Asterisk. Chapter 50 Pandora's Warning. Is the frequency of this goddess appearing here too high? Luo Zhen didn't know what happened to the other gods' layers, but he succeeded in killing gods twice, and Pandora also appeared. Luo Zhen wondered if the other party had been paying attention to him. I don't have anything to do, I just want to see Xiao Luo Zhen. Pandora said lightly, looking at Luo Zhen tenderly. After all, my mother is very boring here. Besides, there are obedient children like you, Xiao Luo Zhen. Of course, I want to be closer to you, mother. Also, other gods' layers won't be obediently calling your mother. After all, thinking about the characters of Marquis Waban and Luo Hao, who can be regarded as Luo Zhen's fellow villager, it would be a ghost to call Pandora's mother. No, Luo Zhen couldn't think of that picture at all. It's just your closeness, is it serious? Then Luo Zhen heard Pandora continue. It just so happens that you are dead now, little Luo Zhen, so mother pulled you over. Hey, can you talk? What happens when I die? Luo Zhen was about to refute subconsciously, but immediately reacted. Oh, I almost forgot, he is indeed dead now, and is now being resurrected. That's fine. I just didn't expect you to give my mother such a big surprise and remember what happened here. Pandora's sallow pinky finger touched Luo Zhen's heart, and said in a voice full of motherly love. Luo Zhen did give Pandora a great surprise. For a long time, the god's lair who came here has never been able to keep his memory after leaving here. Luo Zhen is the first ever. As she said before, the only people who can keep their memories here are the enlightened beings who are enlightened, but it is absolutely impossible for that kind of people to become god-killing fools. Although I don't know why Luo Zhen can keep your memory here, it's not important. On the contrary, this way, Mom, I can tell you some important things. Originally, she really pulled Luo Zhen over just because she was bored, but after discovering that Luo Zhen could keep the memory here, Pandora changed her mind. Matter. Luo Zhen's eyes narrowed. He had vaguely guessed what Pandora wanted to tell him. It's something about the gods. Pandora lowered her head and gently stroked Luo Zhen's hair. Really? But Luo Zhen didn't speak. Anyway, it's still in the process of being resurrected. It's not bad to listen to this goddess here. So he adjusted his posture to make himself more comfortable to lie down, and at the same time made a look of listening intently. But one thing to say, the feeling of the goddess knee pillow is good, but it would be better if there was a little more meat. However, with the body shape here, some things are obviously impossible to force. Man, learn to be content. At this time, Pandora's story began, but before that, she asked a question. Does Xiao Luo Zhen know how the gods were born? Myth. Luo Zhen raised his brows and said. Yes, in the distant past, the gods were born because of the myths compiled by human beings, and they lived in the realm of myths and were not allowed to come to the world easily, but there are exceptions to everything,
and some gods violated their duties for various reasons, became the god of disobedience, descended to the world to wreak havoc. Compared to the gods of disobedience, human beings are really too weak, and their every move will cause great damage. For this reason, I created a dark sacrifice that can give birth to god slayers, so that human beings can have the ability to resist the gods. And in this regard, the gods are also happy to see it. Pandora gently told Luo Zhen the secrets of the gods. Because for the gods, once human beings perish, they have no way to live high in the realm of immortality. Myths are born because of human beings. And once human beings perish, the realm of mythology will collapse along with it, and then the gods will have no way to rise above them. But in the same way, the gods cannot freely allow the god slayer to develop freely and violate their authority, so they elected the strongest steel with the protection of the oath. He is the last king, the enemy of all dragons, snakes, and demon kings. Whenever the number of god killers is irreversible, the last king will wake up, and he will sacrifice the ancient goddess of dragons and snakes. They have gained the power to destroy all demon kings, and many god slayers have been born for thousands of years, but none of those god slayers has ever survived until now, and they have all been annihilated by the last king. Having said that, the sadness and worry on Pandora's face became more and more intense. In today's era plus Xiao Luozhen, 7 god slayers have been born. This number exceeds any previous era. The awakening of the last king is inevitable. Once he awakens, it means the era's the end. He is far more powerful than all the disobedient gods you have encountered, and even if you have killed 3 disobedient gods, he is by no means his opponent. So you have to be careful. Although I know it's useless to be careful, I still have to convey this matter to you so that you can be prepared and not rush to fight. Pandora seemed to be looking at the child who was about to suffer, and her tone was sorrowful. Why tell me this? Aren't you also a member of the gods? After a moment of silence, Luo Zhen frowned. Because you are my child. And mother, I am on your side. Pandora looked at Luo Zhen with eyes full of motherly love, and then said helplessly. Actually, I also want to spread the news, but I have no way to leave here. Even if I tell other children about this news, they will automatically forget what happened here after they leave, and no longer remember it. Besides, a smart and obedient child like Xiao Luozhen, who doesn't make trouble, is my first mother. Okay, your body in the outside world is almost revived, and it's time for you to go back. So fast? Luo Zhen was a little surprised. It didn't seem long in his senses. The flow of time here is a bit different from the outside world. Seemingly aware of Luo Zhen's doubts, Pandora said with a smile. I've been able to chat with you Xiao Luo Zhen for so long this time. Mom, I'm very satisfied. You must remember my words. Mom will be here to watch you and cheer you on. Pando stretched his hand and made a cheering gesture full of energy. With her body shape, she looks like a primary school student. And here it is, the spoils you deserve. Saying so, then under Luo Zhen's somewhat surprised gaze, Pandora lowered her head. The dark sacrifice of god killing was activated again. This is almost the number of words on the shelves, I'm afraid. I don't know if anyone will order it. In other words, should I take more time to write and save some manuscripts? Asterisk.